The Douluo continent on the tip of the tongue. Chapter 1 gives away real estate at the beginning. I. Dead? Chi Han tentatively stretched out his hand, trying to touch the surroundings. The hands were still his own, but they had a more illusory tone. Colorful black? Where is this place? Is this what the world after death looks like? Surrounded by distorted tones, Chi Han couldn't even feel how big the place he was. The boundary of this world seems to be close at hand, but yet it seems to be far away. Yes, you are dead. Who? The sudden sound was a bit erratic. Chi Han was startled and hurriedly turned his head and looked around. This system is a food system from another world. Congratulations on becoming the first host of this system. This system will be dedicated to helping the host promote Blue Star's food in another world. The amount of information was a bit overwhelming, but Chi Han calmed down quickly. Are you my system? Yes. But I'm dead, what use do you have? Chi Han was a little pessimistic. You just said you were a food system from another world? Can you let me travel to another world after death? Yes, in fact this step has been completed by the system. Already done? Chi Han's eyes widened suddenly, so I'm not dead. Host, please be careful with your wording. You are already dead, but you just traveled to a different world with the help of this system. Well. All right. Chi Han felt a little more happy. As long as you don't die, that's fine. I'm still young and haven't lived enough yet. And several images flashed through Chi Han's mind, making him feel a little sad. It would be too tragic to be killed by a flower pot falling from the sky without doing anything. But it doesn't matter, I've traveled through time anyway. Thinking of this, Chi Han's worries disappeared instantly. He turned around and looked around with interest. The originally distorted colors became much more pleasing to his eyes. System, is this the world I traveled to? It looks really strange. Where are the other humans in this world? No, the host is now in the system space, and the host in the real world has not yet awakened? I see. Chi Han nodded clearly and quickly accepted this setting. Food system? Interesting. In Blue Star, he is a very famous food critic. He is also a big foodie himself, but his cooking skills are very poor. He can only eat but not cook. Now that he has this gourmet food system, does it mean that he can cook delicious food by himself? When I think about it, I'm quite excited. And it's still a different world. I don't know what kind of world it is. System, when can I wake up? Anytime. Then now. As he finished saying this, Chi Han felt that the twisted colors around him began to rotate continuously, slowly breaking up, reorganizing again, and finally turning into a transparent and bright world. Chi Han woke up. Hey, hiss. Taking a bold breath of air from another world, Chi Han finally felt alive. After a while, Chi Han finally found the energy to pay attention to the things around him. At this moment, he was lying on a simple wooden bed, wearing a black cloth with holes as a quilt, and the quilt was still covered with a layer of dust. This made Chi Han, who had a bit of a mysophobia, extremely uncomfortable. He shook the black cloth aside as if he was electrocuted and jumped off the wooden bed. A ray of sunlight passed through the cracks of the simple wooden house and shone on Chi Han's face, making him couldn't help but squint his eyes. Let's go out and take a look first. Quickly finding the door of the wooden house, Chi Han pushed it open and kicked out a large cloud of dust. The bright light shone on Chi Han's face, allowing him to see a corner of this different world. Surrounded by simple villages, the villages are surrounded by mountains and appear somewhat isolated from the world. There were many people in the village, and no one was surprised to see Chi Han appear. Only a few people looked at him, and then looked away. You could vaguely hear the voices of the villagers talking in a language that was very unfamiliar to Chi Han, but Chi-Han was surprised to find that he could easily understand what they meant. Very good, that makes sense. System. Chi-Han is in my heart, sighed silently. What's wrong with the host? Where's my newbie gift pack? As if he didn't expect his first host to be so smart, the system was silent for a moment. After a while, the mechanical sound belonging to the system came faintly. Congratulations to the host for coming to another world, now give out a novice gift package, a hotel of your own. Is it okay to give away real estate at the beginning? Chi-Han was very happy. He thought he was going to prepare a store to open a store according to the routine, but he didn't expect that it was given to him as a novice gift package. But then again, even though I am living in this world with only 4 walls, I am not like Yazi who can prepare a store by himself. Chi-Han looked around and said, System, where is my store? Ding! Task triggered. A page appeared in front of Chi-Han out of thin air. Main Mission 1, Open a store. Please ask the host to arrive at the store within 3 days and complete the receipt. Task description, the road to the god of cookery is at your feet. Please host, please work hard to conquer the creatures in other worlds with delicious food. Mission reward, store decoration of your choice, randomly dropped recipe X1. Mission props, the map of the different world has been distributed, and the store location has been marked. This mission, there is something about it. Chi-Han looked at the mission carefully, and then asked, the system randomly drops recipes. What can it drop? From 1-star recipes to 5-star recipes, there is a possibility of dropping. The lower the star rating, the greater the probability of dropping. Is 5-star the most advanced recipe? Yes. Looks like it's time to compete again for European energy. Looking at the map of the different world at the bottom of the mission page, Chi-Han made a thought and chose to receive it. A simple scroll of paper appeared in his hand out of thin air. Chi-Han opened it with great interest, intending to see what this different world looked like. But he soon stopped laughing. A golden 5-pointed star on the map is particularly obvious, which is obviously where the store in the novice gift package is located. And the city where the store is located, is called Shrek City. Take another look at the largest green area on the map, called the Star Forest. The 2 largest countries on the map are the Douluo Empire and the Tiandu Empire. System. What's wrong with the host? Why do I, a person who traveled to Douluo continent, have a food system? Shouldn't there be an invincible system? For example, a system that can increase proficiency by breathing? Or a system that adds points to everything? Otherwise, it's okay to give it a negative emotion value. I'm pretty good at annoying people, really. The choice of different worlds is random and has nothing to do with the nature of the system. I hope the host will know it. Okay. Chi-Han gave up struggling and took a look at the distance between his current position and Shrek City. The distance is a bit far. I want to get there in 3 days, so I'm leaving now. Chapter 2 Future Neighbors. Shrek Academy has a history of more than 5,000 years since its establishment. Under the leadership of the first-generation leader, the Golden Iron Triangle, its scale continued to expand and its scope of influence spread to the surrounding areas of the college, gradually forming a unique atmosphere in the surrounding areas. The former Shrek Academy was affiliated to the Tiandu Empire. But as Shrek Academy's reputation as the #1 academy in the mainland spreads more and more widely, a large number of soul masters belonging to the Douluo Empire also come here because of its reputation. For the Douluo Empire, this situation is tantamount to a brain drain. How can they tolerate it? The Douluo Empire launched a stern protest against the Tiandu Empire, even going so far as to fight. At that time, Shrek Academy had established the Poseidon Pavilion. The elders of the Poseidon Pavilion were all powerful titled Douluo men. It was no longer a simple academy. It seemed to have the appearance of a powerful force, and even the Tiandu Empire wanted to treat it as an equal. After negotiation, the three parties finally reached a consensus under the suggestion of the Poseidon Pavilion Master. The Tiandu Empire and the Douluo Empire each donated part of Shrek Academy's territory and named it Shrek City. Shrek Academy moved into Shrek City. From then on, it did not belong to any country and existed independently. Since then, Shrek City has become an independent city outside the empire, governed only by Shrek Academy. And just today, Shrek City attracted a new guest. Hey, hey! Chi-Han panted heavily and walked to the gate of Shrek City. 3 days, do you know how I got here in these 3 days? Chi-Han wanted to yell at Shrek City's magnificent gate. Just 3 days ago, Chi-Han quickly sold all his property, a total of 4 silver soul coins and 3 copper soul coins. 1 silver soul coin is equal to 10 copper soul coins, and copper soul coins are the smallest currency in Douluo continent. 43 copper soul coins are no problem for ordinary people to live for a few months. But if you want to come to a big city like Shrek City, this little money is simply not enough. In desperation, Chi-Han had to work odd jobs along the way to collect travel expenses, so that he could reach Shrek City within the 3 days required by the system. In the past 3 days, Chi-Han has become clearer about his situation. There is no doubt that this world is indeed the Douluo continent. This is confirmed by the ordinary people Chi-Han saw along the way with axes and hoes appearing out of thin air. And Chi-Han is not wearing it, so he naturally has his own martial spirit. His martial spirit is a kitchen knife. Chi-Han felt the malice coming from the system and even suspected that it was the system. The result of deliberate choice by the system. System, I didn't, you're talking nonsense. As for soul power, there is no need to count on Chi-Han. He is just an ordinary person, and it is impossible for him to cultivate on his own. However, Chi-Han was not too discouraged because the system had told him that among the future mission rewards, there might be rewards such as increased soul power. Others become stronger by practicing, but I, Chi-Han, become stronger by cooking and completing tasks. It's quite touching. Shrek City is a big city. Strictly speaking, it should be the largest city in Douluo continent. Even compared to the capitals of the 2 great empires, it is even more spectacular. But in such a big city, there are not many barriers. Both soul masters and ordinary people can come and go freely. To achieve this, we rely on Shrek Academy's 5,000 years of prestige. No one dares to commit trouble here, whether it is a soul master or an ordinary person without soul power. There is not much difference in front of a behemoth like Shrek Academy. Entering Shrek City smoothly, Chi-Han found the store presented by the system according to the map provided by the system. The store is not big, a bit like a rough house without decoration. It is about 100 square meters in total and is divided into 2 floors. But these are not problems. Chi-Han glanced at the future neighbors of his store and couldn't help but shrink his head. System. What's wrong with the host? Can the store be moved to another location? After careful selection for the system, the store thinks that it is most suitable for the host. Please do not refuse the goodwill from the system. No. I want to refuse. Chi-Han screamed silently in his heart, and looked at the store directly opposite with tears in his eyes. Tang Sect Shrek City Branch. Look at the left and right side of the store again. Shrek City Spirit Fighting Arena and Shrek City Auction House. Okay, the system is ruthless enough to open the store in the middle of 3 behemoths. Friendly reminder, there are 4, because the side entrance of Shrek Academy is within 100 meters behind the store. Shut up. Chi-Han covered his head in pain, feeling the deep malice coming from the system. The place is a good place. If you open a store at this location, the flow of people will be unparalleled. But he is just an ordinary person without soul power. Although the security in Shrek City is excellent, you still have to panic when you should. Please host to take over the store as soon as possible and complete the task? Okay, no matter how much it is, just make peace with it as it comes. Chi-Han took a deep breath, stood in the middle of the store, and said softly, take over the store. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed a task. Main Mission 1, open a store, completed. Mission Reward, store decoration in the style of your choice, can be collected, randomly dropped recipe X1, can be collected. Ding! Task triggered. Main Mission 2, the first pot of gold. Ask the host to use his cooking skills to earn 100 gold soul coins. Mission description: the beginning of the road to the god of cookery may be this humble 100 gold soul coins. Mission reward: randomly dropped recipe X1, soul power level +1. Chi-Han's eyes directly skipped the reward collection for Mission 1, and firmly locked on the rewards for Main Mission 2. Soul power level +1. His heartbeat was a little fast. He didn't expect to encounter such a mission reward so soon. If his desire to become a soul master before was due to his yearning for extraordinary power in his previous life, after truly experiencing extraordinary power, his desire to become a soul master became even stronger than before. Brave Chi-Han, not afraid of difficulties. Secretly cheering himself up, Chi-Han turned his eyes to the reward of the Main Mission 1. Which one should I get first? His eyes wandered back and forth between the two rewards. System, give me some advice. It is recommended that the host choose the decoration style first. The decoration will take 24 hours. During the decoration period, the host can practice the obtained recipes in the system space. Food Time Management Master System is online. Chi-Han followed suit. After receiving the decoration, he went back and forth among the decoration plans provided by the system, and finally chose a style that favored a fresh style. Although he preferred a minimalist feel, that kind of decoration style was too inconsistent with the architectural style of Douluo continent, so he had to give up. It is worth mentioning that the second floor of the store will be decorated by the system as a house for Chi-Han to live in. Real estate. Have a house and an industry. Chapter 3: The First Recipe. After choosing the decoration style, Chi-Han entered the system space and received the randomly dropped recipes. The system space is still the same as before, filled with colorful black, as if there are no boundaries. In front of Chi-Han, a turntable suddenly appeared. There are 5 color blocks on the turntable: white, yellow, purple, black, and red. The number and proportion of the blocks decrease from white to red. There are words on each color block, but because the color blocks are too small, Chi-Han only saw a few dish names such as Buddha jumps over the wall, Kung Pao chicken, etc., but these alone were enough to make his heart flutter incessantly. Stop! Following Chi-Han's thoughts, the rapidly rotating turntable stopped instantly, and the pointer on the turntable pointed to a white color block. 1-star recipe. Gan. Chi-Han's face darkened, and then he stared at the white patch with wide eyes, trying to see himself clearly. What exactly did he draw? The white color block instantly enlarged in front of Chi-Han. There were 3 large characters on it, as well as a picture. Egg fried rice.jpg. Compass warning. As the turntable results appeared, the shape of the system space also changed instantly. The originally colorful black space was twisted and transformed into a large, clean, and bright kitchen, covering hundreds of square meters in size. This. Chi-Han looked around. System, what does this mean? Effort will pay off. The result of a randomly dropped dish is egg fried rice. The host can only leave the system space after practicing in the system space until it can make a perfect egg fried rice. System, are you going to put me in solitary confinement? Chi-Han's tone was full of disbelief. In order to pursue the ultimate in delicious food, retreat is necessary. Please understand, host. How long will it take to practice? Chi-Han's face turned a little dark. The flow rate of time in the system space is different from that in the outside world. 30 days have passed in the system space, while only 1 day has passed in the outside world, and the host in the system space will not feel tired. Does it mean that you have to stay awake for a month? Chi-Han felt that he had been cheated by the system, but thinking about the rewards of the second main mission, he finally sighed. Bring it on. There was an illusory figure in the kitchen, wearing a clean white chef's robe, whose face could not be seen clearly. Following the system's voice explanation, the illusory figure began to make an egg fried rice at 0.5 times speed. Chi-Han stared at the other party's movements with wide eyes, trying hard to remember. Following the other party's clean movements, a plate of pale golden egg fried rice appeared in front of him, with tempting chopped green onions sprinkled on top, and a strong fragrance wafted in. Chi-Han's nose made him swallow a mouthful of saliva. I want to eat. This is probably a true portrayal of Chi-Han's heart at this moment. After the demonstration, the host is invited to taste the perfect egg fried rice, and then the formal practice begins. Hearing this, Chi-Han couldn't wait to pick up the spoon on the side, scoop out a spoonful of egg fried rice and put it into his mouth. When you first enter your mouth, there is a fragrance of eggs, without any fishy smell, but there is a different kind of umami flavor contained in it, which completely opens your taste buds. Each grain of rice is wrapped in egg liquid, with a light golden color on the surface. The rice has already become soft during the frying process, and is neither dry nor hard in the mouth, with a delicate fragrance. The most amazing thing is the garnished chopped green onion, which adds soul to the whole plate of egg fried rice. The scent of green onions blends with the fragrance of eggs. The rich layered fragrance makes Chi-Han unable to help but whet his appetite. Is this the perfect egg fried rice? Chi-Han suddenly felt that all the egg fried rice he had eaten in his previous life had become difficult to swallow. If only I could make egg fried rice like this. Didn't you just earn that 100 gold soul coins casually? As Chi-Han devoured it, soon there was no trace of the egg fried rice left on the plate. I don't know if it's because of the system space or because the egg fried rice is so delicious, but Chi-Han now feels like he can still eat a plate. After the tasting is completed, the host is asked to start free practice. This system will point out the mistakes in each practice. Chi-Han put down his dinner plate and wiped his mouth. All the raw materials needed for fried eggs and fried rice were already placed on the table on one side. Eggs, green onions and rice. These are all the raw materials for egg fried rice. Chi-Han walked over, picked up the raw materials and looked at them, and quickly said, "Hey! System, what kind of egg is this? The rice and green onions are not much different from the previous life, but this egg? Why are there still colorful stripes on it? And it seems to be larger than ordinary eggs. The eggs are those from the 1,000-year soul beast colorful golden pheasant. The golden pheasant is a weak spirit beast, and 1,000 years is the limit of its growth. However, the meat of this kind of spirit beast is extremely delicious, and the eggs it produces have higher nutritional value. It also has a nourishing effect on the soul." Hiss! Does a 1-star recipe need to be made with the eggs of a 1,000-year soul beast? All I can say is that it is indeed a system. Chi-Han picked up the shallot and was about to cut it, but found that there was no knife on the chopping board. "System, where is the kitchen knife?" asked the host to use martial arts to participate in the cooking process. Yes, Chi-Han almost forgot that his martial spirit is a kitchen knife. With a thought, a simple kitchen knife appeared in his hand. There is no difference in appearance between this kitchen knife and ordinary kitchen knives. If you insist on saying so, it is probably of better quality than ordinary kitchen knives? Because it was his martial soul, Chi-Han felt a little more comfortable in using it. Although he had not picked up the kitchen knife a few times, he did not feel sluggish in using it. Before I had made a few cuts, the green onions on the chopping board suddenly disappeared, and a brand new green onion appeared next to it. At the same time, the system's sound rang. An error occurred. The chopped green onions must be cut into half-finger width lengths. Please host again? Chi-han? Chi-han patiently continued to cut, but within a few cuts, the green onion segments disappeared again, and the same prompt sounded. This time Chi-han couldn't help it anymore. The system is just chopped green onions, that's about it, right? As the host of the system, please be strict with yourself. Perfect egg fried rice needs to be perfect in all aspects. I endured it. Chi-han took the chopped green onion from the side again and began to cut it. 5 times. 10 times. 100 times. Chi-han has forgotten how many green onions he has cut. All fatigue in the system space will be eliminated, so that he still maintains a state of energy. At first, the green onions were cut a few times before being taken away by the system and restarted. Gradually, Chi-han was able to hold on to more and more cuts. Now, he can successfully cut most of the green onions. Taking a deep breath, Chi-han waved the kitchen knife again and quickly cut the green onions on the chopping board. With the shadow of the knife flying, the green onions were quickly cut into chopped green onions. Each green onion was half a finger wide, without the slightest error. Benefit. There was a collision sound between the kitchen knife and the chopping board, and Chi-han looked at the chopped green onions on the chopping board in a daze. This time, the system did not prompt an error again. Has the standard finally been reached? Looking at the green and neat green onions on the chopping board, Chi-han had a moment of self-doubt. Is this really the green onion cut by me, the kitchen killer? Chapter 4. It smells so good. With the chopping of green onions successfully completed, Chi-han began an even more devilish practice. An error occurred. The amount of rice is too much, please start again. An error occurred. The timing of placing the eggs into the pot was incorrect. Please start again. An error occurred and the stir-frying was not thorough. Please ask the host to start again. An error occurred. The timing of starting the pot is wrong, please start again. Every time he starts over, it means that Chi-han has to repeat all the steps starting from chopping green onions. Chi-han's face slowly becomes stiff and pale, but the improvement of his skills is obvious. I don't know how much time passed, but when Chi-han finished stir-frying in an instant and poured the egg fried rice in the pot into the plate, he couldn't help but sit on the ground. With the existence of the system, Chi-han's body was not tired at all, but his mental fatigue was something that the system could not do anything about. There was no error message from the system, indicating that the egg fried rice made by Chi-han had finally reached the so-called perfection level. But the perfect egg fried rice that should have made Chi-han salivate failed to make him take a second look at it at this moment. I am really too tired. Chi-han just wants to take a nap now. As if he felt Chi-han's inner voice, everything around him quickly dissipated. Chi-han returned to the real world and landed directly on a bed. Not even caring where the bed came from, Chi-han fell into sleep in just a moment. When Chi-han woke up again, it was already the next day. When he finally woke up, he was in the mood to care about where he was. Looking around, I saw this familiar fresh style. It seems like the decoration style you chose yesterday? System, the store has been decorated. Yes, the decoration has been completed. Chi-han was stunned for a moment, and then he recalled the crazy practice he had done day and night in the system space. How long have I been practicing in the system space? The host practiced in the system space for 27 days, made a total of 13,643 mistakes, and successfully mastered the perfect egg fried rice? More than 10,000 times. No, I have to stand up. Chi-han got up from the bed, walked downstairs, and came to the store on the first floor. After a night's sleep, Chi-han's energy has been completely restored. The only thing he wants to do at this moment is to test what the egg fried rice he made after making more than 10,000 mistakes looks like. There is only a simple partition between the kitchen and the dining area, and the scene in the kitchen can even be seen from the dining area. The kitchen is not big, but it is enough for Chi Han to use. The extremely scientific interior planning makes this small store of only 100 square meters appear much spacious. There are 8 dining tables in the store. Each dining table is equipped with 4 chairs. Regardless of the tables and chairs, they are all in a small and fresh style that is consistent with the decoration style. It was still early in the morning, and Chi Han hurriedly came to the kitchen. There were eggs and green onions that had been prepared by the system in the cabinet. The black tech rice cooker beside him contained rice that was always freshly cooked no matter when it was turned on. The system is equipped with black technology, which makes sense. After failing tens of thousands of times in the system space, Chi Han's preparation of egg fried rice could be described as superb at this moment. Within a few minutes, a hot plate of egg fried rice was served to him. It was no different from the perfect egg fried rice in Chi Han's memory. Phew! Chi Han took a deep breath, picked up the egg fried rice he made, and took a big spoonful. It smells so good. Chi Han carefully tasted the egg fried rice he made while thinking about it in his mind. What is the appropriate price for such a piece of egg fried rice? The host is now a trainee chef and has no pricing power. The price of egg fried rice is determined by the system, which is 1 piece of 5 gold soul coins. Trainee chef? Chi Han was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have never heard the system mention that chefs were graded before. Seemingly aware of Chi Han's doubts, the system took the initiative to explain. The chef level is divided into 6 stages: apprentice, junior, intermediate, advanced, special and god level. As the host chef level increases, the system will open more permissions. The chef level is determined by the system itself, taking into account the host's ability assessment. Okay, I can only make egg fried rice. I am a trainee chef, so it makes sense. Without dwelling on this point, Chi Han silently asked, "System, do I have to pay for my own food?" The host can eat it for himself for free, but guests need to pay, and the dishes cannot be discounted in any form. Just eat for free. What kind of bicycle do you want? Chi Han silently fried himself another portion and wolfed it down. If his stomach hadn't protested, Chi Han would have even felt I can still eat it. There is no such thing as industry and commerce in Douluo continent, and stores can be opened at any time. Chi Han walked around the nearby neighborhood, and when it was lunchtime, Shi Shiran returned to the shop and started business. The price tag for egg fried rice has been prepared and is systematically hung on the wall on one side of the shop. Egg fried rice, 5 gold soul coins / portion. A solitary dish seemed extremely abrupt, but Chi Han felt that as he mastered more and more recipes in the future, this problem would not be a big problem. Although the price is set by the system, Chi Han thinks it is very reasonable. Considering that the egg fried rice is made from eggs from 1,000-year soul beasts, the 5 gold soul coins are not too expensive. Although for ordinary people, this may be their income in a few years. But in a society with extraordinary power, the gap between the rich and the poor will only become wider. For a soul master, such a price is acceptable. Thinking about it this way, it is indeed a wise move to open a store in Shrek City. If such a store were opened in other small villages, I'm afraid no one would care about it. The only pity is that Chi Han originally wanted to add a sign at the entrance of the store to at least tell others that this was a restaurant, but the system ruthlessly rejected it. In the words of the system, trainee chefs are not worthy of having a signature. Please consider the issue of signatures after you have become at least a junior chef. Chi Han just wanted to say one thing. System, are you polite? Tang Ziyi is a member of the Tang clan Power Hall. Because of his good qualifications, he is considered a highly valued young generation among the Tang sect. However, the disciplines of the Tang sect were strict, so Tang Ziyi did not have those bad habits of arrogance. Instead, he was very grateful for the cultivation of the sect and worked diligently to complete the sect's tasks. On this day, he happened to come to the Shrek City branch of the sect to hand over a task. After walking out, he planned to go to Shrek City's food court to eat meat and reward himself. The food street in Shrek City has almost all the delicacies from all over the continent. You can find all the delicacies you can think of here. Every time you come to the Shrek City branch, this is Tang Zi's favorite place. Eating is one of the few hobbies he has after hard training. Just as he walked out of the branch door and wanted to go straight to the food court, his footsteps suddenly stopped. With the sensitivity of a soul master, Tang Zi suddenly discovered that there was a shop at the gate of Tangmen. Chapter 5, Boss, Another 100 Million Bowls. Tang Zi was very sure that when he came to the branch 2 days ago, such a store did not exist. Obviously this store was newly opened in the past 2 days. Looking at the tables and chairs arranged inside, some looked like a restaurant. This made Tang Zi, who loved to eat, curious, and turned around and walked towards the shop. Looking at the first guest who walked in through the door, Chi Han quickly stood up and was about to squeeze out a smile, when he suddenly heard a warning from the system in his ears. The host is a man with a food system from another world. Please maintain your dignity and put away your flattering smile. This flattery? Fine. Chi Han's smile froze, and then slowly became expressionless. From today on, I am Yuan Han. Because of his martial spirit, Tang Zi was very tall, 2 meters tall. When he pushed the door open and stood in front of Chi Han, the pressure of facing a mountain instantly fell on Chi Han. Chi Han felt a little nervous, but remained expressionless. He looked up at Tang Zi and asked, "What do you want to eat? Is it really a restaurant?" Tang Zi looked at the surrounding environment with interest. This was a decoration style that he had never seen before, but it was also very fresh, making people feel very relaxed as soon as they entered. He spoke loudly, like a bell, "Are you the boss? What good food do you have here?" There was already a bit of eagerness in the voice. Chi Han pointed to a wall behind Tang Zi, "The menu is behind you." Tang Zi turned his head when he heard this, and then blinked in surprise. Old Tang, am I dazzled? Why is there only one dish? Wait, what did he ask me when I came in just now? What to eat? What dish do you want me to eat?" With a question mark on his forehead, Tang Zi held on to the last bit of luck and said, Boss, your store shouldn't only have one dish, right? It should be because the store has just opened and the menu has not been prepared yet, so there is only one dish, right? Right? Then Chi Han spoke, breaking Tang Zi's luck, "Yes, our store only has one dish for the time being." In order not to cause misunderstanding, Chi Han deliberately emphasized the word temporary in the hope that this first customer would not be dissuaded. Tang Zi really understood, and his expression softened a lot. Temporary? Does this mean there will be other dishes in the future? Okay then, let's try out how this dish tastes. Then let me have some egg fried rice first. Tang Zi found a seat by the window and sat down, preparing to wait. By the way, what is egg fried rice? Tang Zi scratched his head. Weird name, hope it tastes good. As for the price of 5 gold soul coins, it is nothing to him. The Tang sect's hidden weapons are in hot demand throughout the continent. The sect has strong financial resources, so it will naturally not be stingy with its disciples. For someone like him who can reach the 5th ring cultivation level in his 20s and is an outstanding disciple in the sect, his salary is higher. Eating 5 soul coins for one meal is naturally not a big deal. Of course, the premise is that it is worth the money. Tang Zi has made up his mind. If the food in this store is too unpalatable, he will not let the boss go easily. The waiting time was not as long as Tang Zi imagined. A few minutes later, a plate of steaming egg fried rice was brought to Tang Zi by Chi Han. This. Tang Ziyi stared at the egg fried rice on the plate with wide eyes. He ate rice every day, but what he saw in front of him was particularly different. Each grain of rice was covered in a layer of light gold. Thinking of its name, Tang Ziyi quickly guessed that the light gold should be egg liquid. Is it a dish made with egg liquid and rice? This is a new version of the ship that Tang Ziyi has never seen before. The pale golden egg fried rice was mixed with a little green and white chopped green onion. Unlike the soft chopped green onion in the dishes Tang Ziyi had eaten before, the green onion was as translucent as jade. Take a deep breath, the sweet fragrance of green onion and the thick fragrance of egg fried rice blend together, giving the fragrance an unparalleled atmosphere. Certainly delicious. Such thoughts appeared in Tang Ziyi's mind for no reason. Picking up the small spoon next to him, Tang Ziyi opened his mouth and took a bite. When the food enters your mouth, the aroma becomes more real, as if Tang Ziyi is wrapped in the aroma. It is difficult to describe in words what kind of delicious food it is. For Tang Ziyi, who has little education, all the words are reduced to 2 words. Tasty. Tang Ziyi couldn't help but sigh in admiration, and began to eat one bite after another. The portion of egg fried rice is not a lot, but with Tang Ziyi's tall body, he naturally eats more. Tang Ziyi put down the remaining dishes without any satisfaction, and couldn't help but look in the direction of the kitchen. Boss, another 100 million bowls. After finishing the egg fried rice, Tang Ziyi clearly felt that his soul power was running a little faster. Wasn't the egg fried rice made with ordinary ingredients? This made him even more frightened. Although this improvement was far inferior to the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, compared to the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that cost tens of thousands of gold soul coins, this egg fried rice only cost 5 gold soul coins. Chi Han nodded and suddenly realized something. He asked in a low voice, "System, can the same customer purchase multiple times? As a chef, how can you not keep your guests full? Guests can purchase meals multiple times, but if there is waste, the host has the responsibility to block him and no longer serve him. Fortunately, my food system is not the same brand as you and Joe's system. Do you know Mag Alex?" "I don't know, who is that?" "Hehe, it's okay, I'll just ask." After asking this question without any end, Chi Han lowered his head and started chopping onions in a happy mood. A customer can purchase multiple times. It seems that the second main task can be completed faster. Bringing the second portion of egg fried rice to Tang Ziyi, Chi Han sat on a chair and continued to salt the fish. This is the most visited location in Shrek City, but there is only one customer at the moment. It can be seen from Tang Ziyi's clothes that he is a disciple of the Tang sect. He must have just come out of the sect and saw the shop. Regarding the lack of guests, Chi Han may not have known the reason yesterday, but after walking around the area in the morning, Chi Han knew the reason very well. Just next to this street is Shrek City's famous food street. The whole street is filled with delicacies from all over the Douluo continent. Every time it's meal time, it's packed with people. In contrast, this street is not a place to eat for most people in Shrek City. Since the location of the store is selected by the system, there is probably some profound meaning in doing so. Are you planning to let me defeat the entire food court with one store? No, right? Congratulations to the host, you guessed it right? Looking at the system that suddenly appeared, Chi Han fell into deep thought. Sure enough, your system with thick eyebrows and big eyes is not a good thing. Chapter 6: The Sense of Achievement of Being Recognized. After devouring the second portion of egg fried rice, Tang Ziyi fully demonstrated the essence of a rice cook. Put down your plate and smash it in your mouth. 60% full, I can probably get another helping. Boss, I want another 100 million bowls. Want more? Chi Han couldn't help but look at Tang Ziyi a few more times. No wonder he was surprised, 2 portions of egg fried rice were already a lot. If he hadn't been extremely hungry in the morning, he wouldn't have been able to eat 2 portions. But now this guy actually wants a 3rd portion? Looking at Tang Zi's figure, Chi Han became a little clearer. For such a big man, it's normal to eat more. Of course, for the sake of safety, he still gave a friendly reminder, if you waste food, you will be banned from our store and you will never be able to come to our store again. Are you sure you want to do this? Hey? Tang Zi's eyes lit up, and he looked at Chi Han with a little more admiration. This boss is interesting. Tang Zi himself was not from a good background and grew up poor when he was a child. Naturally, he knew how to cherish food. What's more, as a food worker, wasting food is the biggest bad habit. So he laughed and waved his hand, "Don't worry, boss, I can eat it." Chi Han nodded, returned to the kitchen, fried another portion and placed it in front of Tang Zi. Tang Zi ate this 3rd portion of fried rice much slower than before. On the one hand, it's because I'm already 60% full and can't eat too fast. On the other hand, he found that if he ate more slowly, he could feel the deliciousness of the egg fried rice better. Every bite is full of strong egg and green onion aroma, leaving a fragrant aroma on your lips and teeth after one sip. This taste. Pretty. Because of job reasons, Tang Zi would go back and forth between Tiandu City and Shrek City every 3 days. At this moment, he secretly made up his mind that every time he came to Shrek City in the future, he would patronize his boss's business. Unbeknownst to Chi Han, the store already had its first stable repeat customer. There is only so much egg fried rice, even if you savor it carefully, it will eventually come to an end. Tang Zi reluctantly put down his plate, his already bulging stomach reminding him that he could no longer eat the 4th portion. I had to give up. Boss, check out. Thank you for your patronage, 15 gold soul coins. Tang Zi nodded, took out 15 gold soul coins from his arms, and handed them to the boss. I will come again next time. With that, Tang Zi turned around and opened the door to leave. As the guests left, Chi Han couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth. In this life, Chi Han still felt a great sense of accomplishment when the dish he cooked for the first time was recognized and liked by others. He suddenly felt that the more than 10,000 failures in the system space were worth it. Main Mission 2, the first pot of gold. Ask the host to use his cooking skills to earn 100 gold soul coins. Mission description: the beginning of the road to the god of cookery may be this humble 100 gold soul coins. Mission reward: randomly dropped recipe x1, soul power level +1. Mission completion: 15/100. Taking a look at the progress of the mission, Chi Han smiled slightly. According to this attitude, the task can be completed in a few days. Although Chi Han is full of energy, he is not well known yet. There was only one guest, Tang Zi, at noon. As Chi Han closed the door, the system prompts came again. Ding! Task triggered. Limited time task, taste local food. The host is asked to go to Shrek City Food Street within 6 hours and taste at least 5 kinds of Douluo continent's local delicacies, and no waste is required. Task description: as a gourmet master, it is extremely important to constantly absorb new gourmet skills. Please make unremitting efforts and learn lifelong. Mission reward: 2-star self-selected recipe fragment x1. Chi Han looked at Geu lying on the recliner and fell into deep thought. When did you trigger the mission? Could it be that a mature system would trigger tasks by itself? Is it a time-limited mission? Looking at the 6-hour time limit, Chi Han was thoughtful. It seems that in addition to the main mission, there are other types of missions. It's easy to understand just by looking at the tasks. The food court is right next door, and it only takes a few minutes to walk there. Unlike your own small shop, that kind of shopping street is not closed from morning to night, so you can still eat there now. Then the key to the problem is that you need to eat more than 5 kinds of food, and you can't waste any of it. This is not a big problem for Chi Han. He only needs to choose 5 snacks with smaller portions. And Chi Han, who just got 15 gold soul coins, doesn't need to worry about not being able to pay. It can be said that this task is not difficult for Chi Han. But Chi Han looked at the mission reward and was a little confused. System, what are the 2-star self-selected recipe fragments? Self-chosen recipe fragments, after collecting the specified number, you can exchange them for any one of the 2-star recipes. Chi Han's eyes suddenly lit up. It doesn't matter how many stars you have, the important thing is that you can choose. This is much better than random. How many pieces do you want? 2-star self-selected recipe fragments, 4 can be exchanged for 1 recipe? Chi Han understood the meaning of the system. Different star levels require different numbers of fragments. For 1-star self-selected recipe fragments, 1 can be exchanged for 1 recipe. For 2-star self-selected recipe fragments, 4 can be exchanged for 1 recipe. For 3-star, 4-star, and 5-star fragments, 9, 16, and 25 fragments are required respectively. Tisk 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 tisk. Chi Han couldn't help but be stunned. At the 5-star level, it took 25 fragments to exchange for 1 kind. Isn't this too difficult to get together? But can 1 star and 1 fragment be exchanged for 1 kind? Chi Han's heart moved. The problem of small shops now is obvious. The reputation is not great, and there are too few types of dishes. So the top priority is to increase the variety of dishes. If the 2-star fragments can be replaced with 1-star fragments, the store can immediately increase the variety of dishes. At least the egg fried rice will not be left alone. Oh, it was not a person in the first place. As soon as this thought came into my mind, the voice of the system appeared at the right time. Self-selected recipe fragments of different star levels cannot be exchanged for each other. Host, please do not have unrealistic ideas. Chi Han, Gan. Okay, no matter what, the 2-star self-selected recipe fragments are considered good things. In the future, as long as you save 3 more, you can exchange them for a 2-star dish. Chi Han vaguely remembered that most meat dishes seemed to be 2-star dishes. For Chi Han, who loves nothing but sex, he was instantly filled with anticipation. After closing the door, Chi Han took the money and went out. Speaking of which, when he rushed to Shrek City before, Chi Han was frugal and bought whatever he wanted to eat. He had never tried the delicacies of Douluo continent. Although it was already past mealtime, the Shrek City food street was still crowded with people, and the aromas of various foods were mixed together. Chi Han, who had already digested the 2 portions of egg fried rice in the morning, instantly shed tears of disappointment from the corner of his mouth. After observing for a while, Chi Han quickly discovered a stall. There was a long queue in front of this simple stall. 5. The business is obviously much better than other stalls. If you get closer, you will find that the food at this stall has a very strong aroma. And judging from the portions in the hands of customers who bought food from this stall, it should be a snack, not a staple food. Very good, it perfectly meets Chi Han's requirements, let's try it first. Chapter 7 Local Food. Although the queue in front of the stall is long, it moves very fast. Obviously, the preparation of this kind of snack does not take much time. As he approached the stall, Chi Han finally saw the stall's sign, roasted trout balls. Roasted trout balls? Obviously this is a delicacy that Chi Han has never heard of. Just when Chi Han was confused, the introduction from the system appeared in time. Roasted trout balls, a specialty of Lanbo City in the Star Luo Empire of Douluo continent. Lanbo City is a city by the sea. There is a unique seafood in the nearby sea called blue trout. The blue trout is huge and the adult fish can reach 3 meters in length. As mentioned above, the fish meat is raw and inedible, but the fish eggs are extremely delicious. The roasted trout balls are made with blue trout eggs as the main ingredient and grilled with seasonings. They are a famous local specialty. Is it Blue Wave City? Chi-Han was a little more interested in this kind of fish whose flesh could not be used but whose eggs were very delicious. As the team moved forward, it was his turn soon. The owner of the stall was a kind-faced woman. She smiled at Chi-Han and then started making. Chi-Han carefully observed the woman's movements and saw that the kitchenware used by the woman was somewhat like the iron plate used for takoyaki in the previous life, but it was larger, at least half the size of a fist. I saw the woman using a large spoon to scoop out a spoonful of thick white slurry from the large bucket and pour it into each hemispherical depression in the kitchen utensils. The white slurry should be a mixture of flour and water, mixed with some ingredients such as chopped green onion, and quickly solidifies in the kitchen utensils, turning into a bowl shape. Then the woman carefully dug out the blue trout eggs one by one, placed them in a bowl, and covered them with a layer of white slurry. The blue trout eggs are red in color, translucent and spherical, about the size of a longan. They are just the right size for the woman's specially made kitchen utensils. As the slurry covering it again showed signs of solidification, the woman took a bamboo stick in her hand and quickly turned the trout balls over. Chi-Han blinked and felt that this method was very similar to the octopus balls in his previous life. It seems that even in different worlds, cooking skills have something in common. The roasted trout balls turned over made a slight sound, and the strong fragrance began to spread. Chi-Han, who was the first to bear the brunt, sniffed, and tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. Bo! A crisp sound came from the roasted trout balls, and the entire roasted trout balls instantly became a little redder. Is this, blue trout eggs exploding due to heat? It seemed that the signal to explode was received. From the first soft sound, the sounds of bang bob came one after another, and the roasted trout balls on the iron plate turned red. That voice sounded particularly relaxing. And as the fish eggs explode in the roasted trout balls, a unique aroma of seafood instantly spreads, adding soul to the roasted trout balls. At the same time, the woman had a paper box in her hand. She deftly took out a roasted trout ball and put it into the paper box. After sprinkling some ingredients that Chi-Han didn't recognize, she handed it to Chi-Han. There were 2 gintama coins each for roasted trout balls. In order to be able to eat other things, Chi-Han conservatively only bought 1. Chi-Han looked at the roasted trout balls in his hand that were half the size of a fist, and a smile that belonged to a rice cook appeared at the corner of his mouth. He took a gentle bite, and it seemed as if the seal had been opened. The delicious smell of roasted trout balls instantly spurted out from the breech, and the rich aroma came straight towards Chi-Han's mouth and nose. Chi-Han subconsciously took another bite, and this one went deeper. He also tasted the blue trout eggs hidden in the roasted trout balls. The blue trout eggs have turned into a form similar to jam, similar to the battered snacks in the previous life, and the umami taste is even more rich than the caviar in the previous life. I wonder if I can use these blue trout eggs to make dishes in the future. With the crispy shell and the delicious batter, Chi-Han already understands why so many people like this snack. Very good, let's move on to the next one. For a cook, time is always short, and a few hours passed in a flash. Chi-Han, who had a round belly after eating, returned to his small shop with a face filled with regret. The reason for regret is naturally not that the food is not delicious, but that there are too many delicious things. As expected of the Shrek City Snack Street, which is said to be all-inclusive and has all kinds of delicacies from all over the Douluo continent, Chi-Han only walked less than 1/10 of the distance and had already eaten 7 or 8 kinds of delicious snacks. He couldn't eat any more. So I had to give up and continue next time. The roasted trout balls are just an appetizer, and every snack that follows is so delicious. Perhaps it is because in a world with extraordinary power, there are so many delicious ingredients, and there are not all kinds of additives like in the previous life. Chi-Han feels that the Douluo continent the food is far better than what I had eaten in my previous life. After receiving the mission reward, Chi-Han opened the door of the shop and prepared to start business in the evening. There were still 85 gold soul coins left before completing the second main task. Chi-Han sat on a chair and stared at the passers-by, feeling that each one looked like a gold soul coin. The two girls passed by the door of the shop and stopped when they discovered the shop. This made Chi-Han, who had been staring at the door, feel a little more excited. After the two whispered for a while, they walked into the small store. The two girls are not very old, about 14 or 15 years old, but probably because they are soul masters, they have already begun to. The most eye-catching thing about their exquisite figures is the clothes they wear. Everyone in Shrek City knows what the green school uniform represents. That is the school uniform of Shrek Academy. Judging from their ages, they should be junior students of Shrek Academy. Chi-Han was observing the two women, and the two women also looked at Chi-Han secretly. Among them, the red-haired girl seemed to be bolder. She opened her mouth and asked, "Uncle, are you in a hotel?" "Big, uncle?" Chi-Han was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that he was calling him. This body is already 25 years old. Although Chi-Han has taken care of himself and is no longer slovenly, he is somewhat handsome after putting on a white chef's uniform. But given his age, it doesn't seem to matter if the little girl calls him uncle. Something wrong? Chi-Han pointed to the menu on the wall and asked, "What do you want to eat?" The two women raised their heads together, glanced at the menu, and then turned to look at Chi-Han. The air was eerily quiet. The red-haired girl said quietly, "Do we have any choice?" Chi-Han coughed slightly in embarrassment and was about to speak when he saw the black-haired girl beside the red-haired girl, who had never spoken, gently pulling on the red-haired girl's sleeve. "Shuang Shuang, let's eat somewhere else. It's too expensive here." The red-haired girl patted the black-haired girl's hand and smiled. "Today our unparalleled combination won 3 games in a row and earned a lot of gold soul coins. Don't worry, I'm treating you today." As he said that, he turned to look at Chi-Han and said, "Uncle Boss, please have 2 portions of egg fried rice." "But..." Both of them narrowed their eyes. "If it's so expensive and it doesn't taste good, don't blame me for being rude." While speaking, 3 soul rings appeared outside Shuang Shuang's body. Yellow, yellow, purple. This little girl, who is only 14 or 15 years old, is a 3-ring soul master. Chapter 8 Really Fragrant Warning. System: what should I do if someone vandalizes the store? Please rest assured, host, with this system here, Extreme Douluo will never even think of destroying our store. Well, that's good, I'm relieved about that. So facing the threat from the red-haired girl, Chi-Han nodded very calmly, then turned and returned to the kitchen. Shuang Shuang only showed his soul ring for a moment, then quickly took it back, pulling the black-haired girl to sit together, and the two chatted. The shop was very quiet. Although Chi-Han had no intention of prying into other people's privacy, the girl named Shuang Shuang had a loud voice, but he still heard her clearly. Today, these two girls won 3 games in a row in the 2-on-2 battle in the Big Spirit Fighting Arena. They won a lot of gold soul coins and were promoted to silver fighting spirits, so the two girls wanted to celebrate together. I originally planned to go to the food court, but I passed by a small shop and was attracted by the decoration style inside, so I decided to come in and have a look. That's right, the fresh style is very popular among girls. Soon, Chi-Han handed 2 portions of egg fried rice to the 2 girls. There is a systematic black tech range hood in the kitchen. You can't smell anything when you sit in the dining area. But as Chi-Han brings out the egg fried rice, the mellow aroma instantly fills the entire dining area, and the voices of the 2 women chatting suddenly disappear. He stopped and stared at the plate in front of him. Even the black-haired girl who had objected to eating here before could not help but swallow her saliva at this moment. The red-haired girl named Ying Shuang on the other side was even more unbearable, and tears of dissatisfaction flowed from the corner of her mouth. Chi Han smiled slightly, already anticipating the two women's reactions. He said, "Please use it with caution," and walked away. "It's impossible not to come for dinner. Gold soul coin? Bring it to you." Looking at the egg fried rice that exuded the alluring aroma, Ying Shuang took a hard gulp of saliva, looked at each other with the black-haired girl, and then the two lowered their heads and started tasting. With just one bite, the delicious taste that bloomed on the taste buds completely conquered the two women. Ying Shuang ate while mumbling words such as "come again next time." Although the black-haired girl sitting opposite her did not speak, her hand movements were not slow at all. With a soft sound, Ying Shuang put down the plate in her hand, looking a little unfinished, turning her head to look in the direction of the kitchen. "Uncle Boss, let's have another one." Chi Han raised his eyes and looked at the two girls. "Such a small man, can he finish eating? Our store refuses to waste. Once it is wasted, it will be blacklisted and will never be served in the future. Are you sure you want another one?" "You?" Ying Shuang raised her eyebrows and stood up. 3 soul rings appeared on her body again. She glanced at Chi Han fiercely. "Food streets don't even have so many rules. So I'm not in the food court." Chi Han's answer was quite reasonable. Ying Shuang was furious. She suspected that the owner of this store was deliberately targeting her. She had been pampered since childhood and had no concept of saving food. She really couldn't eat the second portion of egg fried rice, and could only eat half of it at most. At this moment, she wanted to get angry, but she was worried that she would not be able to eat such delicious dishes in the future. In a dilemma, the black-haired girl reached out and pulled her sleeve. "Fuya." Ying Shuang pouted, but Fuya smiled slightly. "It's okay, let's eat the third portion together, the two of us shouldn't waste it." The dinner plate placed in front of Fuya was now empty. "Eh?" Ying Shuang's eyes lit up and she nodded sharply. She turned her head and looked at Chi Han arrogantly. "Can I have another one now?" Chi Han nodded, turned around and walked to the kitchen. A few minutes later, he placed a new piece of egg fried rice in front of the two women. The women looked at each other, and in tacit understanding, they divided the egg fried rice on the plate into their own plates with a small spoon, and then continued to taste it. After a long time, Ying Shuang shouted, "Uncle Boss, check out." Chi Han Shiran came over, took the 15 gold soul coins handed over by Ying Shuang, and turned back to the kitchen under the fierce look of the girl. "Humph!" Ying Shuang snorted slightly to express her dissatisfaction with the boss's eyes that ignored her, and then pulled Fuya up and left. After walking out of the shop, the girl was still a little unhappy. "I won't come next time." Fuya smiled slightly, feeling unfazed by her best friend's duplicity. "Then next time I will do it myself." Fuya's family situation is not as good as that of Ying Shuang, and she is also a work-study student in the college. This is why she initially wanted to stop Ying Shuang from changing to a restaurant. But after eating the egg fried rice, her thoughts had long since disappeared. The items in this shop are indeed very expensive, but they are indeed worth 5 gold soul coins. I can't afford to eat it often, but it's okay to treat myself once in a while. It's just that the dishes are a little lacking. No. Upon hearing this, Ying Shuang jumped up like a cat with exploded fur. "Although I won't come, you can bring me here." Pfft! Fuya's delicate body trembled slightly and she couldn't help laughing. Ying Shuang true fragrance warning. After the two women left, Chi Han swayed comfortably on the recliner and looked at the words that appeared out of thin air in front of him. Main Mission 2, the first pot of gold. Ask the host to use his cooking skills to earn 100 gold soul coins. Mission description: the beginning of the road to the god of cookery may be this humble 100 gold soul coins. Mission reward: randomly dropped recipe X1, Soul Power Level +1. Mission Completion, 30/100. Yes, at this rate, it will only take 2 or 3 days to complete the task. Hey? While Chi-Han was thinking about it, there was suddenly a bit of noise in front of the shop. From the Tang sect branch opposite, 6 men suddenly walked out. As soon as they walked out of the door, they headed straight towards the shop. What's going on? Looking at the uniform Tang sect uniforms in front of him, Chi-Han felt that he was in trouble. The 6 people from Tang sect were not so conscious. Looking at the shop in front of them, several people started talking about it. Is this the delicious food that senior brother Tang Ziai said he has never tasted before? It's quite interesting to look at the decoration, it's quite nice. What's the point of having a nice decoration? The food still needs to taste good. Why are you talking so much? Go in, go in. Yes, yes, I'm tired of eating in food courts. It would be great if there was a delicious place at my doorstep. While they were talking, the 6 of them had already walked into Chi-Han's small shop. As soon as the leader came in, he shouted, "Boss, bring 6 portions of your egg fried rice." Good guy. Turns out to be a guest? Chi-Han's eyes lit up and he stood up immediately. While making egg fried rice, his mind began to calculate rapidly. We are all grown men, so there is nothing wrong with eating 2 portions of egg fried rice in one meal, right? That's 60 gold soul coins, and more than half of the second main task has been completed. This is really good luck. No. They ordered egg fried rice without even looking at the menu? Thinking that the 6 of them were all from the Tang sect, Chi-Han seemed to understand something. Could it be that the guest named Tang Ziai said something at noon? Chapter 9, The Main Mission Completed. Indiana Advance. As the discussion among the 6 people in the dining area reached Chi-Han's ears, he gradually understood what happened. It turned out that Tang Ziai returned to the Tang sect after finishing his meal at noon, packed his things and was about to return to the Tiandu city headquarters, when he happened to meet a Tang sect disciple with whom he had a good relationship. This disciple is called Zhou Long. Unlike Tang Ziai, Zhou Long is a resident disciple of the Shrek City branch and stays in Shrek City all year round. When bidding farewell to Zhou Long, Tang Ziai told Zhou Long that there was a small shop at the entrance of Tangmen, and the dishes in it were delicious that Tang Ziai had never tasted before. Probably because of Chi-Han's principle of not allowing waste, Tang Ziai had a good impression of him, so he helped him by the way. Zhou Long is a team leader of the Tang sect Imperial Hall and is in charge of his 5 Tang sect disciples. When Tang Ziai mentioned this, he became a little more curious, so he took advantage of the fact that all 5 of his subordinates had finished training and treated them to a meal. Let's have a last meal and see how delicious this food is that Tang Ziai will never forget. After understanding the ins and outs, Chi-Han felt a little more grateful for his first guest. Maybe when he comes next time, you can treat him to dinner. Although the treat is not free, you can pay the system. The 6 portions of egg fried rice were quickly completed and served to the table one by Chi-Han. This also made Chi-Han start to think silently, when business gets better in the future, should he hire a waiter or something? Sounds like a good idea. Zhou Long glanced at the drooling looks of his 5 subordinates, silently wiped the saliva from the corners of his mouth, looked at the uniquely fragrant egg fried rice in front of him, and picked up the small spoon on the side without hesitation. Cook. The disciples of Medang are all defensive martial souls, usually large animal martial souls that focus on defense. The owners of these martial souls are also susceptible to the influence of martial souls and are taller than ordinary people. Zhou Long and his 6 men, the shortest of whom is only 1.85 meters tall, are all burly men. It took only half a stick of incense to devour the food, but everyone had already eaten it. Finished. The 6 people looked at the empty dinner plates and glanced at each other. Are you full? I didn't, what about you? I'm not full either. Looking at the 5 men under his command, Zhou Long's eyes twitched. It seemed that he had to bleed this time. "Boss, 6 more portions." Chi Han turned around and walked towards the kitchen, his eyes filled with joy. "I like this kind of simple and unpretentious cook best. Making money is still secondary. The important thing is that I am still 10 gold soul coins away from completing the second main task. Looking at the situation, I'm afraid another 6 servings won't be enough for them. I can complete my mission tonight." The actual situation was similar. After eating 6 portions of egg fried rice, Zhou Long was ready to ask for another 6 portions. So Chi Han quickly reminded him that waste will be blacklisted by the store. Zhou Long was a reasonable person. He became more cautious after hearing this. After asking the other 5 people, he ordered 4 portions. The last group of people left 16 empty plates and left the shop. Judging from the way they looked when they left the store, there is a high probability that they will become regular customers of the store in the future. This is an important benefit for Chi Han, because these Tang sect disciples are permanent disciples of the Shrek City branch, which means that they are in the branch every day. After all the disciples of the Tang sect left, Chi Han quickly closed the door early and could no longer contain the excitement in his heart. "System, have I completed my mission?" Ding! It is detected that the host has completed a task. Main Mission 2, the first pot of gold, completed. Mission Reward, randomly dropped recipe X1, can be collected, soul power level +1, can be collected. Ding! Task triggered. Main Mission 3, be slightly famous. Let the store have 100 repeat customers. Task description, a qualified small store should have an unforgettable taste. Mission Reward, randomly dropped recipe X1, soul power level +5, 2-star self-selected recipe fragment X1. As per the old rules, Chi Han did not receive the reward directly, but looked at the new main mission first. The mission rewards this time seem to be much richer than before. System, how do you define repeat customers? Customers who enter the store for the second time are considered repeat customers? Chi Han nodded, somewhat understanding. It seems that the third main task is not so easy to complete. No wonder the task rewards are more. It's time to claim your rewards. Chi Han's hands were trembling a little, but he firmly chose the soul power level +1. There seemed to be a warm current flowing to Chi Han's limbs and bones, and finally merged into the position below the navel. This warm current was very subtle, but it was a huge surprise to Chi Han. Is this soul power? Although it is only at the first level, this soul power can be felt so truly. System, now that I have soul power, can I practice by myself? The system was silent for a moment, and then slowly spoke. The current state of the host, the speed of soul power cultivation can be increased by up to 2 levels a year. Obviously completing system tasks is the best choice to improve soul power. Please do not waste time on meaningless cultivation. Listen, what a Versailles! Meaningless practice. Chi Han thought about working hard, really. With a sigh, Chi Han received another mission reward, a randomly dropped recipe. With a thought, Chi Han appeared in the system space, still the familiar turntable. Chi Han rubbed his hands excitedly, he couldn't get another 1-star this time, right? Our requirements are not high, a 2-star rating is fine. Stop. After praying Buddha bless and God bless, Chi Han closed his eyes and shouted stop. Then he opened his eyes with some anxiety, and when he saw the yellow area on the turntable, he suddenly felt happy. 2 stars. We are so easily satisfied. The block instantly enlarged, and its contents were clearly revealed in front of Chi Han's eyes. Pork belly chicken.jpg. Chi Han raised his eyebrows. Speaking of meat dishes, this seems to be a meat dish. There are pigs and chickens. But this is a soup dish. But speaking of it, It seems good to have soup with egg fried rice. Chi-han is quite satisfied with this result. With the result of the lottery determined, the system space once again changes into a kitchen style. Looking at the chef's shadow that was exactly the same as last time, Chi-han scratched his head. System, this time you can't leave without making a perfect one. Yes. What about my store? The system was silent for a moment and then made a sound again. Ding! Considering the host's situation, the rules of the training space are now changed. The host can enter at any time, but cannot receive any recipes before making perfect dishes. Chi-han nodded, and then left the system space with a thought. After finally completing the task, of course you have to take a good rest. As for the new recipe, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Chapter 10 Pork Belly Chicken. There are no entertainment projects in Douluo continent. For soul masters, cultivation is probably the best entertainment project. For ordinary people, nights are probably used for sleeping. Although he said we would talk about it tomorrow, Chi-han still went to bed early and got up early, entering the system space before dawn. Pork belly chicken is a famous soup dish in Cantonese cuisine in the past. It involves the processing of pork belly and chicken, which is far more difficult than egg fried rice. Hi. From this point of view, it is well deserved to be included in the 2 stars. The demonstration was still performed by the Phantom Chef in the training space. In the hands of the Phantom Chef, soft pork belly and a whole chicken were quickly processed, cut into small pieces, then seasoned and stewed, and the operation was smooth. The soup-making process that originally took several hours was compressed to 5 minutes thanks to the system's black technology. What finally appeared in front of Chi-han was a whole pot of milky white soup, as well as tender chicken and slightly curled pork belly. The soup doesn't have a tangy aroma like stir-fry. The perfect pork belly and chicken have a very light aroma, but it's alluring, and the delicious flavor contained in it makes people salivate. Chi-han couldn't hold himself back, so he took a small spoon and drank a spoonful of soup first. The strong aroma of pork belly and chicken are mixed together, as well as the warmth of ginger juice. The 3 blend together, making the pork belly and chicken seem to be sublimated. With just 1 sip of the soup, you can drink the essence of the entire dish. After thinking about it for a long time, Chi-han couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then picked up a piece of pork belly with chopsticks. The pork belly is very elastic. The curled state is straightened the moment it is picked up, and then quickly returns to the curled state. This elasticity is not like a soup dish at all, but is somewhat similar to fried pork belly. It's chewy but not hard. Under the perfect processing, the pork belly strips do not have any odor. Instead, they have the original fragrance of the pork belly and the absorbed flavor of the chicken. They are refreshing but not greasy, which is a must-have. Chi-han picked up a piece of chicken and stuffed it into his mouth. It was the chicken breast, the most astringent part of the chicken, but there was no sense of astringency in the mouth. On the contrary, it was extremely tender, soft and full of soup. The most original umami flavor of chicken is released, and the strong aroma makes people feel intoxicated. Is this a 2-star dish? Must master it. Chi-han suddenly gained endless motivation. One morning turned into 8 days in the system space, and Chi-han spent these 8 days amid the cold and ruthless sound of the system. An error occurred, the pig belly was not scrubbed vigorously enough, the host is asked to start again. An error occurred, the chicken was not cut along the grain, please start again. An error occurred, the pork belly blanching time was too long, please start again. An error occurred, the ingredients were put in the wrong order, please host again. Although he kept making mistakes, Chi-han could clearly feel that his progress was much faster than before when he practiced egg fried rice. It is worth mentioning that when selecting the raw materials for the pork belly chicken, the system selected a 10-year-old soul beast called the iron-thorned pig and the 10-year-old colorful golden pheasant as raw materials. The pork belly is directly provided by the system, but the colorful golden pheasant requires Chi-Han to do it himself, starting from killing the chicken to complete the dish. In terms of strength, Chi-Han might not even be able to defeat the 10-year-old golden pheasant. After all, he only has one level of soul power. So the system thoughtfully tied up each golden pheasant. Finally, following the system's reminder, Chi-Han withdrew from the system space. It's noon, it's time for him to open the shop. Hey! Walking downstairs, Chi-Han was about to open the door when he suddenly realized that there was someone waiting at the door of his store. When he opened the door, he saw two tall men walking in with a smile. "Boss, we thought you wouldn't open the door." "No, there is no special reason. The store will be opened on time every day." Chi-Han shook his head and immediately remembered who these two men were. They are two of the 5 disciples under Zhou last night. They are twin brothers, named Zhang Ji and Zhang Mo respectively. This name is quite lonely. By the way, this is their second time here, so they should be considered repeat customers, right? Chi-Han looked at the mission and found that the mission text had indeed changed. Main Mission 3, be slightly famous. Let the store have 100 repeat customers. Task description: a qualified small store should have an unforgettable taste. Mission reward: randomly dropped recipe X1, soul power level +5, 2-star self-selected recipe fragment X1. Mission progress: 2/100. 2 pieces of egg fried rice first. Zhang Ji said with a smile, and then pulled Zhang Mo to sit at the dining table on the first floor. Although he had just experienced a brutal training in the system space, Chi-Han's physical condition was not affected in any way, and his fried rice movements were as fast as ever. Soon, he came to the 2 Zhang brothers with 2 plates of egg fried rice. Zhang Ji looked at Chi-Han and couldn't help but ask, "Say boss, your craftsmanship is so good, why is there only one kind of delicacy in the store?" Chi-Han hesitated for a moment and decided to give a preview of new products to returning customers. There should be new dishes in 2 days. Yo! Zhang Ji's eyes lit up. "I'll ask Captain Zhou to come again in a few days to do the bloodletting." Zhang Ji and Chi-Han chatted for a while. Zhang Ji on the side had already started eating silently. While eating, he listened to their conversation with open ears. When he heard Chi-Han said that there were new dishes, he couldn't help but move. Ear. New dishes, looking forward to it. Having understood the rules of Chi-Han's shop, the 2 brothers did not waste anything. They ordered a total of 5 portions of egg fried rice and left happily after eating. Chi-Han watched the 2 brothers leave, put the plates away, and put them into the high-tech dishwasher provided by the system. After thinking for a while, he suddenly spoke. "System, can you introduce 2 different kinds of egg fried rice, large and small?" This is what Chi-Han suddenly thought of just now, because some soul masters on the Douluo continent are particularly good at eating due to their martial souls. It would be a bit troublesome to serve them plate by plate, but if they are all changed to large portions, guests with small stomachs will not be able to finish them. Simply introduce large portions and small portions. The portion of 1 large portion is equivalent to 2 small portions, so that it is more convenient for guests to eat. However, after Chi-Han said this, the system seemed to crash suddenly, and he did not speak for a long time. After a long time, an emotionless mechanical voice came. For the sake of the guests, the host proposed to divide the egg fried rice into small portions and large portions. The system determined that it was a reasonable improvement. Now the large portion of egg fried rice is launched, which is twice the size of the normal egg fried rice and sells for 10 gold soul coins per portion. The host takes the initiative to improve the dishes and obtains a 1-star reward of self-selected recipe fragments X1. Just adding a large portion of egg fried rice is considered an improvement? Chi-Han was a little confused, but he must take the free reward. A 1-star self-selected recipe fragment can be directly exchanged for a 1-star recipe, and it is also self-selected. However, this prop cannot be used now because Chi-Han has not yet learned the pork belly chicken. He must make a perfect pork belly chicken before it can be used to exchange for new recipes. Chapter 11 Refuse to open a branch. The system moved very quickly, and in the next second, Chi-Han watched helplessly as the menu on the wall changed. Small portion of egg fried rice, 5 gold soul coins / portion. Large portion of egg fried rice, 10 gold soul coins / portion. After a moment of silence, Chi-Han spoke again. System, please add the rule against waste. After all, it's really tiring to have to be reminded every time. For Chi-Han's reasonable request, the system chose to comply with the request. Not long after the menu was changed, a figure walked into the shop. He walked very fast and seemed to be in a hurry. Are you here a restaurant? The figure was a little short and fat, wearing elegant and tight clothes. As soon as he arrived, he found a table and sat down, looked around, and then locked his eyes on the menu. Wasting food to get blacklisted. The fat man muttered in a low voice, there are so many rules. Boss, how much is the large egg fried rice? Chi-Han took out a new dinner plate from the kitchen and showed it in front of the fat man. This is a new dinner plate that has just been added to the system. It is exactly twice the size of ordinary egg fried rice and is specially used to hold large portions of egg fried rice. The fat man took a look, compared the size of his stomach, and then spoke very seriously. Bring me a small portion of egg fried rice, please hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Chi-Han nodded and then entered the kitchen. Now Chi-Han can cook a portion of egg fried rice as fast as 2 minutes. Not long after, a steaming portion of egg fried rice was served in front of the fat man. The fat man sniffed and exclaimed, then took a spoonful of egg fried rice and put it in his mouth. After chewing for a while, his eyes became brighter and brighter, and he ate the egg fried rice faster and faster. Soon, all that was left of the plate of egg fried rice was the smooth dinner plate. The fat man changed his previous anxiety, with a smile on his face. He walked up to Chi-Han and handed over 5 gold soul coins. Boss, are you considering opening a branch? Chi-Han took the money and was a little surprised by the fat man's question. However, he still answered sincerely, I won't consider it. Well, boss, let me introduce myself first. My name is Pan Kong, and I am the owner of Pan's Trading Company. Our Pan's Trading Company is a large trading bank with a presence all over Douluo continent and has strong financial resources. As if to enhance his persuasion, Pan Kong's belly bulged, we even have a branch in Shrek City. You must know that every inch of land here is a valuable place, which is enough to prove the financial strength of our Pan's Trading Company. Boss, how about you partner with me? Your egg fried rice is so delicious. If you open branches all over Douluo continent, you will definitely make a lot of money. Chi-Han glanced at Pan Kong, who spoke passionately, but his tone seemed very calm. I remember you just said you were in a hurry. Hi. Pan Kong waved his hand casually, I was in a hurry because I wanted to negotiate a deal with a client, but now that I have found a better business, I am not in a hurry anymore. Okay. Chi-Han shrugged, I think you should hurry up and meet your clients now. With that said, he turned and returned to the kitchen. I won't open a branch. This. Pan Kong was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Chi-Han's reaction to be so bland. With his decades of business experience, he could naturally see that Chi-Han was not just showing off, but really didn't want to open a branch. Are there still people in this world who have trouble with money? Pan Kong couldn't believe it. With a slight sigh, Pan Kong turned around and left in a hurry. Since the business here can't be discussed, let's move on to the next business. If you are not doing business, you are on the way to do business. This is the ancestral motto of Pan's Trading Company and the motto of Pan Kong. Watching Pan Kong leave, Chi-Han's mood remained calm. Although the store had only been open for 2 days, someone realized its value, which made him a little happy. But he has a very clear understanding of himself. At present, he is just a chef who only knows one dish. Not to mention that in the system's judgment, I am just a trainee chef. Open a branch? How can that be possible? Seeing that the noon opening time was coming to an end and there were still no customers, Chi-Han closed the door and entered the system space directly. Pork belly and chicken, here I come. According to Chi-Han's estimation, at most it will be tomorrow if you can control this recipe, you can add new dishes to the menu. When Chi-Han walked out of the system space again, it was already evening. He shook his head to wake himself up from his hazy training state, and then opened the door of the shop. A dozen men wearing Tangman costumes walked into the shop in groups. Chi-Han was slightly stunned, and then quickly found a few familiar faces among the crowd that he had seen yesterday. Everyone's Tang sect uniforms have bright yellow lines. This is the symbol of Midang. Having been in Shrek City for 2 or 3 days, Chi-Han already has a rough idea of the Tang sect's clothing characteristics. According to different status within the sect, the uniforms of Tang sect are white, yellow, purple, black, red and gold. The 4 entrance halls of Tangmen each use different colors on the lines of their clothes. Black is the power hall, yellow is the Midang, purple is the mind hall, and green is the medicine hall. Most of the people who came in were wearing white uniforms, and 3 of them were wearing yellow uniforms. Among these 3 men in yellow uniforms, there was Zhou Long. Seeing Chi-Han's shocked expression, Zhou Long laughed. "Boss, I told them your egg fried rice is amazing, but they didn't believe it, right? They all came and tried it for themselves. Try? When you come, please become a repeat customer." Chi-Han nodded and then walked to the kitchen. Midang was all a muscular man with a big appetite. As soon as he sat down, each of them ordered a large portion of egg fried rice. Then they sat together in small groups and chatted. This was the first time the shop had a lively atmosphere since it opened. Chi-Han nodded with satisfaction, moving his hands quickly, he quickly served plate after plate of egg fried rice. The entire dining area was filled with the aroma of egg fried rice, and a lot of it even floated to the street in front of the shop, attracting passers-by. Many pedestrians passing by smelled the attractive fragrance and saw the bustling atmosphere in the shop, so they came in excitedly and wanted to try it. Thanks to everyone in the Tang sect, the shop was fully booked for the first time. This is a virtuous cycle. After passers-by come in and try it, they are likely to become repeat customers. And when there are more people in the small store, new passers-by can be attracted to come in and try it. When the shop closed, Chi-Han collapsed on the lounge chair. In one night, he had sold hundreds of egg fried rice. When cooking in a small shop, there is no way to enjoy the system's black technology for eliminating fatigue. Coupled with the mental fatigue accumulated in the system space, Chi-Han just wants to lie down in bed and take a nap. The soul power in the body flows slowly, relieving Chi-Han's physical fatigue. Unfortunately, the amount of soul power is too small. Perhaps when the soul power level is higher in the future, this situation will be much better. This made Chi-Han even more eager to complete the third main task. Chapter 12 New Dishes. Boss, the egg fried rice is delicious, but it would be nice if there were more choices. This is the last customer at noon the next day. The girl named Zhao Ruo came here once last night, and came to the shop again at noon today. Meeting her gaze, Chi-Han smiled slightly. There should be new dishes tonight. Really? Zhao Ruo's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but look forward to it. Well, yes. Chi-Han nodded, and then watched the guests leave. Close the door, close up. What Chi-Han said was true. In the training space in the morning, he was only one step away from making a perfect pork belly chicken. As for this step, we will definitely be able to break through in the afternoon. With a thought, Chi-Han has entered the system space. Chi-Han glanced at the fresh ingredients that had been prepared on the table in the training space, and his hands flew into the air. Wash the pork belly, marinate and boil it. Kill the chicken, remove its feathers, and cut it into pieces. All the movements were done in one go, and they had already been mastered through countless failures. Hey! Chi-Han let out a breath, as if to let out all the depression in his heart, then picked up the casserole and placed it on the table. Open! A weak but alluring fragrance came from the milky white soup, making Chi-Han take a greedy sip. Began to eat. The system did not warn of the error, which proved that the pot of pork belly chicken at this moment was Chi-Han's goal, perfect pork belly chicken. Picking up the spoon and drinking a spoonful, the rich soup filled with essence filled the heart and spleen, making people intoxicated. It was exactly the same as the pork belly chicken cooked by the system shadow that Chi-Han tasted before. After enjoying his delicious meal, Chi-Han suddenly remembered something. System, how much is the price of pork belly chicken? Pork belly chicken, priced at 12 gold soul coins / portion? 12 gold soul coins. Chi-Han stared at the empty casserole on the table and felt that the price was too conscientious. I don't know who it was that didn't have enough money to raise even 1 gold soul coin. Well, it's not me, Chi, anyway. There was no rush to exit the system space. As Chi-Han successfully cooked the perfect pork belly and chicken, the surrounding scene returned to colorful black. System, I still have a 1-star custom recipe fragment, right? Yes. You can redeem it now. Okay, here are all the recipes for 1 star. The host has 1-star self-selected recipe fragment X1, which can be exchanged for one of any 1-star recipe. Please choose to redeem. This is the first time Chi-Han has seen a complete 1-star recipe, which is as thick as a dictionary. This was only 1 star, and he couldn't help but marvel. Flipping through it casually, Chi-Han quickly discovered that the 1-star recipes were mainly based on vegetables, pasta, snacks, etc., and were basically for daily use. If you really choose one by one, I'm afraid it will take an extremely long time to read the entire book. So let's order food. The current shop offers egg fried rice and pork belly chicken. Egg fried rice is the staple food, pork belly and chicken soup is also a meat dish. How about another vegetable? Having an idea, Chi-Han said directly without thinking, System, some boiled cabbage. I, Chi-Han, like to face difficulties. The system didn't seem to expect Chi-Han's choice, and it slowly responded after being stunned for a long time. Boiling cabbage is a 3-star recipe and is not optional? What, cabbage is not a vegetable? Chi-Han curled his lips and gave up the chance. Of course he knew that this dish was not a vegetable at all, so he just gave it a try. What if the system doesn't recognize the product and it's really included in the 1-star recipe? Please host not to insult the professionalism of this system? Okay, let's take a cucumber shot. Chi-Han curled his lips and made his final choice. In his previous life, Chi-Han liked to cook cucumbers. This dish is simple to make, spicy and sour, and suitable for all ages. Focus on the key points and the method is simple. If everything goes well, maybe we can make a perfect cucumber before the store opens in the evening. Then we can serve 2 new dishes at once. Isn't it delicious? The host uses 1-star self-selected recipe fragment X1 to redeem the 1-star recipe to shoot cucumbers. Are you sure? Sure. After the words fell, the surrounding scene changed to the kitchen again, and the shadow appeared again, holding a strange-looking long green plant in his hand. Wait a minute. Chi-Han lost his composure and suddenly interrupted the shadow's movements. System, what is this? I don't know much about education. Don't lie to me. Is this a cucumber? This is systematically cultivated through the crossbreeding of cucumbers from Blue Star and the Douluo continent plant like Ghost Beast Ghost Vine. It tastes more tender, juicy, sweet and refreshing than ordinary cucumbers, making it the most suitable raw material for cucumber shooting. Okay. Chi Han raised his eyebrows and continued to watch the phantom operate. I saw Su Ying quickly cut the cucumber into equal length segments with a diagonal knife, and flattened it hard with the blade. Then I processed the onions and garlic, adjusted the seasoning ratio, and quickly mixed the ingredients evenly. When serving, I also made a paste with coriander. Plating. Well, it's really simple. Compared with the pork belly, chicken, and egg fried rice I made before, the process of patting cucumbers is really simple and crude. Because it was a cold dish, the cucumber didn't have much smell, but when Chi Han got closer, he was still attracted by the unique sour and spicy taste, and tears flowed from the corner of his mouth. It's really appetizing. I'm already hungry before I even eat. Eat. Chi Han picked up the chopsticks from the side and picked up a piece of cucumber. As soon as the cucumber was put into his mouth, the strong sour and spicy taste suddenly exploded in his mouth. The sourness is really sour, and the spiciness is really spicy, but the two are perfectly blended, and neither one takes over. Not only does it not cause any discomfort when you eat it, it also stimulates the salivary glands in your mouth to secrete saliva like crazy. The system was right. This specially cultivated cucumber is even more delicious than the local cucumbers in Blue Star. It is sweet and crisp, and it also has a special fragrance that does not belong to cucumber. I think this should be a new flavor produced after hybridization. Not only did this new flavor not affect Chi Han's taste, it even raised the taste of the whole cucumber dish to a new level. Hiss. System YYDS. After finishing a portion of cucumbers, Chi Han wiped his mouth and felt that he was already hungry. So there was another cook in the small kitchen. An error occurred, the cucumber was not patted hard enough, please start again. An error occurred, the proportion of ingredients is wrong, please host again. An error occurred and the presentation was not exquisite enough. Please ask the host to start over. When Chi Han came out of the system space, he looked at the menu on the wall and couldn't help but smile. Small portion of egg fried rice, 5 gold soul coins / portion. Large portion of egg fried rice, 10 gold soul coins / portion. Pork belly and chicken, soup, 12 gold soul coins / portion. Patting cucumbers, 2 gold soul coins / portion. It's time to open for business. Chapter 13, Side Mission. Opening the door, there were already several customers waiting outside the shop. When they saw Chi Han, they just said hello and then went into the store. Although it has only been open for 3 days, Chi Han's shop has already become famous in certain circles. For example, almost everyone in the Tang sect branch now knows that Chi Han's shop has very delicious egg fried rice. According to this posture, I'm afraid it won't be far to spread to other halls. Zhou Long now comes to Chi Han's shop early every night to eat. Not at noon, because the Tang sect's chief also has his own tasks, and he is quite busy as the squad leader. The food in Tangmen is not bad. Although it is not as good as Chi Han's shop, it is nutritious and can feed 2 people at noon. But at night, Zhou Long couldn't help but want to try the egg fried rice. When he walked into the store, he wanted to order a large portion of egg fried rice as usual, but he was stunned when he glanced at the menu. Boss, are there any new dishes? Those who were able to come early and wait were naturally repeat customers. Everyone knew that this store only had egg fried rice, so they all ordered directly. After hearing Zhou Long's words, everyone turned to look at the wall menu. It's true, and there were 2 more at once. With new dishes, everyone naturally wants to try them. Basically everyone ordered a piece of cucumber. As for the pork belly chicken, because it was more expensive, fewer people ordered it, and only half of them chose it. Zhou Long was among that half of the people. The cucumbers are served first. This is an appetizer, so naturally it cannot be served after the main course. The making of cucumbers was very fast. After a while, Chi-Han placed portions of cucumbers in front of each table of guests. At first glance, Zhou Long was attracted by this brightly colored side dish. The cucumbers themselves don't look very good when photographed, but if there's a presentation, that's another story. Among the perfect cucumbers, a few sprigs of coriander were like the icing on the cake, locking Zhou Long's eyes firmly on the cucumber in the center. Dark green cucumber skin, light green translucent cucumber flesh, drizzled with brown sauce and red pepper, light yellow minced garlic, and green chopped green onion. Various colors are intertwined together, fully embodying the word color. Want to eat? Smelling the faint spicy and sour smell pouring into the tip of his nose, Zhou Long wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth without leaving a trace, reached out and picked up the fork on the side. Hey? Wait, what are these, 2 small wooden sticks? It looks a bit like a bamboo stick, but the top is round. How to use it? Zhou Long scratched his head. Boss, can you give me a fork? Yeah, I want a fork too. Zhou Long's words were recognized by many people around him. Obviously, everyone encountered the same problem. Chi-Han was slightly startled. Aren't they all equipped with chopsticks? What kind of fork do you need to eat cucumber? Ding! Trigger mission? Side mission 1, Cultural Ambassador. Please ask the host to let 100 guests from another world learn to use tableware, chopsticks. Task description: it is our duty to serve as a bridge of cultural communication. Mission reward: Soul Power level +5. System: you did a great job. The moment Chi-Han saw the mission reward, he immediately changed his mind. At this moment, Chi-Han suddenly realized a problem. The mainstream tableware used in Douluo continent is knives, forks, spoons and long picks, and there is no precedent for using chopsticks. Because using chopsticks has long been a subconscious action for Chi-Han, he ignored it. Chi-Han smiled slightly as he looked at the customers asking for forks one after another. Give you a fork? Then how can I complete my mission? Soul Power level +5. This is it. With a slight cough, Chi-Han spoke loudly, everyone, please be patient. The thing on your right is a new type of tableware called chopsticks. Since many foods in our store will use this type of tableware in the future, I will teach you how to use it now. Chi-Han held a brand new pair of chopsticks in his hand and showed everyone how to use the chopsticks in detail. There was a bit of a wicked smile on his face. When Blue Star's Wei Quarren was learning to use chopsticks, he had that crazy expression that he couldn't hold anything in his hands. Will it happen again in Douluo continent? Oh, so that's how it's used. It's really convenient. After a few breaths, Zhou Long easily grabbed 2 small wooden sticks with his palms as big as grindstones, firmly picked up a piece of cucumber, and put it in his mouth. My face was intoxicated after eating, and my mouth and tongue were full of saliva. Others followed suit and quickly mastered it. For a time, the entire dining area was full of admiration for chopsticks and cucumber patting. Chi-Han's face stiffened. Why did they learn it so quickly? What about the pain and madness you promised? It's not surprising that Chi-Han was surprised. Although he already had soul power, his cultivation was still rudimentary and he didn't understand soul masters at all. A soul master with extraordinary power has a degree of control over his body that is not comparable to that of Blue Star's crooked nut kernel. It is not difficult to master a kind of tableware if you follow the example. Shrek City is the #1 city on the mainland, and the proportion of soul masters here is higher than anywhere else. It can be said that most of Chi-Han's guests are soul masters, and their cultivation levels are not weak. Looking at the task completion rate in front of him, which was 12/100, Chi-Han couldn't be happy at all for some reason. Forget it, continue with the scrambled eggs and fried rice. Hey, egg fried rice is the simplest and most difficult. The rice has to be separated into grains and the eggs must be attached. The amount of cucumbers taken is not much, and for Zhou Long, it can only be considered as a way to fill his stomach. No, it doesn't count as filling his stomach, because after eating this spicy and sour cucumber, he became even hungrier. Fortunately, Qi Han quickly brought the egg fried rice and placed it in front of Zhou Long. Taking a greedy breath of the aroma from the egg fried rice, this has become Zhou Long's habitual action before eating egg fried rice every time, and then he picks up the spoon and devours it. The large portion of egg fried rice was quite filling, but Zhou Long ate faster, and it didn't take long for him to bottom out. Hiccup. After eating a large portion of egg fried rice, Zhou Long felt his stomach was fuller. Well, about 60% full. But probably because of eating cucumbers, his appetite is still strong. There is one last dish left, which seems to be a soup. I don't know how it tastes. Soup dishes are not common in Douluo continent. People prefer to eat with wine or juice. However, Zhou Long completed his sect mission and visited many places on the mainland. He knew that some cities have soup dishes. Unfortunately, those kinds of soups often taste weird, and Zhou Long really can't get used to them. The reason why Zhou Long ordered pork belly chicken was because he wanted to try something new. He has secretly made a decision. If the boss's soup also tastes weird, then he will only eat egg fried rice from now on. Perhaps you can also add a cucumber? When Zhou Long was feeling a little uneasy, Qi Han held a strange-looking vessel and placed it in front of him. Chapter 14, the main and branch lines are completed at the same time. It is shorter than a pot, wider than a bowl, and has a lid on it. Zhou Long watched with wide eyes as Qi Han opened the lid of the vessel, revealing the milky white soup in the casserole. The expected weird taste did not appear at all, and was replaced by a faint and delicious smell. Gulu. Zhou Long couldn't help but swallow a sip of saliva. The fragrance was so appealing that he couldn't help but pick up the spoon on the side and take a sip of the soup. When the soup entered your mouth, the strong umami flavor contained in it exploded in your mouth instantly, making Zhou Long's eyes widen. Is this the soup made by the boss? So this is what soup should be like. Zhou Long's impression of soup was completely overturned by pork belly chicken. After drinking a few spoons of soup, Zhou Long discovered that there was actually vegetables in the pork belly and chicken. Picking up a piece with chopsticks, Zhou Long stuffed it into his mouth with anticipation. Tender and juicy, is this chicken? But why is chicken so tender? Zhou Long was a little puzzled. The chickens he had eaten in the past were all roasted chickens. They were very fragrant, but the meat quality was average, at least not so tender. It seemed that juice would flow out when he bit it. The rich umami flavor was completely in his mouth. It melts away, refreshing the heart and spleen, making people forget to leave. As if he had found a treasure, Zhou Long couldn't help but taste it piece by piece. Soon, he discovered that besides chicken, there seemed to be something else in the soup. Picking up a long belly strip, Zhou Long looked at it curiously. There is no habit of eating pork belly on Douluo continent, or basically no one eats offal. Therefore, these strips of pork belly are definitely a new experience for Zhou Long. Can this be eaten? In Zhou Long's impression, pork belly should be very smelly. But at this moment, this slender belly does not smell at all, but has a special fragrance. Try it, Zhou Long gritted his teeth and stuffed the pork belly into his mouth. It was crispy and chewy in the mouth, and the taste was completely different from that of chicken. Zhou Long couldn't help but widen his eyes. He lowered his head and swung his chopsticks faster and faster. The soup and meat in the casserole decreased rapidly, and finally there was no trace left. Looking at the clean bottom of the pot, Zhou Long burped with satisfaction. It's so delicious. Hey, boss, you're here too, is this a new dish? A voice came from beside Zhou Long. He raised his head and saw that it was Zhang Ji and Zhang Mo who were here. Zhou Long chuckled and gave a thumbs up. You too have a try, this new dish is absolutely amazing. Zhang Ji scratched his head and shouted at Qi Han, Boss, 2 portions of cucumbers, 2 large portions of egg fried rice, and 1 portion of pork belly chicken. Cook. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it had been 5 days since Qi Han opened the store. The small shop has gained quite a reputation in the surrounding area. No matter it is noon or evening, it is always crowded after opening. Some customers even choose to line up in front of the shop in advance in order to have an early meal. At noon that day, after Qi Han closed the door and sent away the last batch of guests, a notification tone from the system suddenly sounded. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed a task. Main Mission 3, Become Famous, completed. Mission Rewards, randomly dropped recipe X1, can be claimed, Soul Power Level plus 5, can be claimed, 2-star self-selected recipe fragment X1, can be claimed. Side Mission 1, Cultural Ambassador, completed. Mission Reward, Soul Power Level plus 5, can be collected. Ding! Task triggered. Main Mission 4, a small goal. The cumulative income of the store reaches 100,000 gold soul coins. Task description: even if you are the god of cookery, making money is equally important. Come and earn a small goal that belongs to you. Mission reward: 3-star random recipe X1, 2-star self-selected recipe fragment X1, soul power level plus 5. Task progress: 13621/100000. Ding! Task triggered. Side Mission 2, Hire a waiter. Ask the host to hire a waiter for the shop. Task description: for such a considerate system, please don't be too moved by the host. Mission reward: 1-star self-selected recipe fragment X1. Hiss! Qi Han took a deep breath and froze when he saw a series of mission prompts that suddenly popped up. The surprise came too suddenly. With trembling hands, he quickly received the soul power level rewards for the main mission and side mission. The surrounding rich vitality of heaven and earth enveloped Qi Han and quickly poured into Qi Han's body through the acupoints. The soul power in the body operates automatically. Week after week, in almost a cup of tea, the total amount of soul power has increased by more than 10 times. Is it level 11 now? No, I haven't absorbed the soul ring yet, so I should still have level 10 soul power, right? Just as I was thinking about it, the system prompt sounded again. The host has entered a bottleneck and needs to obtain soul rings to continue to increase soul power. The remaining soul power level rewards will be retained and will be used automatically after breakthrough. Ding! Task triggered. Limited time task: obtaining ingredients. The host is asked to go to the Douluo forest within 5 days and independently defeat the century-old soul beast Iron-clad Ox. Task description: participate in person. Obtaining ingredients is also an indispensable step to becoming a food god. Mission reward: System Soul Ring X1, 2-star recipe, tomato beef brisket. Mission props: branch map of armored cattle community in Douluo forest. Qi Han blinked, with a question mark on his face. The task is easy to understand. Go to the Star Forest to find an armored cow. In order to make it easier for you to find it, the system also thoughtfully sent a distribution map of the armored cow. What a considerate person! System: I am a level 10 rookie whose martial spirit is a kitchen knife. I only know how to cook. How can I defeat a century-old spirit beast on my own? After system testing, it has been determined that this task is not difficult to complete. The task prompt is now given: guest. Guest? What do you mean? Forget it, we'll talk about it later. Qi Han put this limited time mission aside. Even if he had to set out, he would set out tomorrow. Let's look at other missions first. I just played a bunch of mission information, but I haven't looked at it carefully yet. Let's collect all the rewards first. Chi Han first received the 2-star self-selected recipe fragment X1. Counting this fragment, Chi Han has already obtained 2 2-star self-selected recipe fragments. 2 more fragments can be exchanged for a 2-star self-selected recipe. Later, Chi Han received the randomly dropped recipe X1 and entered the system space. Under Chi Han's earnest gaze, the turntable pointer slowly but firmly pointed to the yellow area. 2 stars. Okay, 1 star is not enough. Chi Han told himself calmly, and then stared at his random results with wide eyes. Dongpo-elbow.jpg. Hiss. Chi Han took a breath of cold air. It turned out to be it. With this dish, my small shop can be considered to have meat dishes that can be used. The previous pork belly and chicken don't count. However, Chi Han had no plans to directly enter the training of Dongpo Elbow for the time being. He took a look at the 2 new tasks released. 1 main line and 1 branch line. The main task is easy to understand. It only requires that the total turnover exceeds 100,000 gold soul coins. Now his shop's daily income can reach 3,000 gold soul coins, sometimes even more. Calculating this, it only takes 1 month to be patient and open. Or so, the task will be completed. It's not too difficult, just a little time consuming. As for the side mission, hiring a waiter coincides with Chi Han's idea. After all, as the business is getting better and better, he is indeed a little overwhelmed. But this matter must wait until the time-limited task is completed before considering it. Chapter 15 Buying Concealed Weapons. Afterwards, Chi Han turned his attention to the mission rewards of the 2 missions. When he saw the 3-star random recipe X1, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. System, in this 3-star random recipe, will only 3-star recipes appear? Yes. Sure enough, the most advanced recipe Chi Han can make now is only a 2-star recipe. As long as the main task 4 is completed, the shop can have its first 3-star recipe. Thinking about it makes me a little excited. Although it is not a self-selected recipe, for Chi Han, who has a scarce recipe now, it is enough to have it, no matter what bicycle he wants. Could Samsung's recipe be any worse? Taking a deep breath, Chi Han looked at the time-limited mission again. After all, there is no time limit for the main line and branch lines, so the top priority is to complete the time-limited tasks first. And this is a top priority related to whether one's own strength can be improved. System, can you introduce this armored cow? Ding! The Douluo Continent Ingredients Encyclopedia has been placed in the host's room. Please check it out by yourself. As a systematic chef, familiarity with the ingredients is also a compulsory course. All right. Chi Han shrugged and went up to the room on the 2nd floor. Sure enough, there was a big book thicker than a dictionary on the bedside table. Chi Han quickly found relevant information about the armored ox through the search, and Chi Han looked at it carefully. But the more he looked at it, the uglier his face became. This armored bull is also very difficult to deal with among spirit beasts. It is extremely powerful, and it is also covered in iron armor. Its skin is rough and its flesh is thick and difficult to kill. If we had to say it had any weaknesses, it would probably be that the armored cow's abdomen was not covered by iron armor and was very soft, but how could it easily expose its weaknesses to the enemy? Even for a first-level soul master who is good at fighting, such a soul beast is extremely difficult to deal with, let alone Chi Han who has no soul ring yet and whose martial soul is a kitchen knife. Calm down. Since the system said it is not difficult, it will not be aimless and there must be a way to solve it. By the way, it seems that the system also gave a prompt. Guessed? Could it be that any of his diners can help him? But the mission requirement is to kill independently. Since we are required to kill independently, what can the diners do to help? His diners are nothing more than passers-by nearby and people from the Tang sect opposite. Wait, Tangman? Hidden weapon? Chi Han's eyes suddenly lit up and he jumped up from the bed excitedly. Yes, why did I forget the hidden weapon? So what if you don't have soul skills? As long as you have soul power to activate the hidden weapon, you can still exert sufficient combat power. It just so happened that Douluo would come to the shop for dinner in the evening. I would ask him then to see what kind of concealed weapon is suitable for him. After coming up with a solution, Chi Han suddenly stopped being anxious. With the hidden weapon, it shouldn't be a big problem to deal with 100-year-old spirit beast. Hey? Only then did Chi Han notice that the mission reward seemed a little strange, and couldn't help but ask. Taizi Stem, what is a system soul ring? After the soul beasts in Douluo continent are killed, something called a soul ring will be produced. Every time the soul power level is increased to a multiple of 10, a soul ring must be absorbed to break through and continue to improve. Chi Han thought that the system asked him to kill the armored cow in order to absorb the armored cow's soul ring breakthrough. Now it seems that this is not the case. The purpose of killing the armored cow is to obtain the 2-star recipe, the main raw material of tomato beef brisket. The system soul ring is the soul ring generated by the system according to the needs of the host. The soul skill is the most suitable soul skill for the host, and the soul ring age can follow the host. The level of control over soul skills increases, with the upper limit being 100,000-year soul ring. This, Chi Han's eyes suddenly lit up. The upper limit is 100,000-year soul ring? He had already begun to imagine the exciting scene when 9 red soul rings appeared when his soul power reached the level of titled Douluo. System YYDS. No, I'll buy a concealed weapon from Douluo tonight, and we'll set off tomorrow. Somewhat unable to contain his excitement, Chi Han decided to enter the training space and practice Dongpo elbows to calm down his mood. So in the training space, the system's emotionless voice appeared again. An error occurred. The pig knuckle was not completely dehaired. Please start again. An error occurred, the pork knuckle boiling time was too long, please start again. An error occurred, the time for frying the sugar color was not enough, and the color of the sugar was unqualified, please ask the host to start again. After spending several days in the training space, Chi Han exited the training space after being reminded by the system, looked at the already dim sky, and shook his head. Well, I feel much calmer now. Pushing the door open, he looked at the diners who had lined up outside. As expected, Douluo was in the queue, and beside him stood a guest who surprised Chi Han. Tang Zi. As the first customer of the shop, Chi Han was deeply impressed by Tang Zi. It was precisely because of Tang Zi's recommendation that Douluo and others came to the shop to dine, which led to a prosperous business later. I didn't expect him to come too. Tang Zi was a little depressed. His mission within the sect is to help escort the hidden weapons from the Tiandu City headquarters to the Shrek City branch. This task occurs once every 3 days on average, but in the past 2 days, a sect in Xingluo City suddenly placed a batch of urgent orders to transport a batch of hidden weapons to the Xingluo City branch, so it has been delayed until now. This also resulted in Tang Zi not tasting Chi Han's egg fried rice for 5 days. Before eating Chi Han's egg fried rice, it was nothing to Tang Zi. In Tiandu City, he should still eat and drink. But ever since he ate Chi Han's egg fried rice and tasted other people's food, he always felt that it wasn't that delicious, which made Tang Zi miss Chi Han's egg fried rice even more. Not to mention that after arriving, this damn Douluo kept talking to himself all afternoon, saying that the shop had 2 new dishes, and describing these 2 new dishes in such a fancy way that Tang Zi stayed hungry all afternoon. So as soon as he entered Chi Han's shop, Tang Zi shouted, "Boss, let's have a cucumber, a large egg fried rice, and a pork belly chicken." Douluo glanced at Tang Zi resentfully, "Where's mine? Order it yourself." Tang Zi rolled his eyes, "Who let this guy bother him all afternoon? Still want to treat yourself? Dreaming." Chi Han nodded, then walked to the kitchen and started cooking. There were many customers ordering, but Tang Ziyi came first, and it was his turn soon. Looking at the brightly colored, sour, and crisp cucumbers, Tang Ziyi glared at Zhou Long again, then lowered his head and started eating. Well, it's really delicious. It's sour and spicy. It's really appetizing. When Tang Ziyi and Zhou Long's pork belly and chicken were all served, Qi Han lowered his voice and asked, "Brother Zhou, if you have time when the store closes later, I want to buy some concealed weapons. You can make the decision on this matter." "No." Zhou Long and Tang Ziyi looked at each other and looked at Qi Han with a bit of surprise. Tang Ziyi's mouth buzzed, and the sound reached Qi Han's ears. "You have to come to me about this matter. They don't care about this at Midang. It just so happened that a new batch of hidden weapons arrived today. I'll come over when you close the store later and recommend some good things to you, boss." Chapter 16 Drizzle Needle and Flying Divine Claw. This is a method of transmitting sounds into secrets. Qi Han's current cultivation level is not yet able to do it. Hearing this, he nodded and said nothing more. When the shop was about to close, Tang Ziyi left and came back again, carrying a large and bulging backpack on his back. After seeing off the last batch of customers, Qi Han introduced Tang Ziyi into the shop and asked, "Brother Tang, my soul power is now level 10. I want to go to the Soul Beast Forest to hunt soul beasts, so I need some hidden weapons." Tang Ziyi scratched his head, "Boss, to be honest with your level of cultivation, it's best to go with other soul masters, or pay for high-level soul masters to protect you." Qi Han shook his head, "For some reasons, I can only go alone." "Okay." Tang Ziyi didn't ask any more questions. Everyone had their own secrets. He put the large backpack on his back on the table, opened it and found a small concealed weapon, and handed it to Qi Han. "Boss, look at this." It was a slender metal tube that looked like a flashlight. Qi Han took it carefully and looked at it. "I saw a dense number of small holes at one end of the metal tube, and a cold light flashed through the small holes. You know that among the 3 hidden weapons of our Tang sect the heavy rain pear needle bar." Tang Ziyi chuckled, his words full of pride. Qi Han was stunned for a moment. "Is this the rainstorm pear blossom needle?" "Hi!" Tang Ziyi waved his hand. "How is that possible? But this hidden weapon does have something to do with the rainstorm pear blossom needle. This is called the drizzle needle. It is a hidden weapon suitable for low-level soul masters to be used by a senior of our Tang sect hundreds of years ago, who was inspired by the rainstorm pear blossom needle. The heavy rain pear blossom needle requires at least 8 levels of soul power cultivation. It is even powerful enough to kill a titled Douluo. Naturally, this drizzle needle cannot be so powerful, but boss, it is enough for you to kill a 10-year-old soul beast. Furthermore, there is quenching poison on this needle. Even if you encounter a 1000-year-old soul beast, the poison will be enough for it to drink a pot, giving you enough time to escape. There is a limit to the hidden weapons that our Tang sect can sell to the outside world. With your cultivation level, boss, the strongest hidden weapon that you can buy is the Xiaohu needle. As for powerful hidden weapons such as the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, we will not sell them to the 3rd ring the following Soul Master. It's a pity that if my Tang sect disciple uses this drizzle needle, he can also use the Tang sect's secret skill Xian Yuhan to take the needle back and use it again. If an outsider uses it, it will be used once less. This drizzle needle can be fired 3 times, and it cannot be used again after that. After introducing the drizzle needle, Tang Ziyi rummaged in his bag for a while and took out a hidden weapon again. Qi Han put down the drizzle needle, took the hidden weapon and looked at it. This is a special hidden weapon that looks like a metal claw. The claws are divided into 3 strands, and there are sharp barbs on the side of each claw. This is our Tang sect's famous hidden weapon, the Flying Divine Claw. This hidden weapon is not used to attack, but to use it to achieve rapid movement on complex terrain. You are going to the Soul Beast Forest. This hidden weapon is very suitable whether you are rushing or escaping. And this kind of hidden weapon is not disposable. Although it is a bit expensive, our Tang sect can guarantee it for 1 year. Good guy, does Tangman's business already have after-sales service? Chi Han complained silently. Chi Han is not unfamiliar with this flying divine claw. There were similar things in the rock climbing equipment in his previous life. However, this flying divine claw can be driven by soul power, and its flying speed is much faster and the distance is further. One of these two hidden weapons is mainly used for attack and is quenched, while the other allows Chi Han to have higher mobility in the star forest. There is no doubt that it is very suitable for him. Chi Han nodded without much hesitation. Brother Tang, I want both of these. Give me 5 pieces of Xiaohu needle and 2 pieces of Fanfiction divine claw. Want so much? Tang Zi opened his eyes wide, then chuckled. Easy to say, the drizzle needle is 200 gold soul coins each, and the flying divine claw is 500 gold soul coins each, a total of 2,000 gold soul coins. As we have a relationship, I will give it to you. 10% off, just 1,800. Chi Han nodded, took out a gold ticket worth 1,800 gold soul coins and handed it to Tang Zi. This golden ticket is issued by a bank jointly established by Xingluo and Tiandu Empire. It can be circulated and used throughout the Douluo continent. The minimum face value of a gold ticket is 100 gold soul coins, and the maximum face value is 10,000 gold soul coins. As early as Chi Han's money exceeded 1,000 gold soul coins, he exchanged these gold soul coins for gold tickets. The store is protected by a system, so you don't have to worry about being stolen. It's mainly for convenience. After all, Chi Han in his previous life had long been accustomed to using banknotes. Of course, banknotes are not as valuable as gold notes. Under normal circumstances, golden tickets are only used for large-scale transactions. After counting the golden tickets, Tang Zi happily took out 5 brand new drizzle needles and 2 flying divine claws, handed them to Chi Han, and gave Chi Han detailed instructions on how to use them and how to store hidden weapons. Before leaving, Tang Zi asked casually, "Boss, which spirit beast forest are you going to?" "Stardo Forest." Tang Zi's footsteps paused, and his expression suddenly became more exciting. "Boss, where are you going?" No wonder Tang Zi was surprised. The Stardo Forest is the largest soul beast forest in the Douluo continent. There are many types of soul beasts in it, but they are also equally dangerous. There are even legendary 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the core area. In Tang Zi's view, Chi Han was just absorbing the first soul ring, and there was no need to go there. The ordinary soul beast forest was enough to meet his requirements. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Zi sighed, took out a fist-sized metal lump from his pocket, and handed it to Chi Han mysteriously. "Boss, this is called Bang Tian Lei. As long as you press the trigger to activate it, it will explode in 3 breaths. The killing range is 10 meters in radius. I give it to you." Chi Han accepted it silently, and then asked curiously, "Is this also for sale?" "No." Tang Zi shook his head. "Our Litang's duty is to forge and make various hidden weapons. I made this myself. You can't buy it outside. If you make a friend, you can come to me if you want to buy hidden weapons in the future." He took a deep look at Chi Han and said, "Be careful." Chi Han felt warm in his heart, nodded, and watched Tang Zi leave. Chi Han's heart moved as he carefully put away the hidden weapon. System, is there such a thing as a portable space? The host can store things in the system space, and the system will charge you 100 gold soul coins per cubic meter per day? You actually charge me for the system? And it's so expensive. Because this system found that the host is now rich. You, why do you need money for a system? This system consumes a lot of food to cultivate. This. Chi Han thought about it, and found that he could find no reason to refute. After all, the system provided him with raw materials before and never received a penny. Okay, here it is, rent it for 2 days first. Taking out 2 gold tickets worth 100 gold soul coins, the gold tickets disappeared out of thin air, and Chi-Han noticed that a cubic meter of space had been vacated in the system space, and he could freely store or take out items. After putting the concealed weapon into the system space and packing some clothes from his room, Chi-Han fell asleep on the bed. Let's set off tomorrow morning. Chapter 17, Chenango and Eagle Civet. Shrek City is very close to the Star Forest. When Shrek City was first established, the issue of the Soul Beast Forest was considered. First, Shrek Academy has almost 80% of the genius soul masters in the continent. There is a huge demand for top-level soul rings. This demand can only be met by the Stardow Forest. Second, it is because the Stardow Forest is not as peaceful as it appears. According to historical records, the Stardow Forest once had several beast tides because soul masters hunted too many soul beasts. In the core area of the Stardow Forest, there lived more than 100,000-year-old soul beast. The wisdom of the soul beasts at this level was no different from that of humans. Naturally, they were not willing to be killed at the neck. The soul masters hunted the soul beasts in large numbers, and eventually the soul beasts were killed. Will cause backlash. After Shrek City was established, it became a barrier in front of the Stardow Forest. In the past 5,000 years, Shrek City has twice taken action with all its strength to block the surging tide of beasts and defend the survival of mankind. This is also the reason why Shrek City is aloof and yet highly respected. We're here, we're getting off here. A carriage stopped on the path at the edge of the Star Forest, and a handsome young man stepped out of the carriage. He didn't have any luggage on him. Compared with the others who were in a hurry, he seemed to be on a sightseeing trip. Passing a gold soul coin to the carriage driver, Chi-Han smiled slightly and said, "My carriage is very stable, there is no need to look for it." Waving his hand, he turned and walked towards the interior of the Stardow Forest. "System, do you have anything to eat?" Looking up at the sun hanging high above his head, Chi-Han rubbed his stomach and spoke helplessly. Chi-Han got up early in the morning. After posting a leave notice at the door of the shop, Chi-Han hired a carriage driver to take him to the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. It was already noon now. Although the place was not far away, the speed of the carriage was indeed a bit slow. "I kind of miss Blue Star's high-speed trains and airplanes. Please let the host solve it by himself." "Fine." Although there are no conditions here to make the dishes that Chi-Han is good at, with Chi-Han's ability to make 3 perfect dishes, his mastery of the heat is not too bad. He had prepared the condiments in advance. Barbecue in the Star Forest would be a good choice. The host wants to eat barbecue, can he beat the soul beast? This system, stop looking down on people. Chi-Han said that he was a person with hidden weapons. Isn't it a piece of cake to hunt soul beasts and eat their meat? Hey, that doesn't seem right. The drizzle needle is quenched, cannot be used. Chi-Han fell into deep thought. I don't know if I can defeat a 10-year soul beast. If you really can't, find a creek to fish. Grilled fish is also good. As Chi-Han moved towards the interior of the Stardow Forest, he looked around to see if there was anything edible. Hey? That seems to be a fruit tree? Chi-Han took out the food encyclopedia from the system space and started searching. Soon, he found the introduction to the fruit tree in front of him. Kinnan fruit tree, the fruits are edible, sweet in taste and rich in juice. As long as you can eat it. Chi-Han took out the flying divine claw from his waist, shot and pulled it at a thick branch, and he sat on the branch. With a smile, Chi-Han picked a Kinnan fruit from the side, wiped it casually with the corner of his clothes, and took a big bite. The sweet juice flowed into his mouth instantly, making him couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This fruit is about the size of a fist, with a very thin skin, and the pulp inside tastes somewhat similar to Blue Star's watermelon, and is even sweeter. This thing is definitely good for juicing. System, do you think Quinnan juice can be put on the menu? While eating, Chi-Han started chatting with the system. 1-star dishes include drinks. Although Quinnan juice is good, it does not deserve to be rated 1 star. Listen to this. Such a sweet juice does not deserve a single star. With a click of his tongue, Chi-Han continued to eat the chinan fruit happily. Rustle rustle. A slight sound suddenly came from near Chi-Han. Chi-Han stopped suddenly and looked around in surprise. The leftover chinan fruit in his hand was thrown directly under the tree, and the drizzle needle was quietly held tightly in his hand. In the other hand, Chi-Han's kitchen knife spirit emerged. The strength of the martial soul is directly proportional to the soul power level. Although Chi-Han's martial soul is a kitchen knife, as his soul power reaches level 10, the strength of this martial soul is no longer comparable to that of an ordinary iron kitchen knife. It can cut hair by blowing it. No, I can't stay here anymore. Chi-Han looked around. The branches and leaves blocked most of his sight. It was very difficult for him to turn around on the tree trunk, and he would easily be attacked by the spirit beast. I was careless. I should have picked a few fruits and quickly got off the tree. If you continue to stay in the tree, you are very likely to be attacked by a sneak attack. You should get down from the tree as soon as possible at this moment. Chi-Han stood up and jumped to the foot of the tree. His steps staggered slightly, but he quickly stood still. The 10th level of soul power improves his physical fitness. The rise was quite large. In the past, he might have broken bones at such a height, but now it was just a stagger, and there was no impact at all. Brush! Just when Chi-Han stood firm, a strong wind blew from Chi-Han's back. Not good. When something urgent happened, Chi-Han subconsciously picked up the kitchen knife and struck it hard in the back. He jumped forward and relied on the inertia of swinging the kitchen knife to twist his body in the air and face the back. The feeling of the kitchen knife penetrating into the meat was truly transmitted to Chi-Han's hands, and at the same time, a shrill scream came from behind. When Chi-Han calmed down, he realized that what was attacking him was a strange-looking little beast. The little beast was no more than half the height of a man, with a ferocious face. It grinned at Chi-Han. It walked on 2 legs and had a pair of claws like eagle claws. Behind the little beast, it also dragged a big squirrel-like tail. At this moment, it was lying on the ground helplessly. There was a very deep knife mark on its chest, which almost cut it in half. Obviously, with such serious injuries, its life has come to an end. Can I chop it? Chi-Han waited for a while before finally realizing that the knife mark was his own work. The little beast's pitiful howl became weaker and weaker, and as soon as it took a cup of tea, its eyes lost their sparkle. A white light appeared around its body. This light gradually condensed and turned into a halo over the little beast's body. Is this a soul ring? This was the first time Chi-Han saw the soul ring condensing, and he observed it curiously. This halo is of the same color as a hole, emitting a faint white light, and looks somewhat similar to the halo on the head of an angel. Correct. Chi-Han was refreshed. This little beast can't be killed with a drizzle needle. It can be eaten. I don't know if I can eat it. Chi-Han took out the ingredient encyclopedia and searched carefully. The eagle-clawed civet feeds on chinan fruits and has a pair of claws like eagle claws. Its internal organs are slightly poisonous and inedible. The meat is fresh and tender, similar to mutton. It is hostile to humans and will actively attack human soul masters. Is it actually a spirit beast that feeds on chinensis fruit? Chi-Han raised his head and looked at the chinan fruit tree. No wonder he attacks himself and comes to his door. The 10-year soul beast will appear, indicating that Chi-Han has officially entered the outer area of the Star Forest. The smell of blood would attract other spirit beasts, so Chi Han did not stay for long. He simply disposed of the body of the eagle-clawed fox, put it directly into the system space, and quickly left the place. Chapter 18 I Want to Eat Too. Soon, Chi Han came to a nearby open space with a clear stream beside it. Obviously, this is a very suitable place for wild camping. There are still some signs of human activity on the empty grassland. Perhaps this is where the previous soul masters camped here after entering. Chi Han stood up and squatted by the stream, washing the body of the eagle-clawed civet with the stream water. With a kitchen knife in his hand, Chi Han used his martial spirit to quickly skin the civet, remove its internal organs, and then dismember it into its body and 2 legs. There is not much meat in other parts of the civet. The main meat is on the ribs and thighs. The claws could be cut off to make chicken feet with pickled peppers or something like that, but since there was no such condition, Chi Han threw them away. An eagle civet is half as tall as a human. Even if the unnecessary parts are removed, the remaining meat is enough for Chi Han to eat for 2 meals. Chi Han pondered for a moment, then divided the ribs into 2 parts and added a thigh as his lunch. He cut some stronger branches from the side, cut them into long and thin wooden skewers, separated the meat and threaded it on the skewers, then picked up dry firewood and piled it into a fire. Fortunately, camping in the wild was one of Chi Han's hobbies in his previous life, and technical tasks such as building a fire were not difficult for him. The meat of the civet is of excellent quality. After being cut into small pieces, the white fat is embedded in the red meat, like snowflakes, somewhat similar to the snowflakes and beef in the previous life. Naturally, this kind of meat does not require additional oil. You only need to roast the meat, sprinkle some cumin and chili powder, and it will be completely delicious. Under the roasting of the flames, the blood-red color on the surface of the meat gradually darkened and turned into light brown. The fat that filled the muscles was roasted by the flames and became sizzling. A pure meaty aroma naturally spread out, making Chi Han unable to help but salivate. Barbecuing does not require too much technical content. As long as the heat does not vary too much, the taste will not be too bad. Feeling that it was almost roasted, Chi Han sprinkled it with chili powder and cumin, waited for a few breaths, then took it off the fire and took a big bite. The meat of the civet is fat but not greasy. With just one bite, the meat juice explodes in your mouth, mixing with the flavor of cumin chili noodles. I don't know if it's because the civet feeds on chinan fruits, but its meat has a faint scent of chinan fruits. This scent is mixed with the aroma of the meat. Not only is it not obtrusive, but it seems to complement each other. Chi Han quickly finished a bunch, smashed it in his mouth, and then picked up the next bunch. It smells so good. A milky voice came from not far away, making Chi Han slightly startled. Looking towards the direction from which the sound came, Chi Han soon discovered that an old man and a young man were walking towards him. It was an old man and a little girl dressed in pink and jade. The little girl was about 6 or 7 years old and was wearing an expensive blue dress. The old man was wearing a black robe with a warm smile on his face. When the little girl saw Chi Han, or to be precise, she saw the meat skewers in Chi Han's hands, her eyes suddenly lit up. It's barbecue. Grandpa, I want to eat it too. This. Chi Han Wei he was slightly stunned, but before he could react, the little girl had already jumped to Chi Han's side, staring at the meat skewers in his hand. Looking at the little girl's innocent eyes, Chi Han subconsciously handed over the freshly grilled meat skewers in his hand. From the moment his granddaughter approached Chi Han, the smile on the old man's face froze slightly. Under the loose black robe, there was already soul power brewing in his hands. If Chi Han had any ill intentions towards his granddaughter, he would take action immediately. But soon, he noticed Chi Han's soul power realm, and Chi Han didn't show any malice, so he regained his amiable smile and walked forward slowly. Lianer, don't mess around. Looking at Chi Han, the old man smiled slightly and said, "This little friend, I am Yu Hen, this is my granddaughter Yu Lian." Lianer is a little mischievous. Please don't take it off. We don't eat your barbecue for free, just treat it like me. How about buying it with money? Chi-Han turned to look at the little girl who was already enjoying the barbecue, and smiled slightly. Senior, you're welcome, it's just a little barbecue, it doesn't mean anything. When the old man heard this, his eyes became more appreciative. A good young man with a good character, but unfortunately his talent is too poor. He is already in his 20s and only has level 10 soul power. Since Chi-Han refused to accept the money, Yue-Han didn't mention it again, but looking at Chi-Han's appearance, it was obvious that he came to the Douluo forest to obtain his first soul ring. After that, I took care of him casually, which was kind of like repaying him for the barbecue. With 2 more mouths, the meat of half an eagle's claw seemed a bit insufficient. Chi-Han was not stingy. He also liked such a cute little girl like Yu Lian, so he took out the other half of the eagle's claw and mixed it with this one. The old man and the young man shared. In order to prevent the system space from being exposed, Chi-Han stood up and walked to the side behind a large tree as thick as a person. He took out the civet from the system space and then walked back around, pretending to hide the meat behind the tree without letting anyone know. Yue-Han becomes suspicious. Brother, do you also have level 10 soul power? Yu Lian stared at Chi-Han with wide eyes. Chi-Han smiled and said, I can't help it. My brother's talent is not good and his cultivation speed is very slow. Naturally, he couldn't explain anything, so he could only prevaricate. The aborigines in this world will awaken their martial souls when they are 6 years old, and awaken their own soul power. But often among 100 people, only 1 or 2 can possess their own soul power while awakening their martial soul. The amount of innate awakened soul power represents the soul master's cultivation talent and also represents the height of the future. The highest level of innate soul power is level 10, which is the legendary full innate soul power. Even among soul masters, it is unique. Yu Lian's innate soul power is level 8. This is already a unique little genius. She has excellent qualifications. At this time, she has just turned 7 years old and is already a level 10 soul master. She is about to become a first level soul master. This made Chi-Han couldn't help but sigh secretly. Although he will soon become a first level soul master, his cultivation level is still too low for his age. Even an ordinary soul master, in his 20s, has an average cultivation level of 2 or 3. You still need to do more tasks to increase your soul power level as soon as possible. All 3 of them enjoyed the barbecue. After eating and repairing a little, Chi-Han planned to continue moving towards the armored cattle herd closest to him. Yue-Han's ancestor and grandson did not have a strong purpose in searching for the soul beast. Chi-Han's direction was originally towards the interior of the Douluo forest, so the 3 of them simply went together. For Chi-Han, this was a good thing that he could only hope for. Yue-Han is extremely powerful and is a powerful soul emperor with 6 rings. Although the system requirement is to kill an armored cow independently, armored cows live in groups. Having such a strong person to help stop other armored cows will make Chi-Han much easier. Chapter 19 Fighting the Armored Ox. The Douluo forest is very large. After walking for tens of kilometers from the outer area, the 3 of Chi-Han finally walked out of the outermost layer of the Douluo forest and arrived at the sub-outer area. The outermost Douluo forest is dominated by 10-year-old spirit beasts, with occasional 100-year-old spirit beasts appearing, but they are all relatively young. The situation in the outermost layer is different. The soul beasts here are mainly century-old soul beasts, with occasionally 1,000-year soul beasts appearing. If Chi-Han comes alone, there will be many dangers, but with Yue-Han following him, there is no need to worry too much about safety. Soon, the 3 of them came to the gathering area of armored cattle. According to the system's instructions, there were more than a dozen armored cattle living in this area, and Chi-Han only needed to kill 1 of them to complete the mission. Chi-Han had already told Yue-Han about his purpose on the road, and expressed the hope that Yu Hen could help block the other armored cattle, and only needed to leave one for him to deal with alone. The 100-year-old soul beast poses no threat to the Soul Emperor. For Yu Hen, it is just a piece of cake. The armored cattle were very hostile to the Soul Master. The moment they saw the three people, all the armored cattle stood up, lowered their heads slightly, pointed their sharp knife-like horns at Chi-Han and the others, and entered a state of alert. Snort! Yu Hen snorted softly, and his body heightened in vain. His original appearance was a little rickety, but he instantly turned into a giant 3 meters tall. His short grey hair instantly turned into long silver-white shawl hair, and a crescent moon appeared between his eyebrows. At the same time, 6 halos appeared around him. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black. It's not the best soul-ring ratio, but it's not too different. The martial souls of Yu Hen and Yu Lian are both a kind of beast martial soul called Silver Moon Wolf. At this moment, possessed by Yu Hen's martial spirit, he looked as if he had turned into a werewolf. The first soul ring lit up in vain, and a 2-meter-long silver-white claw shadow headed towards the armored cattle, knocking the rough-skinned and thick-flesh armored cattle directly away. Under Yu Hen's deliberate control, only one armored cow that looked slightly smaller was left. Obviously, this is what is left for Chi-Han. Chi-Han's eyes lit up and he rushed towards the armored cow, already taking out the drizzle needle in his hand. Please host not to use poisonous weapons to kill armored cattle. Inedible armored cattle cannot be counted in the mission. Is there still such a requirement? Fortunately, I was prepared. With a flash of Chi-Han's hand, the original drizzle needle was replaced by another drizzle needle. If you look carefully, you will find that there is a special mark on the outer shell of this drizzle needle. He bought a total of 5 drizzle needles, 4 of which were poison-quenching and 1 was non-poisonous. The non-toxic one is just perfect for completing the task at this moment. Moo! The armored cow that was targeted by Chi-Han stood there blankly. It had not yet recovered from the shock of Yu Hen's claw, but suddenly realized that Chi-Han was charging towards it, and it suddenly came to its senses. After roaring low, the armored cow lowered its head. A pair of horns were 1 meter long. The tips of the horns were like 2 horizontal sharp knives, rushing straight towards Chi-Han's body. The surface of the armored cow's body is covered with armor that reflects cold light like scales, shining coldly in the sunlight. It was much larger than Blue Star's cow, with a height of 3 meters, and its running speed was extremely fast. In just a few breaths, it had already appeared in front of Chi-Han. Chi-Han could even clearly see the powerful muscle lines on the armored cow's huge and muscular body. He took a deep breath, took out the flying divine claw from his waist with his other hand, and launched it instantly. The flying divine claw flew horizontally in the direction of the armored bull, with a height of less than 1 meter. The armored cow kicked hard on the ground with all 4 legs, and instantly jumped into the air to avoid the blow. Its skilled hunting skills allowed it to accurately determine that Chi-Han was at his landing point. It retracted its 4 legs and drew a parabola in the air, heading towards Chi-Han like a cannonball. Its long horns, shining with cold light, plunged straight into Chi-Han's position like a javelin. If this blow was hit, Chi-Han would not only be penetrated by the horns, but also be instantly smashed into a pulp by the armored cow's huge weight of several tons. Atsu! A soft sound came from behind the armored cow. It was the sound of the flying divine claws flying out and grabbing a tree trunk behind the armored cow. In the next moment, Chi-Han's body moved forward quickly and lowered towards the direction of the flying divine claws. Plunder! He was lying on his back, his body tilted back sharply, one hand tightly holding one end of the flying divine claw, and relying on the power of the Fanfiction divine claw to retract. He pulled his body to avoid the armored bull's attack, and the other hand instantly pushed the drizzle away. The needle's launch port was aimed at the only weak point of the armored bull directly above him. Abdomen. The drizzle needle stimulated countless flying needles. It was like a continuous drizzle, but it condensed and never dispersed. The attack surface was completely concentrated on the belly of the armored cow. The two figures quickly crossed each other. Chi Han stabilized his body and withdrew the flying needle. Divine Claw, turn around. Behind him, the armored bull fell to the ground weakly, throwing up a cloud of dust. The armored cow let out a painful and weak roar. Its body twitched slightly for 2 times, then became completely motionless, and its eyes lost their light. The drizzle needle entered his abdomen and penetrated almost all of his organs. This level of injury would directly kill the armored cow. Soon, a faint yellow halo appeared on the surface of the armored cow's body, and soon condensed into a yellow halo, floating above its body. Ask the host to collect the beef brisket of the armored cow and submit it to the system as raw materials as the basis for completing the task. Chi Han nodded, picked up the kitchen knife, started from the soft belly of the armored cow, and dismembered the armored cow. Beef brisket is the soft meat from the belly of the beef and near the ribs. It is rich in tendons and oil and is suitable for stewing. Since all the drizzle needles were inside the armored cow's internal organs, Chi Han left all the internal organs aside, and then carefully peeled off the armored cow's carapace. After cutting the brisket completely and storing it in the system space, Chi Han heard the prompt sound from the system in the next moment. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed a task. Limited time task, obtaining ingredients, completed. Mission reward, System Soul Ring. Finished. Chi Han smiled slightly. Naturally, it is impossible for him to receive the System Soul Ring here, after all. Ta! Yue Hen came behind Chi Han and looked at the soul ring floating in the air in surprise. Xiao Qi, don't you absorb the soul ring? After all, in Yue Hen's view, it was already rare for Chi Han to kill such a century-old spirit beast, so he should absorb the spirit ring as soon as possible. Chi Han shook his head, the soul ring of the armored cow is not suitable for me. The main reason why I want to kill the armored cow is to use it to make dishes. Looking at Yue Hen's confused expression, Chi Han smiled slightly. After all, I am a chef, not a soul master. Chapter 20 System Soul Ring and First Soul Skill. Tasty. Chi Han took a big bite of the roasted iron-clad beef. The rich gravy exploded in his mouth, and the strong aroma overflowed between his mouth and nose. Yue Hen sits cross-legged opposite Chi Han. His way of eating is much more elegant than Chi Han's. After taking a bite of the meat skewers, Yue Hen couldn't help but nodded in admiration, and looked at the little girl Yu Lian sitting next to him fondly. The little girl held a piece of meat that was bigger than her face and ate it happily. Xiao Qi, your cooking skills are really good. I think the business in the store must be very good. Yue Hen still recalled the smell of barbecue. Thinking of Chi Han's soul power level of 10 in his 20s, he sighed inwardly. Everyone has his or her own ambitions. He originally wanted to help Chi Han obtain a suitable soul ring, but Chi Han politely refused. Perhaps as Chi Han said, he is more like a chef than a soul master. However, with Chi Han's talent, it would be a good choice to stay away from the dangers of the soul master world and work as a chef. Chi Han smiled slightly, the shop is open in Shrek City. If Yu Lao has a chance, you can come and try it. Shrek City. Yue Hen glanced at Chi Han in surprise, I must try it if I have a chance. Brother, when I go to Shrek Academy, I will also go to your shop. Yu Lian stared at Chi Han with wide eyes. The barbecue this big brother makes is super delicious. Chi Han smiled. With Yu Lian's 8th level innate soul power, the probability of being admitted to Shrek Academy was still very high. Then come on, my brother is waiting for you in Shrek City. All good things come to an end. After drinking and eating, Yue Hen Yuelian and his grandson continued to search for a soul ring suitable for Yuelian, while Chi Han got up and left the Stardow forest in the direction he came from. After all, this is the Soul Beast Forest. If you leave in other directions, the unknown dangers will be enough of a threat to Chi Han's current strength. After staying away from his ancestors and grandson, Chi Han looked around and made sure there was no one else around. Then with a thought, he received the system soul ring. His martial spirit appeared uncontrollably in his hand, and there was a hazy white light on the blade of the kitchen knife. This white light is very similar to the white light when the 10-year-old soul beast died. Under Chi Han's gaze, it slowly condensed into a white soul ring. The white soul ring rhythmized slowly, gradually deepening in color, and finally turned into a white and yellow soul ring. System, what does this mean? Chi Han was a little confused. Is this a 10-year soul ring or a 100-year soul ring? The host's first soul skill, cut in two with one sword. This soul skill is bound to the level of the host's sword skills. The sword skills are divided into 5 levels: entry, proficiency, proficiency, perfection, and perfection, which correspond to 10-year soul rings, 100-year soul rings, and 1000-year soul rings respectively. Soul rings, 10,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul rings. As the level of the host's sword skills increases, the life of the soul rings will increase equally. The current level of the host is beginner. Since it is about to reach the proficiency level, the soul ring is white with yellow. Please continue to improve the level of swordsmanship. So, Chi Han understood. It seems that his sword skills are still far from the proficiency level. If he reaches the proficiency level, his soul ring will turn yellow. While thinking, the beep from the system sounded again. The host has absorbed the system soul ring. The current soul power level is level 11. The upper limit of soul power has been unlocked. The storage reward soul power level +1 can be used. Do you want to use it? Use. Chi Han did not hesitate. A trace of heat flowed through Chi Han's meridians, and the soul power in his danshan increased again. The soul power level is level 12. As Chi Han's soul power level increased, he was gradually able to clearly feel the increase in soul power in his body. With a thought in his mind, the first soul ring that was beating on the kitchen knife suddenly lit up, and a cold silver blade appeared on the kitchen knife. Chi Han swung his sword, and the sword fell to the ground instantly, slashing a ravine about 2 meters long on the ground. The ravine is not deep, only less than half a meter, but this is just a soul skill that has not yet reached the power of 100 years. You can imagine how terrifying the power of this sword will be if it continues to improve. However, this sword consumes a lot of soul power. Chi Han finally recovered his complete soul power, but half of it was instantly lost by this blow. In other words, in his current state, this soul skill can only be used twice at most. However, Chi Han was still very satisfied. He swung his knife and created a 2-meter-long ravine. What else would he need for a bicycle? And this is just the first step. The return trip went smoothly. Chi Han did not encounter any powerful soul beasts. He left the outer area of the Douluo forest before dark and settled in a small village outside the Douluo forest. There are very few aborigines in the small village, and there are only some rooms left vacant for the soul masters to rent. Such small villages can be found everywhere outside the outer areas of the Douluo forest. The next day Chi Han got up early, rented a carriage and drove back to Shrek City. It only took 1 day to go back and forth, which made Chi Han, who had originally planned to take 2 days off, a little confused as to what to do. Looking at the wooden sign hanging at the door of the shop that said 2 days of leave, Chi Han fell into deep thought. Should I open a business or not? Forget it, let's not open it. Chi Han remembered the 2-star recipe that he could not receive yet, tomato beef brisket, and silently decided to stay in the training space today. Dongpo elbow, arrangement. An error occurred. The pig knuckle was not completely dehaired. Please start again. An error occurred, the pork knuckle boiling time was too long, please start again. An error occurred, the time for frying the sugar color was not enough, and the color of the sugar was unqualified, please ask the host to start again. When Chi-Han comes from the system space when he came out, it was already dark, and he was lying on the bed in a daze, with the fragrance of Dongpo's elbow still in his mouth. The next day, Chi-Han took a rare break for himself and slept until noon. Opening the shop door wide, Zhou Long's resentful face appeared in front of Chi-Han. "Boss, you asked for 2 days off. Do you know how I got here these 2 days?" 2 days. After not eating delicious egg fried rice for 2 whole days, Zhou Long felt that he had no motivation to practice. Knowing that Chi-Han would open the door today, Zhou Long didn't even practice well all morning. He came to queue early just to be the first to eat the egg fried rice that he had been dreaming about. Chi-Han smiled slightly. "There are new dishes today." "New dish?" Zhou Long's eyes lit up, and his eyes instantly turned to the wall with menus hanging on the side. After some searching, he quickly settled on the brand new price tag. Dongpo Elbow, 100 gold soul coins / portion. 100 gold soul coins. Zhou Long couldn't help but exclaimed, even for him, such a price was a bit unbearable. Chi-Han nodded without explaining. The raw material of Dongpo pork elbow provided by the system is the front elbow of the century-old soul beast cinnamon pig. This kind of cinnamon pork has a light osmanthus fragrance, without any fishy smell, and has thick skin, many tendons, heavy gelatin, and more lean meat. Fat but not greasy, most suitable for making Dongpo elbow. A pig only has 2 front elbows, so it is not expensive to sell for 100 gold soul coins. Chapter 21 The commotion caused by Dongpo's elbow. Zhou Long tried hard to see something else from Chi-Han's expression. The boss is joking, right? What kind of vegetables can be sold for 100 gold soul coins? Knowing this price, it is more than enough to buy some inferior materials and treasures. However, Zhou Long was disappointed to find that Chi-Han's expression was as calm as usual. Obviously, there was nothing wrong with the price of the Dongpo elbow of 100 gold soul coins. Hiss! Zhou Long bared his teeth. This price made him feel that his small treasury was about to collapse. But, the boss's new dish. I want to eat it. After hesitating for a while, Zhou Long gritted his teeth. Boss, please have some cucumbers, a small portion of fried rice with eggs, and a Dongpo pork elbow. I, old Zhou, would like to see why this Lashiza Dongpo elbow is so expensive. Chi-Han nodded, took down the guest's orders, and walked to the kitchen. It seems that the job of hiring a waiter needs to be done as soon as possible, otherwise it will be too busy. After I finish my work at noon, I'll put a notice board at the door. The pat of cucumbers was quickly brought to Zhou Long. Smelling the long-lost sour and spicy taste, Zhou Long felt that his taste buds, which had been unhappy for 2 days, suddenly became excited. Not long after, Chi-Han came up with Dongpo pork elbow and egg fried rice. Dongpo elbow takes a long time to make, and being able to serve it on the table in such a short time naturally relies on the system's black technology. Zhou Long immediately cast his gaze on the Dongpo elbow in Chi-Han's hand. After all, it cost me 100 gold soul coins. The Dongpo elbow is placed on a plate, and the plate also has a very high lid, which completely covers the Dongpo elbow on the plate. Zhou Long took 2 strong breaths of the smell, but the lid seemed to be tightly sealed. There was only the aroma of egg fried rice familiar to Zhou Long in the air. As for the smell of the so-called Dongpo elbow, it was not leaked at all. Chi-Han couldn't help but smile when he saw Zhou Long's impatient look. The smell bomb I felt in the training space yesterday, it's time for you to feel it too. He slowly opened the lid, and as a gap opened in the lid, an alluring aroma of meat rushed out of the lid and penetrated into Zhou Long's nostrils. Before Zhou Long could come to his senses, Chi-Han opened the lid in the next moment, and the meaty aroma overflowed instantly, echoing throughout the dining area for a long time. Douluo! Someone's stomach growled suddenly, as if some strange switch had been turned on, and the dining area was filled with the growling sounds of guests' stomachs. Zhou Long blushed and touched his belly, looking at Dongpo's elbow in front of him with bright eyes. The perfect sugar color covers the pig skin, making the pig skin as plump as gelatin and with a bit more crystal-like texture. A few sprigs of coriander are added to the edge of the pork knuckle as a decoration, making the color of Dongpo knuckle no longer monotonous, but a bit more lively. Zhou Long skillfully used chopsticks to peel off the skin of the elbow. The skin was not as hard as expected, but was extremely soft and waxy, completely different from the pig skin in Zhou Long's impression. When the soft and waxy pork skin is peeled open, the strong meaty aroma becomes more intense, as if the strong aroma hidden inside Dongpo's elbow has been activated. The tendons in the elbow have been dyed a layer of yellowish brown, and are soft and waxy but have not completely lost their tendons. Zhou Long carefully picked up some, and the pig skin was slightly sticky. Then a piece of elbow with tendons and pig skin was lifted by Zhou Long. Pick it up and put it in your mouth. Soft, waxy, and elastic. Zhou Long chewed the pork knuckle, feeling the meaty aroma overflowing between his lips and teeth. He couldn't help but close his eyes, showing a look of enjoyment. As Zhou Long ate the pork knuckle, a stream of heat overflowed from his stomach and passed to Zhou Long's limbs and bones. The flow of soul power in his meridians instantly accelerated a lot. Zhou Long practices the Tang Clan Xian Kung Fu. Compared with ordinary cultivation methods, his soul power runs faster. Now after eating the pig knuckle, his soul power runs a little faster, which is a full increase. Increased cultivation speed by 50%. This. Zhou Long men the ground opened his eyes were full of shock. He didn't care to taste the delicious food, swallowed the whole Dongpo elbow in a few mouthfuls, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to meditate with his eyes closed. Meditation cannot be easily disturbed. The reason why Zhou Long dared to do this was mainly because there were 5 or 6 Tangmen disciples in the shop at the moment. Several fellow disciples saw Zhou Long's abnormality and looked at each other. They didn't even bother to eat. They got up and came to Zhou Long's side to help him protect the law. If anyone wants to disturb Zhou Long Ming at this time, they will definitely be attacked by these Tang sect disciples without hesitation. In the small shop, it suddenly became a little chaotic. Qi Han seemed to have guessed something and did not speak. He just silently delayed cooking the dishes of these Tang disciples and prepared the dishes of other guests first. Fortunately, Zhou Long's meditation did not last long. Soon he opened his eyes, and a wave of soul power spread out from his body, making his eyes look a little more joyful. My own cultivation was stuck at the 59th level bottleneck and I had not broken through it for a year. Now I relied on Qi Han's Dongpo elbow to break through, and I succeeded in one fell swoop. Now that his soul power level has reached level 60, he only needs to absorb a 6th soul ring to become a powerful soul emperor. Laughing loudly, Zhou Long quickly finished the remaining egg fried rice, then politely thanked Qi Han and the fellow protectors, and walked away. This 100 gold soul coins are well spent. After stabilizing his cultivation and absorbing soul rings, Zhou Long will probably be busy for a few days. Qi Han's expression was always calm. He already knew the effect of Dongpo's elbow. The Douluo continent version of Dongpo elbow that has been magically modified by the system has special effects due to the precious ingredients used. After eating Dongpo's elbow, the cultivation speed will increase by 50% for half an hour. Originally, only recipes with 3 stars or above would have similar effects, but because the difficulty of making Dongpo elbows did not reach 3 stars, it was finally classified as a 2-star recipe by the system. Such a recipe is extremely rare among all 2-star recipes. After Qi Han learned about the situation, he had to lament his luck. A 2-star recipe that is as scary as a 3-star recipe. The only regret is probably that the special effects of all recipes are ineffective for Qi Han. However, after a minor turmoil, the news that Qi Han's Dongpo elbows, like a treasure from heaven and earth, can improve one's cultivation, spread like wildfire and quickly spread among old customers, many of whom have never been to Qi Han. Passers-by in Han Xiaodian have heard about it. Passers-by were naturally dubious, but almost all the old customers chose to believe it. Nothing else, because the other dishes in Chi-Han's shop have the effect of improving one's cultivation, but only a little bit, almost insignificant. Only the effects of recipes with 3 stars or above can become significant, so that quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Chapter 22, 4 Branch Leaders. After Zhou Long left, perhaps due to word of mouth, the diners who came to dine in the shop soon learned that there was an additional dish in the shop that could increase the speed of cultivation. Although the price of a dish of 100 gold soul coins is really sky high, if it can increase the speed of cultivation, then this is not an ordinary dish, but can be included in the list of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Looking at it this way, 100 gold soul coins are very cheap. Because of this, the high price cannot stop the enthusiasm of diners. I heard that after Zhou Long finished a portion of Dongpo pork, almost more than half of the diners chose this dish and wanted to try it. However, it turns out that not everyone can copy Zhou Long's situation. Dongpo's elbow is just an introduction. What really helps Zhou Long break through is his own accumulated experience. After eating the Dongpo pork elbow, the other diners praised it without any surprise, but there was no chance that Zhou Long would break through immediately after eating it. After seeing off the last diner, Chi-Han gently closed the door and asked the system to create a notice board. After thinking about it for a moment, he started writing on it. The store is looking for a waiter. Operating hours: 11 to 1300 hours noon every day. 1700 hours to 1900 hours in the evening. Salary is negotiable. After finishing writing, Chi-Han took 2 steps back, held his chin and admired his elegant handwriting for a while, then hummingly moved the notice board out and placed it at the door of the shop. With a thought, Chi-Han entered the training space. Dongpo's elbow has been successfully completed, but this does not mean that Chi-Han can rest, because after the completion of Dongpo's elbow, Chi-Han conveniently received the new recipe that he had never been able to receive before. 2-star recipe, tomato beef brisket. This is the first time that the system has explicitly rewarded a certain recipe. Although there is no thrilling wheel-turning session, the joy of obtaining new recipes is the same. The cooking skills are the same. As Chi-Han continues to cook, his control of the heat and his knife skills will improve. Today, Chi-Han can clearly feel that the time he spends in the training space is slowly decreasing, and the number of mistakes he makes is also decreasing. I believe that as my cooking skills further improve in the future, I will spend much less time practicing recipes. The afternoon passed quickly. When Chi-Han was reminded by the system and came out of the training space, his face became a little more excited. The preparation of tomato beef brisket was very smooth. This recipe is simpler than Dongpo elbow, and they are both meat dishes. The two have something in common, which made Chi-Han's practice process was greatly shortened. I will enter the training space to practice for a while tomorrow morning. I believe this dish will be available at noon tomorrow. How could Chi-Han not be excited about this? Opening the door, as expected, there were already many diners waiting eagerly outside. But this time, the atmosphere outside the door was a bit strange. There were no diners like before. As soon as the door was opened, they filed in and rushed to order. What's going on here? Chi-Han glanced at the diners outside the door and quickly discovered the source of the atmosphere. Beside the door of the small shop, there were 4 white-haired old men standing. 2 of them were strong, one of the other 2 was tall and thin, and the other was stooped. The 4 old men were all wearing Tang sect-style black robes. The black robe is embroidered with bright black, bright yellow, dark purple and dark green embroidery thread patterns. Among the Tang sect, the white robes represent the ordinary disciples, the yellow robes represent the captains of the mission teams, the purple robes represent the deacons of each hall, the black robes represent the branch leaders of the 4 halls, and the red robes represent the general hall masters and elders of the 4 halls. As for Tang sect, the master of the gate is wearing a golden robe. In Tang sect's branches in various places, the 4 hall leaders are mainly 8-ring soul Douluo, and only the chief hall leader is a 9-ring titled Douluo. But there are exceptions to everything. Shrek City is the largest city in Douluo continent, and Tang sect has a close relationship with Shrek Academy. Therefore, the Tang sect's Shrek City branch is second only to the headquarters in size. Even the 4 branch masters are the same titled Douluo expert as the headquarters. Although according to the rules, the branch hall master is in black robe, and the 4 titled Douluo are no exception, their status cannot be underestimated by anyone. But now, the 4 hall masters were gathered in front of Chi Han's shop. These were 4 titled Douluo. The expressions of the 4 old men were not serious, but they were joking and laughing with each other. But the power of the titled Douluo still made the atmosphere around him strangely tense. Titled Douluo. This was the first time Chi Han had seen a powerful person of this level, and he was inevitably a little panicked. But then I thought about it, and I didn't offend anyone from the Tang sect. On the contrary, there were many Tang sect disciples among the diners, and they had also bought Tang sect's hidden weapons, so they were considered Tang sect's customers. It seems there is no need to panic. Thinking of this, Chi Han regained his composure and looked at the 4 old men. Excuse me, what do the 4 hall masters do for you? The leader of the Litang Hall, who had bright black embroidery thread on his black robe, had a loud voice and laughed loudly. Of course I'm here to eat. I heard that your shop has dishes that can speed up your cultivation. Baby, please give us 4. The old man can take 1 portion each. With that said, he strode into the shop. Next to the master of the Power Hall, the equally muscular figure of the master of the Midang Hall paused for a moment beside Chi Han. His voice was not as loud as the master of the Power Hall, but rather dull. Little doll, I heard that our Midang Hall are almost all your disciples regular customers of yours. Chi Han smiled confidently. This shows that the dishes in the shop have been recognized by the Midang disciples. The master of Midang Hall lowered his head, looked at Chi Han seriously, and nodded. Interesting little doll, let me see what magic power your little shop has. After the master of the Midang Hall, the tall and thin old man of Mintang did not speak. He pinched his goatee reservedly and walked into the shop. The last one was the master of the Medicine Hall, who was leaning on crutches and had a stooped figure. The master of the Medicine Hall seemed to be more interested in Chi Han. He glanced at Chi Han with interest. Young man, are you adding natural materials and earthly treasures to the dishes? A treasure from heaven and earth? Chi Han thought for a while and shook his head. I don't include any natural treasures in my dishes. No. The master of the Medicine Hall was slightly startled, and looked at Chi Han with even more interest. Can the cultivation effect be improved without the use of heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Interesting and interesting. With that said, he happily walked in. Of course, the hall master will not be short of money. The hall master of Litang only glanced at the menu and then turned to Chi Han. Little baby, each of the dishes on this menu comes in 4 portions. Hearing this, the master of the Midang Hall happily said, Old monkey is here to treat us today. Mintang and the Medicine Hall master, who were lagging behind, also smiled and nodded, and the 4 of them quickly sat around a table. The following customers entered the shop one by one. Under the aroma of the food, the awkward atmosphere suddenly melted away like ice and snow. Chapter 23, The Excited Medicine Hall Master. Soon, the dishes belonging to the 4 hall masters were brought out by Chi Han. The 4 hall masters are all powerful people at the titled Douluo level. They have lived for decades and boast that they have eaten a lot of Douluo continent's delicacies, but they still feel a little out of sorts in front of Chi Han's dishes. Even the most reserved Master Mintang couldn't help but slide his Adam's apple. The Master Midang looked at the dishes in front of him, swallowed his saliva, and was about to have a big meal, but found that there were no knives and forks on the table, only spoons and a strange kind of tableware. Is this the kind of tableware called chopsticks? The disciples of Medang come here the most, so the master of Medang has heard about this small shop opposite Tangmen. He has long heard that this shop uses a strange tableware called chopsticks, which is very convenient. So many disciples in the sect cafeteria began to complain that the knives and forks were inconvenient to use. When you reach the level of a titled Douluo, you naturally have your own reserve. The master of the Medang hall did not ask how to use it. He thought about it and looked at the other diners who were about to eat. The use of chopsticks is not difficult. For a strong person like him, he can roughly master it with just 2 glances. And watching the master of Medang master quickly master the chopsticks, the other 3 hall masters also suddenly realized the use of it and followed suit one after another. I didn't expect that 2 small wooden sticks could be used as tableware and be so convenient. Master Mintang twirled his goatee, with a look of surprise on his face. I think this thing can be used in our sect's cafeteria. Let's push it forward. The master of Mintang has a somewhat elegant temperament and loves elegance. These chopsticks are much more elegant than knives and forks, which makes him very fond of them. However, the words of Master Mintang received no response from the other 3 old friends. He was stunned for a moment, and then became furious in vain. Old monkey, take your chopsticks away from my elbow. This is a pig's knuckle, not yours. The leader of the power hall curled his lips. It's okay, I'll just ask for another later. Don't be stingy, old tit. You. Master Mintang was angry. The master of medicine hall beside him slowly tasted the dongpo elbow bit by bit with chopsticks, his eyes shining with excitement. Interesting, this is a century-old cinnamon pig. It seems to be cooked with some secret method. The essence of the century-old soul beast is completely locked in it, without any leakage. The medicine hall was originally the Tang sect's center for studying various heavenly materials, earthly treasures and poisons. It also did a lot of research on edible soul beasts, and the raw materials for Dongpo's elbows were naturally not a problem. But the master of the medicine hall tasted a few more mouthfuls, with a somewhat uncertain look on his face. This cinnamon pig seems to be unusual. Why does it feel much richer than the normal cinnamon pig essence? Is it possible that it is thousands of years? No, it's impossible. It didn't take long for him to deny his guess. It should still be 100 years old. Maybe the breeding method is a little special. Could it be that they are cinnamon pigs specially bred for eating? The master of the medicine hall murmured in a low voice, but Chi Han, who happened to be passing by with the dishes, heard him, and his heart skipped a beat. As expected of a powerful person at the titled Douluo level, he was able to guess so accurately. This cinnamon pig was really systematically raised, so it was completely different from the cinnamon pig outside. Little doll, do you raise your own ingredients? Upon discovering that Chi Han was beside him, the medicine hall master suddenly raised his head and looked at Chi Han, his eyes full of curiosity. Chi Han nodded and was about to say something when a voice belonging to the system suddenly appeared. When diners have questions about ingredients, the host is obliged to answer them in detail. What is this rule? Chi Han's mouth twitched, but he patiently introduced, the cinnamon pigs used in Dongpo elbow are artificially bred from birth. These cinnamon pigs are trained for long-distance running every day since weaning. 2 artificial massages, and the laurel fruit eaten daily is produced from 1,000-year-old laurel trees. The breeding process is extremely meticulous, so the essence contained in the ingredients is far more than that of ordinary cinnamon pigs. After listening to Chi Han's explanation, the entire meal suddenly became quiet. Even the medicine hall master who asked the question was suddenly speechless. All the diners present suddenly thought of something in their minds. Pigs live better than humans. Everyone suddenly felt that the Dongpo elbow, which cost 100 gold soul coins, was too conscientious. Boss, please bring me a Dongpo elbow. Yes, I'll have a taste too. Knowing the source of Dongpo elbow's raw materials seems to make Dongpo elbow more popular. The leader of the medicine hall sighed lightly. Even the Tang sect would be hard-pressed to imitate such a training method. I really don't know how this boss with only one level of strength could do it. But everyone has secrets, and he has no intention of prying into other people's secrets. Article 5 of Xiantian Bailu, disciples of the Tang sect are not allowed to cause trouble easily, but if there are any active intruders, I promise to retaliate with thunder. The elbow was quickly eaten by the medicine hall master, who turned his attention to cucumber patting. Picking up a piece and tasting it, he said "Huh" in surprise. Natural treasures, mainly plants. He was confident that he had researched all the spiritual plants and immortal grasses in the world, but at the moment he could not identify what kind of plant this raw material called cucumber actually was. It does smell like ghost vine, but ghost vine does not bear fruit. It seems that he particularly likes the hot and sour taste of cucumbers. The master of the medicine hall quickly finished all the small plate of cucumbers. He was surprised to find that he, who originally didn't have much appetite, miraculously gained it. The master of the medicine hall is named Yu Hua. He has been extremely interested in spiritual plants and immortal grass since he was a child. After joining the Tang sect, he studied under the current head of the Tang sect medicine hall and indulged in the research of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. But not all natural materials and treasures are beneficial to the body. Once used improperly, they may be harmful to the body. When Yu Hua was young, he lost his appetite inexplicably because of a failed attempt. From then on, no delicious food could make him have an appetite. For him, eating was just to provide nutrition for the body. Even when he was eating Dongpo elbow just now, Yu Hua only used a research attitude to analyze the ingredients of Dongpo elbow, as well as the effects after eating it and what the principles are. As for whether Dongpo elbow is delicious, he didn't care at all. Losing appetite is a painful thing. Yu Hua is not without a sense of taste, but can clearly taste whether the food is delicious or not. But for him, no matter how delicious it is, he cannot have the urge to continue tasting it. Even if he doesn't take the next bite, he won't miss it for a moment. But at this moment, under the stimulation of patting cucumbers, Yu Hua actually developed an appetite that he had never had in decades. After he discovered his problem, he tried all kinds of natural materials and treasures, but they had no effect at all. "Little boss, here's another Dongpo pork elbow." Yu Hua's eyes were full of excitement. Chapter 24, Tang Clan can't do it either. Before Dongpo's elbow came up, Yu Hua took the egg fried rice on the side, took a big spoonful, and stuffed it into his mouth. "It's cured, it's really cured." Feeling the aroma of egg fried rice overflowing in his mouth and nose, and the rapid peristalsis of his intestines and stomach that he had not seen for a long time, Yu Hua felt that the world had become brighter. Are they the eggs of the colorful golden pheasant? This rice seems to be a little different from ordinary rice. Decades of professional habits allowed him to analyze the ingredients of egg fried rice in an instant, but the next moment Yu Hua shook his head. No matter what the ingredients are, tasting the delicious food is the most important thing. Suddenly, Yu Hua noticed something was wrong. He looked up and found that the three old guys were looking at him with wide eyes. Regarding Yu Hua's lack of appetite, several old friends who have been with him for decades naturally know the root cause. But now Yu Hua actually took the initiative to order Dongpo's elbow? And the egg fried rice tastes so delicious? Is this Yu Hua? That Yu Hua who claimed to eat just to extend his life? For a moment, the three hall masters felt that Yu Hua had been taken over by someone else. Hee. Being old brothers for so many years, Yu Hua naturally knew what these three people were thinking. He just smiled slightly and said, "This cucumber shot is good, you guys have a try." Patting cucumbers? Only then did the three of them notice that there was such a plate of food in front of them. Both Litang and Midang are carnivores who love meat. After eating the Dongpo elbow, they naturally turned their attention to the pork belly and chicken. Neither of them glanced at this green vegetable. As for the Mintang Hall master on the side, compared to the colorful cucumbers, he prefers the egg fried rice with a light color and rich aroma. Looking at the cucumbers in front of them, and then at the empty cucumber plate in front of Yu Hua, the three of them had an incredible guess in their minds. Could it be that a plate of cucumbers restored this old wood's appetite? Isn't this too exaggerated? Although they couldn't believe it, the speed of the three people's hands was not slow at all. With 3 pairs of chopsticks, they reached 2 plates of cucumbers in an instant. Old monkey, take away your chopsticks. The leader of Mintang glared at the leader of Litang fiercely, and the soul power was contained in the chopsticks, and he instantly swung away the chopsticks he stretched out. The leader of the power hall smiled playfully and was not annoyed. This time he finally took a piece of cucumber from his cucumber and stuffed it into his mouth. Huo! After chewing twice, the leader of the power hall couldn't help but exclaimed. Although he likes to eat meat, he always feels a little tired after eating meat all the time. The cucumber served here is sour and spicy to appetize, and it is sweet and refreshing, which makes his mouth feel refreshed in an instant. The gastrointestinal peristalsis moved faster, and the leader of Litang felt that the portion of pork belly and chicken he had just eaten seemed to be in vain. Boss, let's have another piece of pork elbow. The leader of the power hall chuckled, I'll also have a piece of cucumber. It turns out it's not that I don't like vegetables, it's that the previous cooks didn't cook them well. Well, that must be the case. Tangman chef? I'll have another elbow too. A low voice sounded, but it was the master of the Midang Hall on the side who spoke. The leader of the power hall, Tai Lei, the powerful gorilla with the martial spirit, and the titled King Kong. The leader of the Imperial Hall, Niu Yu, has a martial spirit plate-armored giant rhinoceros, and is titled Tai Yu. These 2 titled Douluo martial spirits are both large beasts. Under the influence of the martial spirits, they are extremely tall, both over 2 meters tall, like 2 iron towers. Such a figure is naturally very edible. With cucumbers to appetize, the 2 of them became hungry again. Looking at the 2 rude old guys, Master Mintang shook his head, elegantly picked up a piece of cucumber and put it in his mouth. Boss, give me another small portion of egg fried rice. The 4 Tang sect halls originated from the 4 single attribute clans of the Tang sect 5,000 years ago. The martial spirit of the Force clan is the powerful gorilla, the martial spirit of the Yu clan is the giant rhinoceros with plate armor, the martial spirit of the sensitive clan is the sharp-tailed swift, and the martial soul of the Po clan is the soul-breaking gun. After 5,000 years, there have naturally been many changes within the Tang sect, but the 4 single attribute clans have still continued. The 3 clans of Li, Yu, and Min are still the main force of the 3 halls because their martial souls fit well with the hall's positioning. Although the Po clan has been researching medicinal herbs all year round, after all, martial arts have little to do with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In this regard, they are much worse than plant-based soul masters. Therefore, currently only about half of the members of the Po clan are from the Po clan. The other half is composed of plant-based soul masters who are recruited later and specialize in medicinal herb research. Among the 4 hall masters of the Shrek Academy branch of the Tang sect, Tai Lei and Niu Yu are the direct descendants of the Force clan and the Yu clan, and have the most orthodox inherited martial spirits of the 2 clans. As for Zhao Yunzheng, the master of Mintang, his martial spirit is a top-notch agility attack martial spirit that is not weaker than the sharp-tailed swift, Thunder Skylark, with the title, Ji Dian. The martial spirit of Yu Hua, the master of the medicine hall, is a plant-type martial spirit, ancient tree of life. It is an extremely rare healing type titled Douluo with the title, Wood Spirit. Such 4 titled Douluo, who are all famous in the entire Shrek city, are now gathered in a small shop, talking and laughing like ordinary diners, which makes people feel unreal. The disciples of the Tang sect said that it was the first time in their lives to see the hall master like this, and it was really a long time since they had seen him. And Chi Han, who saw a titled Douluo for the first time, couldn't help but feel a little funny. These for a titled Douluo, he is really interesting, just like an old naughty boy. In the end, the four-titled Douluo returned with satisfaction. Before leaving, the stooped medicine hall master even asked Chi-Han if he was willing to join the Tang sect medicine hall, an olive branch from wood spirit Douluo. However, Chi-Han remained silent for a moment and chose to decline. Can you even refuse the solicitation of a titled Douluo from the Tang sect? In the eyes of diners, Chi-Han and this small shop suddenly became a bit mysterious. Think of the little boss Chi-Han who voluntarily disclosed the breeding process of cinnamon pigs, the raw material of Dongpo elbow. This young boss may not be as simple as he seems. This thought appeared in the minds of many diners, and they felt that they might need to re-evaluate the value of this small shop. No one would know that when the business was over, Chi-Han closed the door of the shop, looked at the empty dining area, and said bitterly, "System, come out. What's wrong with the host? Why can't I join the Tang clan? This is a solicitation for a titled Douluo. Wouldn't it be nice for him to enter the Tang clan?" Yes, everyone thought that there was a mysterious force behind Chi-Han, so they did not want to join the Tang clan. Only Chi-Han knew it. There is a mysterious force behind him. There is a system, but it is a food system. Everything is just because the system does not allow Chi-Han to enter any force. The host's mission is to promote Blue Star's food culture in Douluo continent and use Blue Star's food to conquer other worlds. As the host of the system, no force is qualified to recruit hosts. Not even the Tang sect. Chi-Han was about to cry. When he came to Douluo continent, he couldn't hold Tang San's thigh tightly. Yes, even the Tang sect can't. System, you are on a narrow road. Chapter 25 A Long Queue. In the end, Chi-Han still failed to win the system and could only accept the fact that he could not join any force in frustration. Back in the room on the second floor, Chi-Han, who had been tired for a day, quickly forgot his resentment towards the system and fell asleep. He very much suspected that the system used some kind of black technology that he didn't know about on the bed in the room. Every time it touched the bed, he would fall asleep the next second. System, I didn't, you're talking nonsense. Early the next morning, when Chi-Han got up from bed again, all the fatigue from yesterday had disappeared, and he only felt full of energy. Therefore, Chi-Han chose to enter the training space without hesitation. He has completed more than half of the tomato beef brisket training. If things go well, he will probably finish it this morning and arrange new dishes at noon. When Chi-Han came out of the training space again, it was already close to noon. Tomato beef brisket successfully completed the training as expected, and now it's time to open the store. Arriving on the first floor, Chi-Han subconsciously looked at the menu on the wall. Small portion of egg fried rice, 5 gold soul coin/portion. Large portion of egg fried rice, 10 gold soul coin/portion. Pork belly and chicken, soup, 12 gold soul coin/portion. Patting cucumbers, 2 gold soul coin/portion. Dongpo elbow 100 gold soul coin/portion. Tomato beef brisket 20 gold soul coin/portion. Although the tomato beef brisket is also made from century-old soul beasts, the armored beef is not as special as the cinnamon pig, and the dishes produced do not have the same special effects as Dongpo elbow, so naturally the price is not too expensive. It seems that today's diners are in for a treat. In today's small shops, the only pure meat dishes are Dongpo elbow and tomato beef brisket. Dongpo elbow is more expensive because of its special effect of improving cultivation level. Only soul masters with higher cultivation level will pay for it. This is not friendly to ordinary diners who like meat dishes. Fortunately, there is now tomato beef brisket that is much cheaper and tastes just as good, and diners have more choices. Chi-Han glanced outside the door and was suddenly stunned. When did the business of the small shop become so good? The glass display window of the shop comes from the system's black technology. When the shop is not open, Chi-Han can see the outside, but the outside cannot see the situation inside. When the shop is open, both the inside and the outside can see each other. At this moment, the shop has not opened yet, and Chi-Han inside the shop cannot be seen outside, but Chi-Han can clearly see the long queue outside the shop. At the front of the queue were the 4 Tang sect masters. As the reputation of the shop grows, there are indeed many diners who will come to the door to wait before Chi-Han opens the shop, but it is far from forming a large scale, and there will be no queues. It is just a bustling stand in small groups, waiting at the door for Chi-Han to open the business. Now for some reason, the diners have formed a long queue, and the number of diners is far more than the previous few days. Chi-Han didn't know that yesterday, Zhou Long broke through the Soul Emperor in the shop, and the 4 Tang sects titled Douluo level hall masters gathered in the shop to have dinner. The turmoil caused by this had already swept through half of Shrek City. Today's small shop is no longer just famous in the neighborhood. As the delicious food in the small shop has been spread by good people, many passers-by in other places have also heard that there is such a small shop opposite Tangmen. And the diners who have tasted the delicacies in the small shop are even more crazy about the delicacies from the Amway shop to their relatives and friends. The accumulation of word of mouth finally led to an explosion. Hey! Although he still didn't know the reason for the sudden increase in guests, Chi-Han took a deep breath and opened the door calmly as usual. Little baby, give me 5 portions of dongpo pork elbow. And another portion of cucumber. Taylor walked into the shop in 2s and 2s, with a look of eagerness on his face. It was obvious that I came here with the mentality of eating meat until I was full. I want 1 portion of pork belly chicken, 2 portions of dongpo pork elbow, 1 portion of cucumber and a large portion of egg fried rice. Compared to Tai Lei, Niu Yu's ordering is less biased and he orders every dish. A small portion of egg fried rice, a portion of pork belly chicken and a portion of cucumber. Zhao Yunchen's stomach is not as big as those 2 guys. Compared to meat dishes like dongpo pork elbow, he still prefers egg fried rice and pork. The tripe chicken looks like a relatively simple and elegant dish. 1 portion of dongpo pork elbow, 2 portions of cucumbers, and 1 portion of small egg fried rice. Yu Hua looked very happy, and his complexion seemed much better after not seeing him for 1 night. Hey! Yu Hua's professional habits made him prefer to observe the surrounding environment. Soon, he noticed that the menu seemed to have changed. Are there any new dishes? The other 3 people unanimously turned their attention to the menu. Another tomato brisket. The 4 of them said in unison. With this episode, the news that the store had new dishes began to spread rapidly along the long queue outside the store. Every diner who came in later would invariably look at the menu to see what this new dish was and whether it was expensive. Compared with dongpo pork elbow, the tomato beef brisket has a more affordable price and has quickly become popular among diners. Not long after, the tomato beef brisket served by the 4 Tang sect masters was served. Many diners who were extremely curious about the new dishes raised their heads and wanted to find out, but in the end they did not dare to offend the 4 titled Douluo. They had no choice but to shrink their heads and smell the unique aroma of tomato beef brisket in the air. I swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, hoping that my portion would be ready soon. The 4 hall masters had no such concerns. They all looked at the steaming tomato beef brisket that had just been served. Yu Hua took the lead in picking up a piece of red tomato and put it into his mouth. Douluo continent also has tomatoes, so Yu Hua recognized this plant as soon as he tasted it. Compared with local tomatoes, this tomato seems to be more sour, sweeter, and has a much richer taste. The tomatoes have been peeled and cut into neat small pieces. They are already ripe. As soon as they are put into the mouth, they melt immediately, leaving a rich sweet and sour taste in the mouth. Among the sweet and sour taste, there is also the salty and umami flavor of beef. The 2 are blended into one, but it does not appear abrupt and confusing. Instead, it adds a layer of layering to the taste of the tomato itself. There was a smile on Yu Hua's lips. Since patting cucumbers cured his appetite problem, he seems to have begun to like sour food. The tomato beef brisket has just the right sourness, which he likes very much. After tasting the tomatoes, Yu Hua picked up a piece of soft beef brisket that had been stewed. Beef brisket is originally the soft meat from beef belly and beef ribs. After a long period of stewing, it has become somewhat melt in your mouth, but the elasticity of the brisket itself has not been completely lost. The soft tissue is filled with tomato and beef brisket soup, with a hint of sweet and sour flavor. The sweet and sour taste completely highlights the freshness of the beef, raising the saltiness and freshness of the beef brisket to more than one level. Chapter 26 Shock Tang Zi. Yu Hua's taste was very meticulous, but Niu Yu beside him was not so particular. The more rough Niu was, when the beef brisket with tomatoes was served, he immersed himself in eating it with chopsticks, and he ate faster and faster. He, who is not very educated, exhausted his vocabulary in front of the plate of tomato beef brisket, but in the end he could only choke out 2 words, delicious. Although he can eat just as much as Tai Lei, Niu Yu is not so fond of meat. He likes to eat both meat and vegetables as long as they are delicious. But if he were to eat only meat like Taylor, he would feel bored and panicked. Because of this tomato beef brisket is also very appetizing for beef. In the combination of meat and vegetables, the saltiness of beef and the sweetness and sourness of tomatoes are combined into one, but it has been sublimated. Not only is it not as greasy as pure meat dishes, but it also has more layers of taste than pure vegetables. However, for Taylor, this is a different experience. Terry is a carnivore who loves all meat. He believes that meat should be pure and should not be cooked with vegetables. Such meat is impure. So when he saw this portion of tomato beef brisket served, he felt a trace of regret in his heart. I seem to be impulsive. Can beef and tomatoes be delicious if mixed together? He naturally knows the taste of tomatoes. They are sour and sweet, and beef is chewy and tender. Can these two be combined together? But this is the craftsmanship of a small boss, so it shouldn't be too bad. With this in mind, Taylor hesitated and picked up a chopstick of beef brisket and put it into his mouth. Well? As if being shocked by electricity, Taylor's movements suddenly froze. His tiger eyes widened in vain, and the taste in his mouth was something he had never experienced before. It has the sweetness and sourness of tomatoes and the tenderness of beef. When the two are mixed together, a wonderful chemical reaction occurs. The beef is much fresher and tenderer than any beef he has ever tasted, making him want to devour it with his tongue. Go down. Tomatoes and beef cooked together are so delicious. Taylor felt that his life creed of eating meat for decades suddenly collapsed at this moment. Tomato beef brisket, so delicious. Another small portion of egg fried rice. Tai Lei was still doubting his life, but Zhao Yunshen's voice suddenly came. In just a moment, his egg fried rice had reached the bottom, and half of the tomato beef brisket was gone. As a fan of egg fried rice, he has developed another feature of tomato beef brisket to the extreme: it goes well with rice. Right, Zhao Yunsheng doesn't have many requirements for meat and vegetables. In his opinion, the tomato beef brisket is sour, sweet, salty, and delicious, and it is perfect to eat with egg fried rice. After taking 2 delicious sips of the pork belly and chicken soup, Zhao Yunsheng couldn't help but look satisfied. On this day, the gods will not change. Ha ha ha, boss, your store's business is getting better and better, and now you actually have to queue up. The door of the small shop was pushed open, and a big man as big as an iron tower opened the door and walked in. He was about to say something more, but suddenly he was stunned. He rubbed his eyes and looked in disbelief at the 4 old men in black robes sitting together not far away. What's going on? Is old Tang dazzled? Aren't these the 4 hall masters? Why are they here? Tang Ziyi said that he had not been here for only 3 days, and it seemed that he could not understand the boss's shop. It's not Tang Zi's fault. As soon as he completed the task of escorting the hidden weapon, he rushed to Chi Han's shop, ready to enjoy the delicious food. He originally planned to bring his good brother Zhou Long with him, but he couldn't find Zhou Long. He guessed that Zhou Long might have arrived at the shop, so he came directly. Regarding everything that happened yesterday, he, who was far away in Tiandu City, had no idea at all, so he was naturally a little confused at the moment. What are you looking at, you brat? Just sit down after eating. Taylor glanced at the naive junior and spoke angrily. Okay, uncle. Tang Ziyi spoke subconsciously, but Chi Han, who happened to hear it, was slightly surprised. Tang Ziyi is actually the nephew of Hall Master Tai? Tang Ziyi looked around, found a seat close to Tai Lei, and sat down. He looked back at the menu, and was shocked when he saw it. 100 gold soul coins for Dongpo's elbow. He subconsciously raised his voice, and Taylor scratched his elbow, turned around and slapped him on the back of the head with his big, oily hand. What are you yelling about, you ignorant brat? Just eat it, it's good food. Oh! Tang Ziyi rubbed the back of his head aggrievedly. Why aren't you allowed to speak loudly? 100 gold soul coins are a bit expensive, but Tang Ziyi can't afford it. He already trusts Chi Han and has his own master's words, so he doesn't hesitate. Boss, a Dongpo pork elbow, a tomato beef brisket, a small portion of egg fried rice, and a cucumber. Naturally, you have to try all the new dishes. Because it was the first time you tried it and you didn't know the portion, Tang Ziyi cautiously only ordered a small portion of egg fried rice. Before the food was served, Tang Ziyi searched among the diners. This Zhou Long actually came to the shop to eat alone without waiting for him. Hey? Where is Zhou Long? After searching for a long time but not finding his good brother, Tang Ziyi was stunned for a moment, then quickly walked up to the two brothers Zhang Ji and Zhang Mo who were immersed in cooking. Where is your captain? Zhang Ji raised his head and took a look, and then he recognized that this was his captain's good brother Tang Ziyi. Brother Tang, the captain had a Dongpo pork elbow in the shop yesterday, and then he broke through level 60. Early this morning let's go to the Star Do Forest. What the hell? After eating a portion of Dongpo pork, you had a breakthrough? Tang Ziyi looked suspicious of life, looking at the two lonely brothers as if they were fools. How many dishes are you so drunk? Zhang Ji's expression didn't change at all, he looked determined. After a few breaths, Tang Ziyi rubbed his temples and asked, are you serious? No, it's a bit of a headache, and the amount of information is a bit too much. Zhang Ji nodded. Hall Master, you personally tested it and found that this Dongpo elbow can increase the speed of cultivation by about 50%, which lasts for half an hour. The captain relied on the essence of Dongpo elbow to successfully break through level 60. Yu Hua had already moved out, and Tang Ziyi couldn't believe it. No wonder it costs 100 gold soul coins. If it really has this effect, 100 gold soul coins can only be said to be too cheap. But if this is the case, it is natural that the four hall masters are attracted to eat here. Tang Ziyi took a deep look at the back of the figure who was busy in the kitchen. From his eyes, he could naturally see the state of Chi Han's soul power at this moment. Level 12 soul power. Even if you successfully absorb the soul ring, you will only have 11 levels of soul power, right? It's only been a few days and you're already at level 12? And Tang Ziyi thought about it carefully and found a problem with horror. It seems that when he first came here, Chi Han didn't have a trace of soul power, he was just an ordinary person, right? How long has it been since you reached the 12th level of soul power? It seems that not even half a month has passed, right? Chapter 27. Someone applied for the job. Seeing Chi Han walking towards him with the dishes, Tang Ziyi gave Chi Han a deep look, which made Chi-Han couldn't help but be stunned. "Brother Tang, what's wrong?" After making sure that he didn't find what he was thinking about from Chi-Han, Tang Zi withdrew his gaze and shook his head. It's okay, hee hee. At that moment, he had some suspicion that Chi-Han was an evil soul master. The so-called evil soul master is a soul master who possesses an evil martial soul and uses the evil martial soul to do all kinds of evil and bring harm to all living beings. Evil soul masters can use evil attributes to improve their soul power realm and cultivation, and their strength will increase very quickly, but this is not the right way. The cost of increasing their strength is often the massacre of ordinary people. Such soul masters are not tolerated in Douluo continent, and other soul masters will kill them without mercy if they encounter them. Because Chi-Han's cultivation improved too fast, Tang Zi had some doubts, but there was an obvious evil aura on the evil soul master, but not on Chi-Han, which made Tang Zi give up his suspicions. As long as you're not an evil soul master, it doesn't matter. Who hasn't, have a little secret. Chi-Han naturally didn't know what Tang Zi was thinking, but the system seemed to be vaguely aware of something. In view of the rapid increase of the host's soul power, we are now providing free soul power concealment card X1. After using it, the host's soul power realm will not be detected by others. Do you want to use it? The hand-chopping green onions paused. Chi-Han didn't understand why the system suddenly mentioned this, but now was obviously not a good time to use it. Let's wait until it closes at noon before using it. Tang Zi was delighted by the new delicacy. Like Zhao Yun's Hung, Tang Zi, who likes egg fried rice, soon discovered the properties of tomato beef brisket as a good meal. Cucumbers are an appetizer, tomatoes and beef brisket are eaten with rice. The result of superimposing the two is: "Boss, please have another small portion of egg fried rice." Tang Zi said, "I still want it." When Tang Zi had eaten and drank enough, he tasted the Dongpo elbow with a look of enjoyment and felt the soul power in his body running rapidly in his meridians. Even though he had expected it in advance, he was still very surprised at this moment. It's just a dish, but it has an effect that is not inferior to the treasures of heaven and earth. The boss is really awesome. It is a pity that Tang Zi has not yet reached the bottleneck of the soul power realm and cannot break through. Even so, the effect of Dongpo's elbow still increased his soul power by a large amount, saving him several days of cultivation. Soon, Tang Zi put down the last empty plate and touched his round belly with a satisfied smile on his face. Now he rushes to complete every escort mission to Shrek City. The brothers in Tiandu City think he is stupid for spending so much time running back and forth. Haha, how do these ordinary people know the charm of delicious food in small shops? After saying hello to Chi-Han, and then bowing respectfully to the four hall masters, Tang Zi turned around and left the shop. After the task handover was over, it was time for him to return to Tiandu City. The noon meal time passed quickly, and Chi-Han rubbed his wrist after seeing off the last guest. From the guest's comments, Chi-Han already roughly knew why the shop's popularity suddenly increased. It's a good thing that business is improving, but I'm more tired than before. It can be regarded as a sweet trouble. By the way, the notice board has been hanging at the door for a day, why hasn't anyone come to apply for a waiter position? Chi-Han felt that he was almost as busy as a spinning top and was in urgent need of a helper. Main Mission 4, a small goal. The cumulative income of the store reaches 100,000 gold soul coins. Task description: even if you are the god of cookery, making money is equally important. Come and earn a small goal that belongs to you. Mission reward: 3-star random recipe X1, 2-star self-selected recipe fragment X1, soul power level +5. Task progress: 30241/100000. After taking a look at the progress of the task, Chi-Han fell into silence. The fourth main task, which was initially estimated to take a month to complete, seems to be close to completion with the popularity of Dongpo elbow and the increase in diners. The price of Dongpo elbows is already high. Nowadays, it is not a problem for Chi Han's shop to earn tens of thousands of gold soul coins a day. At this rate, maybe it will only take a week. By the way, the system seemed to have given me a card just now. It's a soul power concealment card. Chi Han nodded. Use. There was a layer of grey light on his body, which quickly disappeared, and no abnormality could be seen from the surface. If someone uses mental power to detect his cultivation level, they will be surprised to find that they cannot accurately detect Chi Han's soul power realm. If detecting Chi Han's soul power realm was originally as simple as looking in through a glass window, the current situation is probably like looking in through frosted glass. It can only be seen that there is someone, but it is completely unclear whether the figure is good or not. No. It can only be seen that there is soul power, but the exact amount is completely unclear. After resting for a while, Chi Han got up and walked to the door, preparing to close the door and rest, but found a familiar figure standing at the door. Chi Han was stunned for a moment, then recalled where this feeling of familiarity came from. This girl has been to the shop before. Her name seems to be Fuya. Chi Han was not deeply impressed by her, but he was quite impressed by another little girl named Ying Shuang. After all, he was the first one to threaten Chi Han and smash the store. Chi Han remembered that Ying Shuang came to the store several times later, and each time she came secretly wearing a big hat, for fear of being recognized by Chi Han, which made Chi Han couldn't help but want to laugh. Chi Han was just about to walk over and tell Fuya that the shop was closed, when he suddenly realized that her eyes were always fixed on the notice board in front of the door. Could it be? Excuse me, are you recruiting waiters here? Fuya noticed that Chi Han came to her side, hesitated for a moment, and asked in a low voice. I really came to apply for a job. To be honest, Fuya is very good looking, even more beautiful than the pampered Ying Shuang. Her long, straight black hair also suits Chi Han's aesthetics, so it seems good to have her as a waiter. But the problem now is... Chi Han looked at Fuya's size and hesitated slightly. As a girl of 14 or 15 years old, although there is no such thing as child labor in this world, Chi Han is still a little entangled. Seemingly sensing Chi Han's hesitation, Fuya bit her lower lip and said stubbornly, I can help you wash the dishes and serve the dishes. Chi Han was stunned for a moment and shook his head. The waiter only needs to clean up the table after the guests have finished their meal, serve the dishes to the guests, and help remember the guests' orders. As for washing the dishes, I have dishwasher. Dishwasher. Fuya blinked, not knowing what it was, but she opened it immediately. He said, I can do all the things you said. Chi Han scratched his head, but aren't you a little young? Is this appropriate? Age? Fuya's eyes widened, obviously not expecting that Chi Han's point of confusion was here. After a while, she gritted her teeth, and 4 soul rings of yellow, purple and purple appeared instantly behind her. My 4th ring cultivation is as strong as an adult, and I will be an adult in 1 year. Chapter 28 The Inhumane Chi Han. After all, the two worlds are still different. In the world of Douluo continent, one is considered an adult at the age of 16. Fuya is 15 years old. It can be said that adulthood is indeed not far away. What's more, Fuya still has the strength of the 4th ring soul sect, which is very scary. The 4 Huan soul sect is already considered the backbone of some small sects. Being able to reach such a level of cultivation at the age of 15 means that Fuya's talent will not be borrowed from an unknown person in Shrek Academy. Chi Han couldn't find any other reason to refuse, so he chose to accept happily. That's no problem. When can you start? If possible, Chi Han hopes that she will start from tonight. Fuya blinked. Wait a minute, boss, haven't you mentioned the treatment yet? Didn't it say that the salary was negotiable? No matter how much it was mentioned, it was never mentioned. Is this boss reliable? Yes. Chi-Han patted his head and almost forgot the most important thing. But how will the treatment be given? Chi-Han fell into deep thought. Carrying dishes and cleaning is not a hard job, and the working hours are only 4 hours a day. If it were placed elsewhere, such a job might only cost a few Gintama coins a month. Even in the largest city on the mainland like Shrek City, 2 or 3 gold soul coins are enough. But Chi-Han raised his eyes and looked at his menu. The cheapest cucumber shot costs 2 gold soul coins. Can a cucumber patter earn a month's salary as a waiter? He felt embarrassed to exploit the little girl like this. Damn, it's all because the food in the store is too expensive. Host, please don't blame others. The dishes are expensive because the raw materials are expensive. Alright. Chi-Han raised his head and looked at Fuya. 300 gold soul coins a month, what do you think? This price was given by Chi-Han after comprehensively considering the customer flow and turnover of the store, as well as the strength of Fuya's own 4-ring soul sect. After thinking about it, Chi-Han also felt that the waiter in his shop must be a soul master. The diners in the shop are all soul masters, and ordinary little girls may not be qualified to work as waiters. There is still a big gap in status between soul masters and ordinary people. Ordinary girls may not be able to speak in front of titled Douluo like the 4 Tang sect masters. In fact, he still felt that 300 gold soul coins was a bit less. After all, he could earn close to 10,000 gold soul coins in a day. At this moment, Fuya felt that her mind was blank and she was a little confused. Her family background is not good. Because her talent for cultivation is very high, her family is selling everything to send her to take the Shrek Academy entrance examination. Fuya herself was very ambitious. Not only was she admitted to Shrek, but she was also one of the best students in Shrek Academy. In order to reduce the burden on her family, Fuya applied to become a work-study student. She needed to help work at the school to earn tuition. Her life was not rich and she ate free meals in the school every day. The canteen of Shrek Academy is very good, and the free meals are equally delicious, but soul masters need a lot of nutrition, which free meals cannot provide. But Fuya didn't care. With her talent, even if she only ate free meals, she broke through the soul sect before the age of 15 and became an outstanding student of the academy. Originally everything was going well, but a few days ago my family suddenly sent me a letter. The mother is ill and needs a sum of money. The father has no choice but to hope that his daughter, a soul master, can think of a way. Fuya has also saved some money over the years, but not much. She is still far from being able to treat her mother's illness. In desperation, she can only work part-time after school to save the remaining money. In fact, Fuya is not without other options. Whether it is borrowing money from the rich woman's best friend Ying Shuang, or seeking help from a few well-off suitors, this problem can be easily solved. But she doesn't want to do this. If she really can't work to save the remaining money, she might consider borrowing money from Ying Shuang, but that's not now. As for those suitors, she had never thought about them. However, working part-time is not as easy as Fuya imagined. Ordinary work takes a long time, delays study, and the wages are also very low. It takes a long time to make up for the remaining money. Just when she was a little desperate, she suddenly learned that Chi-Han's store was recruiting waiters. The working hours of the store just fit in with her schedule, so her studies and practice will not be delayed. As for the salary, thinking of the egg fried rice for a portion of 5 gold soul coins that impressed her so much, Fuya decided to take a gamble. No matter what, you can always afford 1 egg fried rice a month, right? It would be nice if I could advance part of it in advance. After all, I only have 3 gold soul coins left to pay for my mother's medical treatment. Even with such conditions, Fuya already felt that she was a bit too much. The restaurant only serves a plate, how could it be possible to give 5 gold soul coins a month? As a result, this handsome young boss asked for 300 gold soul coins a month. Fuya felt that she was hallucinating. Chi-Han on the side had completely different ideas. He watched Fuya dumbfounded after hearing the treatment. He looked dumb and frowned slightly. Is it really too little? After all, he is a strong soul sect. Let's do this, 300 gold soul coins for a month, plus 2 working meals a day, and you can eat whatever you want from the shop, as long as it's not wasted. Well, that should be enough. Calculating carefully, if Fuya's stomach capacity for 60 working meals a month is an average of 30 gold soul coins, which is 1,800 gold soul coins. Including salary, it is close to 2,000 gold soul coins. Think about the Wuhan Palace period 5,000 years ago. The strong soul masters did nothing. The monthly allowance from the Wuhan Palace was 100 gold soul coins. On this basis, the treatment of the 4-ring soul sect was a 10-fold increase is also reasonable. According to this standard, if the soul sect strongman is to carry the plate, 2,000 should be about the same? Well, that makes sense. Hearing this, Fuya became even more stunned. Although she has never been to the store since that time, every time her best friend Ying Shuang secretly goes to the store, she will tell herself proudly when she comes back that she was not recognized by the boss, while complaining that the food in the store is so delicious but so expensive. Thanks to Ying Shuang, although Fuya has never been here, she has long been greedy for the various delicacies in the shop. Now the boss actually said that there are 2 working meals a day, so you can eat whatever you want? At this moment, Fuya had an unreal feeling as if golden soul coins were falling from the sky. However, Chi-Han's perception was completely different. Seeing the girl's duller expression, he scratched his head and asked, "Is it still a little low?" No. Fuya suddenly came back to her senses and looked at Chi-Han with bright eyes. "I can start this afternoon." But Fuya's face turned red. Chi-Han gave her such a good treatment. She was embarrassed to mention the salary advance, but her mother's illness could not delay it any longer. Can you give me an advance on my salary? 10 gold soul coins will do." After hesitating, she quickly changed her mind, 5 is okay too. If you save a little, you can still get through this month. Advance payment? Chi-Han was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "Wait a moment." After saying that, he walked into the kitchen, took out 3 brand new golden tickets, and handed them to Fuya. "I'll just make a 1-month advance. Remember 4 in the afternoon. Come over at 1:30, have a working meal half an hour early, and then start work." Chapter 29. Are you concerned about the system? Until she returned to the dormitory, Fuya was still a little distraught. "How are you doing?" As soon as the door was opened, a fiery red figure rushed forward, hugged Fuya and asked with concern. Shrek Academy's outer dormitory has double rooms, and Fuya's roommates have always been Ying Shuang from her first year of enrollment to now. This is also an opportunity for the two to become best friends. Fuya's family situation was kept secret from Ying Shuang, but she still refused to accept Ying Shuang's help. Ying Shuang had a bad temper, but she had no choice but to help Fuya find a job. She even secretly instigated her own industry to hire Fuya with a high salary, but Fuya saw through it at a glance and refused to accept it. Fortunately, there is no way out. I heard that a Tang sect disciple broke through to the Soul Emperor after eating a new dish in Chi-Han's shop yesterday, attracting 4 titled Douluo from the Tang sect. Ying Shuang plans to go and see it today. Watch the excitement and stop by to try the delicacies in the shop that you have been craving for days. As a result, before I even entered, I saw the notice board of the store. Ying Shuang, who was concerned about her best friend, didn't even eat anything and ran back to the college to tell Fuya the news. Fuya was naturally interested in this job that sounded like a good fit for her, so she went to the store to apply for the job before Chi Han closed the door. After hugging Ying Shuang, Fuya smiled slightly and told Fuya exactly what they had said to Chi Han. Eat whatever you want for 2 work meals a day. After talking for a long time, Ying Shuang's focus remained on this sentence. Will he still hire waiters? I want to go too. Ying Shuang's eyes lit up and she wanted to apply for the job. It doesn't matter whether she works or not, she just wants to spend time with Fuya, her best friend. Fuya tilted her head and thought for a moment. Before I left, I saw the boss took away the notice board. Shouldn't he keep it? Fuya touched Ying Shuang's head in a funny way. I'm going to work this afternoon. I want to go too. Ying Shuang snorted. That boss treats you so well, I suspect he has ulterior motives. Fuya was stunned and shook her head. No way. He can't beat me. Who knows? Ying Shuang murmured quietly, but she was thinking about what to eat at a small shop in the evening. She hasn't eaten the dongpo pork elbow, which is said to be able to improve one's cultivation. She originally planned to eat it for lunch, but she must eat it at night. By the way, before I left at noon, I heard that the shop had new dishes. What is it called? Tomato beef brisket. Eat, eat, eat. I want them all tonight. Ying Shuang covered her thinning wallet and let out a howl like a jobber. After successfully hiring a waiter, Chi Han felt that the burden on his shoulders was much lighter. From now on, Fuya will be responsible for clearing the table, serving dishes, and recording the guests' orders. She only needs to cook in the kitchen. Well, that's very nice. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed a task. Side mission 2, hire a waiter, completed. Mission reward, 1-star self-selected recipe fragment X1, can be collected. Long lost mission completion tone. Okay, actually it hasn't been long yet, only 8 chapters have passed. Chi Han chose to receive it without hesitation. It happened that there were no recipes that needed training at this moment. Choose a 1-star recipe for seamless connection. It's you, scumbag Chi Han. No new side tasks have been triggered, and the only tasks Chi Han has not yet completed are the main task 4. After receiving the 1-star self-selected recipe fragment, Chi Han fell into deep thought. What new dish would be better to choose? By the way, the shop seems to have no drinks. Then let's have a 1-star drink. Opening all the recipes of 1-star, Chi Han skipped a lot of fancy dish names, turned directly to the wine category, and started reading. Chi Han turned around for a while and said with some confusion, System, where's the wine? Why are all the 1-star drinks on the menu shown as drinks? The level of alcohol included in this system is too high, starting with 2-star recipes, and the drinks in 1-star recipes are mainly other drinks. How to start with a 2-star wine recipe? Chi Han couldn't help but be speechless. He wanted to see what kind of wine this was if he had the chance. Drinks are just drinks. Chi Han flipped through the pages again and fixed his eyes on one of the drinks. System, didn't you say that Quinnan juice is too low grade, so you won't include it? I saw the 4 characters Quinnan juice written on this drink. The raw material Quinnan fruit used in this system is a special variety that has been artificially selected for hundreds of generations and grafted using special technology. Speak English. After being cultivated by this system, it is no longer low level. Okay, you are the system and you have the final say. Chi Han shrugged, I'll just choose this. The taste of Quinnan fruit is a bit like watermelon, which he quite likes. Of course, if there is watermelon juice to choose from, he will still choose watermelon juice. But among the 1-star juices, there was no fruit he recognized. What's wrong? My blue star fruit doesn't deserve it. Blue star is an ordinary plain, so it is normal for the fruits produced not to taste as good as those from the extraordinary plain. It sounds reasonable. Chi Han was thoughtful. No wonder the ingredients for your own cooking must be cultivated systematically. Even the ingredients from Blue Star must be hybridized with the ingredients here to make them taste better. The host uses 1-star self-selected recipe fragment X1 to exchange for 1-star recipe, Qinan juice. Are you sure? Sure. As Chi Han opened his mouth to answer, the system space once again turned into a training space. Chi Han felt something was not right. When he saw the ghost of the chef in the system space reappearing, he finally knew the source of what was wrong. You still need training space to squeeze juice. The system did not respond to Chi Han's question. What responded to him was the shadow in the training space. I saw the phantom wielding a knife, and quickly cut open each Qinan fruit. The knife was swung so fast that not a drop of juice flowed out. If you think about cutting a watermelon without leaking the watermelon juice, you can imagine the difficulty. The Qinan fruit provided by the system has been cultivated for hundreds of generations. It is much larger than the normal Qinan fruit, about the size of 2 fists. After being cut into 2 halves, Phantom quickly scooped out only the center part with a small spoon. The portion the size of a billiard ball was put into the system's black tech juicer, and the rest was thrown aside. This. Chi Han was stunned, but Shui Ying's performance was not over yet. I saw the shadow take out a tall cup with a gorgeous relief on the surface, use ice clips to pick out a long ice cube, put it into the cup, use a tamper to rotate the ice cube in the cup several times, and then take out the ice cube. Use a tall cup to receive the juice from the juicer. Then add a few mint leaves to the mouth of the cup and put in a glass straw with a circle of bends at the suction end. Completed. Chi Han's eyes widened. I don't know much about the system. Aren't these operations used for bartending? Just a glass of juice, okay? Chapter 30 Work clothes equals made clothes? Take the juice and take a sip. The tall glass has been soaked with the cold air of the ice cubes. At this moment, the juice is poured into it. Just one sip will make people feel cool in the lungs. The juice is very sweet, and the system did not lie. This juice is much sweeter than the original Qinan juice. This sweetness does not appear cloying, but has a rich fruity aroma, giving people a refreshing feeling. Savoring it slowly, one portion of Qinan juice was quickly finished. System, where are the remaining Qinan fruits? The system is responsible for recycling and using it to feed other livestock. Is it okay to recycle? How much does a cup of Qinan juice like this cost? 1 gold soul coin/cup? The lowest price in the store has been refreshed. Patting cucumber, I am finally not the cheapest one. Standing up, Chi Han said with light in his eyes, come on, start training. It is not difficult to make Qinan juice. The only difficulty is probably to split the Qinan fruit into 2 at first, so that no juice will flow out. Chi Han thought that such a requirement was to prevent waste, but the system's answer surprised him. The juice that is divided into 2 comes from the squeeze of the pulp tissue of the Qinan fruit at the cross-section. Since the pulp at the cross-section is not all the essence pulp, it will cause the juice of the non-essence pulp to contaminate the pulp of the essence part, making the Qinan juice unable to reach perfect layers. The essence part is probably the billiard ball-sized part in the center. The other parts are ruthlessly classified as non-essence pulp by the system, and the word pollution is even used in disgust. Blow hair fault finding, this is very systematic. Fortunately, Chi Han's knife skills had reached a proficient level not long ago, and the operation of the phantom looked extremely gorgeous, but after getting started with it himself, Chi Han soon discovered that it was easier than he thought. It's just that the knife is released faster, and the blade is always consistent with the direction of the knife, without any deviation. After staying in the training space for about 5 days, Chi Han was able to master it proficiently. This was the fastest time Chi Han had ever walked out of the training space. Even so, he made 3,000 mistakes in swinging his sword. Looking at the extra text on the menu, Chi Han smiled. For him now, the happiest thing is probably when he sees a new item in the menu every time he walks out of the training space. Chi-han went back upstairs to take a nap, and soon it was 4:30. Opening the door of the shop, Fuya was already standing at the door of the shop in a lively manner. There is still half an hour before the official opening, but there are already many people queuing in front of the store. When they saw Chi-han opening the door, the diners thought that Chi-han had opened the restaurant early, so they headed inside excitedly. Unexpectedly, Chi-han just picked up a girl and entered it, then Chi-shiran closed the shop door. Diner? Entering the shop, Chi-han looked at the Shrek Academy uniform that Fuya was wearing and raised his eyebrows. It doesn't seem right to be a waiter wearing Shrek Academy uniform. If Shrek Academy knew about it, they would probably cause trouble for themselves. Wait for me, I'll get you some work clothes, and you can think about what to eat first. With that said, Chi-han got up and walked upstairs. System, you should be able to customize the waiter's work clothes. Yes, please host, choose the style. As the system opened, dozens of different styles of maid uniforms appeared in front of Chi-han instantly. Hiss, this low-cut one looks good. Wow, there is also this miniskirt style. Let me go, there are actually bikini-style maid outfits. You know the system very well. After picking and choosing, Chi-han finally chose the two most conservative ones with a calm expression. I also took into account the change of clothes. I am really a considerate boss. Thanks to your patronage, I will give you 1,000 gold soul coins for custom-made clothing? What the hell? Are you trying to steal money from the system? Why are clothes so expensive? I thought the host knew. You know what the heck, how could I let you customize it if I knew it was so expensive? Chi-han rolled his eyes angrily. Does the host still want it? Chi-han took out 2 gold tickets with a face value of 1,000, bring it to you. Watching the 2 golden tickets disappear out of thin air, and 2 brand new maid outfits appearing in front of Chi-han, Chi-han turned around and walked downstairs. Handing the maid outfit to Fuya, Chi-han explained, this is work clothes. You can change the 2 pieces. Remember to wear work clothes when you work in the future. There are no maid uniforms on Douluo continent, so Fuya didn't think there was anything wrong with such a skirt, so she opened a maid uniform and looked at it carefully. What a beautiful dress! Her eyes shone. The fabric of this skirt seemed to be very high-end. Even the fabric of Ying Shuang's most expensive skirt seemed inferior in comparison. This should be very expensive. Is it really workwear? Fuya couldn't help but glance at Chi-han. It fits me so well. How did the boss know my size? She felt her face was a little hot, and she quickly lowered her head. Chi-han Hui misunderstood and pointed to the stairs upstairs. Go upstairs and turn left to find a guest room. You can change clothes in it. Okay, okay. Fuya responded in a low voice and trotted upstairs. By the way, what are you eating? Chi-han asked, looking at Fuya's back as she hurried upstairs. Just, a small portion of egg fried rice will be fine. A small portion of egg fried rice? The little girl is too simple. She said she could eat whatever she wanted, but she only ordered fried rice with 1 egg? Add some pork belly and chicken to her. Eat more to grow taller. Chi-han strolled to the kitchen, turned on the fire, and started cooking. Not only Fuya, but also he himself should eat. When Fuya changed her clothes and walked downstairs with a hint of girlish shyness, Chi-han couldn't help but be stunned. Soul Masters' bodies tend to develop faster than ordinary people. Although Fuya is only 15 years old, she is already 1.65 meters tall, has a curvy figure, and is beginning to show the delicate temperament of a girl. With her stunning face, long black hair, and a waist-cinching maid outfit, Chi-han could only feel in one word, stunning. 300 gold soul coins a month is a lot of money. How does it taste? Chi-han pointed to the small table next to him. On the table were a portion of pork belly chicken and a small portion of egg fried rice. Fuya blinked. "Boss, I just want one egg fried rice." The boss treated her so well, and she was embarrassed to eat something too expensive, so when Chi-han asked before, she only ordered a small portion of egg fried rice. Chi-han shook his head. "Now is the time for you to grow. Eat more, as long as you don't waste it." This. Fuya was a little moved, nodded obediently, picked up the spoon and slowly tasted the egg fried rice. A portion of egg fried rice was quickly finished, and she couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. It had been a long time since the last time she came here, but she could never forget the egg fried rice at Chi-han's shop, and she finally had it again. Thinking about being able to eat such delicious egg fried rice every day in the future, Fuya feels that she is probably the happiest girl in the world. Chapter 31 Best Friends Backstabbing. After eating the egg fried rice, a wave of heat began to spread from her stomach and entered Fuya's body. The same thing happened the last time she ate egg fried rice. Fuya knew very well that this kind of thing would happen only after eating a very high-end nutritious meal. Fuya had eaten such a nutritious meal in the cafeteria of Shrek Academy before and was very impressed. These nutrients will be gradually absorbed during the subsequent practice, thus speeding up the practice, which is of great benefit to the Soul Master. This is pork belly chicken. When Fuya's eyes turned to another dish on the side, she quickly recognized the pork belly and chicken as she was talked about by Ying Shuang every day. But when she saw the chopsticks next to the pork belly and chicken, she became a little at a loss. Although Ying Shuang had told her that the shop had a special kind of tableware called chopsticks, she had never used it. Seeing Fuya's predicament, Chi-han smiled slightly, took out a pair of chopsticks from the kitchen, and showed them to Fuya. He didn't stop until Fuya learned them thoroughly. There may be new customers in the shop in the future. If they also show up, if I don't know how to use chopsticks, I need you to teach me. Yes. Fuya, who had already learned how to use chopsticks, nodded sharply with bright eyes. The pork belly is so crispy, the chicken is so tender, and the soup is so delicious. Fuya tasted pork belly chicken for the first time and felt that she had another dish that she would never forget. Although the pork belly chicken was delicious, Fuya didn't have time to taste it carefully. She didn't come here to dine, but to work. Watching Fuya finish eating, Chi-han nodded and began to teach Fuya how to use the equipment in the store. This is a dishwasher. You just put the dishes in and it will wash them automatically. Fuya's eyes widened. She had never seen anything like this. Amazing! If there was this at home, wouldn't Mom not have to wash the dishes? The girl couldn't help but start thinking about it. Chi-han pointed to the dining area. After you open the store later, you only need to record each customer's order, and then tell me that after I prepare the dishes, serve them to each customer, and clean up the guests' leftovers in time after they leave. Just put down the dishes and clean the table. As he said that, Chi-han suddenly remembered something. By the way, I'll get you a rag. The rag used by Chi-han is also a high-tech system. It can easily wipe away all the oil stains on the table without using any detergent. No. Fuya smiled slightly, and her fingers gently touched the table where she was dining. The entire table was instantly covered with a layer of ice crystals. The ice crystals shattered and disappeared, and the table became smooth. Like a mirror, all stains are gone. This. Chi-han was shocked by Fuya's sudden exposure of her hand. My martial spirit is controlled by the ice element, so I can use ice to clean the desktop. Fuya explained, making Chi-han couldn't help but be speechless. Fuya only needs to touch the desktop to clean it. Isn't this more convenient than black technology? Are you embarrassed by the system? Black technology does not require soul power. But people clean up faster? Black technology does not require soul power. Okay, Chi Han chose to give up the argument. It's almost time to open the door. Chi Han stood up and walked to the kitchen, pointing to the closed door. Fuya, go ahead and open the door. Challenge to never leave the kitchen during business hours, let's start. Fuya nodded and pushed open the door of the shop. Her eyes suddenly froze. She had not noticed the situation outside the door at all before, but now she was shocked when she saw the long queue. There are so many guests. Yu Hua entered the shop first on crutches and glanced at Fuya. Girl, where is the owner of this shop? Why did he ask you to come out and open the door? Ah! It is His Majesty the Wood Spirit Douluo of the Tang sect. Fuya lowered her head. I'm the new waiter hired by the shop. The boss is in the kitchen. If you have anything to order, just tell me. Waiter. Yu Hua raised his eyebrows, and suddenly remembered that he had indeed seen a notice recruiting waiters at the door of the store a few days ago. Thinking of the busy situation of the store, he couldn't help but nodded in agreement. This little shop really needs to hire a waiter. Bring me a sliced cucumber, a dongpo pork elbow, and a small portion of fried rice with eggs. Hey? Got something new? Give me some of this Qinan juice too. Fuya took out a pen and paper from the pocket of her maid uniform, quickly took notes, and then led Yu Hua to an empty table. As a qualified waiter, memorizing the dishes and prices in a small shop is of course a compulsory course. Before opening the door, Fuya had already memorized all the dishes on the menu. Tonight, the 4 Tang clan hall masters did not come together. After all, the hall master is in charge of the affairs of Tang Clan Hall 1 and is also quite busy. Perhaps only Yu Hua, who studies elixirs and spiritual plants every day, has the spare time to come to the shop to eat every day. A fiery red figure pushed in the door, and she immediately saw Fuya wearing a maid outfit walking in the shop. Seeing that her best friend seemed to have changed, she couldn't help but widen her eyes, secretly surprised. Ying Shuang did not hide anything today. After all, in her opinion, the waiters in the shop were her best friends, and she was here to support her best friend as a group of relatives and friends. If this shop owner dares to abuse Fuya, watch me Ying Shuang burn you to ashes. Reflecting double and double one, the fiery red dress was so eye-catching, so Fuya naturally found her best friend quickly, walked over and took her hand, took her to an empty seat and sat down. I'm a little busy now, I'll talk to you later. What do you want to eat? Looking at Fuya, who suddenly became more capable after not seeing each other for a few hours, Ying Shuang said blankly, a small portion of egg fried rice, a dongpo pork elbow, and a tomato beef brisket. The store has a new product today, Qinan juice. Your favorite juice is your usual favorite. Would you like to try one too? Ah, okay. Ying Shuang nodded dully, feeling the stab in the back from her best friend. It's just your first day at work, why do you take the initiative to get business for your boss? It's all the boss's fault. Ying Shuang glanced bitterly at the busy figures in the kitchen. Woo-hoo-hoo, give me back my caring bestie. A sneeze. Chi Han in the kitchen couldn't help but sneeze. System, is your range hood broken? Why did Duan start to sneeze? Is it because of the fumes? Please don't slander this system. There is nothing wrong with the range hood, but someone is scolding the host. Someone scolded me? Chi Han expressed disbelief. I am as handsome as the reader, who doesn't love it? I regretfully looked at the beef brisket in front of me. If I sneezed on it, I couldn't continue to use it. System, recycle it and get a new one. Chapter 32 Opportunities for Promotion to Junior Chef. Boss, I'll go back first. Okay, come over at 10:30 tomorrow. Chi Han waved his hand and watched the girl turn and leave. Okay boss, I will come on time. After putting on the Shrek Academy uniform again, Fuya carefully put the 2 maid uniforms away in her arms and walked towards the side door of Shrek Academy. Such a good skirt should be cherished. The side entrance of Shrek Academy is not far behind Chi Han's store, and the dormitory area of Shrek Academy is near the side entrance. In other words, this side door was originally designed to facilitate students' entry and exit. The guard just glanced at Fuya's Shrek uniform and immediately opened the door to let her in. No one in this world dares to pretend to be a Shrek student and sneak in. After returning to the dormitory, Fuya lay down on her bed with relief. Even if she is a strong soul sect, passing food and recording menus for 2 hours is still very hard work. After all, the business of the small store is really good. Woo woo woo, Fuya, don't you want your best friend anymore? A beam of white light suddenly lit up, and Ying Shuang's face looked as pale as a ghost under the white light. Yet, Fuya screamed and jumped up from the bed in horror. She is most afraid of ghosts. Soon she realized that this was not a ghost, but her plastic best friend. She was so angry that she immediately rushed forward and tickled Ying Shuang. After playing around for a while, the exhausted two people lay weakly side by side on the bed. Isn't it tiring to be a waiter? Ying Shuang turned her head to look at her best friend's delicate profile and spoke softly. It's okay, and the food in the shop is really delicious. Fuya's eyes shone. To her, the busyness of the store is nothing. As a student of Shrek Academy, she has experienced hardships that are many times harder than this. Recalling the delicious pork belly, chicken, and egg fried rice, Fuya felt that such busyness was not worthy of the delicious food she ate. What should I do if I always feel inexplicably guilty? Correct. Thinking of the good food she had eaten, Fuya suddenly got up from the bed and crossed her legs in a practicing posture. It cannot be wasted, so much nutrition must be cultivated and absorbed as soon as possible. Ying Shuang glanced helplessly at her best friend and sighed. From the moment I first met her, my best friend has always been practicing so hard. Ying Shuang naturally started practicing too. After eating so many good things in the shop, when she returned to the dormitory, she took advantage of the effect of Dongpo's elbow to practice as soon as possible. However, as soon as the effect of Dongpo's elbow disappeared, her motivation to practice was gone. The two have similar talents. Ying Shuang has a better family background and eats more nutritious meals. However, he is still a 38th level Soul Master, while Fuya is already a 40 level Soul Master. It's entirely because Ying Shuang is too salty and Fuya is too diligent that the contrast is so obvious. It's strange to say that two girls with completely different personalities and backgrounds have become close best friends. Forget it, let's practice hard. Ying Shuang, who wanted to have a good sleep, saw Fuya working so hard, sighed softly, got up, crossed her legs, and began to meditate. Watching Fuya leave the shop, Chi Han turned his attention to the system's task panel. Main Mission 4, a small goal. The cumulative income of the store reaches 100,000 gold soul coins. Task description: even if you are the god of cookery, making money is equally important. Come and earn a small goal that belongs to you. Mission reward: 3-star random recipe x1, 2-star self-selected recipe fragment x1, soul power level +5. Task progress: 38213/100000. In one night, the profit reached 8,000 gold soul coins. At noon, it was only 5,000. Obviously, the extra 30% is due to hiring Fuya as a waiter. In the past, Chi Han cleaned the table and served the dishes by himself, which took a lot of time and was extremely inefficient. Now, all these tasks are handed over to Fuya. He only needs to cook, and his efficiency has naturally improved significantly. Chi Han understands the truth, but now Zhe Qian suddenly felt that the salary given to Fuya was a little less. Alas, there are so few entrepreneurs with a conscience like me. Host, please don't put money in your face. You are not an entrepreneur, you are just a trainee chef. Shut up. Speaking of which, Chi-Han looked at the menu on the wall. He had mastered several 2-star recipes now. When can I become a junior chef in the system? System? Where are the people? The host told me to shut up. Then you can speak now. I will speak if the host asks me to speak. Wouldn't that make me lose face? Snort. Hey? He was even arrogant. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Chi-Han's mouth. But you have spoken now. Seeing that the system was speechless, Chi-Han felt extremely happy. This is the first time he has defeated the system in a quarrel. Fighting against the system is endless fun. After the completion of main task 4, there will be a new promotion task. After completing it, you can be promoted to junior chef. Bickering is bickering, the system is still very responsible and reliable most of the time. System, promotion also has tasks. Yes, the host needs to complete the promotion task in order to be promoted. If it cannot be completed, it will remain as a trainee chef. Then what are the benefits of becoming a junior chef? Becoming a junior chef, the host will be qualified to name the shop, and at the same time, the randomly dropped recipes will no longer appear with 1-star recipes? Naming it is a small problem. After all, the shop is now well known. Although it does not have a name yet, diners are still accustomed to calling it the shop opposite Tangman. For Chi-Han, the most important thing is the second one. 1-star recipes no longer appear in randomly dropped recipes? Does this mean that future randomly dropped recipes will start with 2 stars? Yes, that's what it means. Yes. This is a great thing. You must know that among the entire random drop wheel, about 70% of the areas are 1-star recipes, 25% are 2-star recipes, and the remaining half are 3-star or above recipes. If you put it before, the probability of getting 3 stars or above was too low, and a 2-star recipe would be considered lucky. But now that 1-star recipes disappear, it means that the probability of obtaining all other recipes has greatly increased. How could Chi-Han not be excited? He naturally has to complete the 4th main task. With the speed of making money after Fuya arrives, the speed of completing the task will be further improved. It only takes about 4 days to complete the main task. After completing the main mission 4, you can get 3-star random recipes, 2-star self-selected recipe fragments and soul power level improvement rewards. Chi-Han was a little impatient. Now he was told by the system that after completing the main task 4, he would have the opportunity to be promoted to junior chef. There were so many benefits to junior chef, and his sense of expectation was instantly filled. What is our slogan? Work hard to make money, work hard to make money. Chapter 33 Promotion Task. 4 days passed quickly. Fuya has gradually adapted to the atmosphere of the shop, and her work has become more and more comfortable, and the diners in the shop are already quite familiar with this beautiful girl. With the help of this hard-working girl, the store's business has become more and more organized. It was originally expected to take 4 days to complete the main task 4, but now it seems that it can be faster. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed a task. Main mission 4, a small goal, completed. The cumulative income of the store reaches 100,000 gold soul coins. Task description: even if you are the god of cookery, making money is equally important. Come and earn a small goal that belongs to you. Mission rewards: 3-star random recipe X1, can be collected, 2-star self-selected recipe fragment X1, can be collected, soul power level +5, can be collected. Ding! Task triggered. Main mission 5, be famous. Let 95% of the original residents of Shrek City know about the existence of the store. Mission description: it's time to conquer a city with your superb cooking skills. Mission reward: randomly dropped recipe X3, 3-star random recipe X1, soul power level +5. Mission progress: 8/95. Ding! According to the system's judgment, the host is qualified to be promoted to junior chef, and the promotion task is now released. Coming! Chi-Han's cutting hand suddenly stopped. Promotion task, Light of Innovation. As a qualified chef, it is not enough to just master the existing recipes. Innovation is the source of improvement in cooking skills. Please go to the Soul Beast Gathering Area, Cal's Forest to freely search for ingredients and create new recipes. The recipe is rated 1 star by the system, which means the task is completed. Tip: there is no time limit for this promotion task. The host's original recipe passes the system star rating, and the host has the right to set the price. There is no fixed reward for the promotion task, and the task reward varies with the evaluation results of the host's original recipe. Chi-Han did not look at the details of the mission carefully. The shop was not closed yet. Although he was extremely excited, he still calmed down and continued cooking. Until the opening time of the shop ended at noon, after watching Fuya leave, Chi-Han couldn't wait to close the door of the small shop and carefully check the tasks. As the largest city in the mainland, Shrek City has an extremely large population base. It is said that Shrek Academy conducted a census 100 years ago and concluded that Shrek City has a fixed population of 6 million. Including some floating population, there are about 8 million people in Shrek City today. According to the requirements of Main Task 5, Chi-Han needs to let at least 7.6 million people in Shrek City know about the existence of the store in order to complete this task. However, Chi-Han didn't pay attention to this. He stared at the task progress displayed at the end of the task and fell into deep thought. 8/95. This means that the store is currently known to 8% of the Aborigines in Shrek City, which is approximately more than 600,000 people. Is your shop already so famous? There have indeed been more and more customers coming in the past few days, and Fuya often reports that many customers have to wait in line to get a meal. According to Chi-Han's rough estimate, whether it is open at noon or at night, there are more than 1,000 diners. But compared to 600,000, 1,000 is still a small number. Chi-Han didn't know that there were many reasons why his store was so famous. The residents of Douluo continent don't have as many entertainment activities as Blue Star, so they are particularly enthusiastic about all kinds of gossip. Chi-Han's shop is very mysterious, which just arouses their interest in gossip and becomes the favorite of many people after dinner. Of conversation. In fact, at first, Chi-Han's shop was only talked about by a few curious diners because the food was unreasonably expensive, so it was not considered famous. What really made Chi-Han's shop famous was when the 4 Tang sect masters came to the shop at the same time. For the 4 hall masters, this was just an attempt out of curiosity because they heard that their disciples had achieved breakthroughs in cultivation after eating the food from the shop. It was completely random. But this is not the case for others. Whether it is for ordinary people or soul masters, beings at this level of titled Douluo are looked up to. Countless former titled Douluo, their legends will be widely circulated after they pass away, not to mention the 4 titled Douluo who are still alive. Luo. Moreover, these 4 are also the heads of the Tang clan, the number 1 sect in the world. There were countless meddlers in every move they made. As they appeared in Chi-Han's shop many times, the center of discussion naturally shifted from the 4 titled Douluo to the shop. The spread of popularity is exponential. Although there are still not many diners who have been to his shop so far, only more than 10,000 in total, most of them are not regular customers. But his small shop has indeed been known to many people, and many people have even made up their mind to try it if they have the chance. Rather than continue to worry about the store's popularity, Chi-Han quickly turned his excited eyes to the promotion task. The description of the system is very detailed. The only thing that surprised Chi-Han was that the mission rewards were no longer fixed. It means that if the recipe you create has a higher rating, the reward will be higher. What if the system directly creates a 2-star recipe? Chi-Han is still self-aware of recipes with higher stars, but maybe he can try recipes with 2 stars? If the host directly creates a 2-star recipe, he will be directly promoted to an intermediate chef. However, given the current level of the host, this system does not believe that the host has such ability. Being looked down upon. Chi-Han said with some dissatisfaction, I am now practicing 2-star recipes in the training space. The number of mistakes has been less than 10,000 times, right? Why is it impossible to create 2-star recipes? Creation and learning are very different in difficulty. It takes thousands of mistakes for the host to learn other people's recipes. What qualifications does the host have to create his own 2-star recipe? It seems, makes sense. Then I can only create 1-star recipes, so what difference does the evaluation result make? Even for recipes with the same star rating, the evaluation results can vary greatly. Please refer to pork belly chicken and dongpo pork elbow. The explanation of the system is simple and easy to understand, and Chi-Han quickly understood its meaning. This task only requires creating a recipe that can be rated as 1 star by the system. The task can be regarded as completed and promoted to a junior chef, but the specific task rewards are different. If you are not satisfied with the evaluation results, you can continue to create new recipes as a basis for obtaining task rewards. Of course, this task cannot be put off forever, because if the recipe is not submitted to the system, the promotion of the junior chef will not be completed, and it will have an impact on all subsequent tasks. After the mission is over, all recipes created by Chi-Han can be put on the menu for sale, and Chi-Han has the right to set the price of his own recipes. Considering that the rewards of main task 5 include 3 randomly dropped recipes, it is obvious that the benefits can be maximized by completing the promotion task before main task 5 is completed. Chapter 34, Easy teeth appear, but a sheep hides in the belly of a fish. The forest of Kalai is a small soul beast forest located in the southern part of the Tiandu Empire. Compared with the scale of the Stardo forest, the forest of Kalai is much smaller. When completing the main mission, the system provided Chi-Han with a map of the entire Douluo continent. This map was not taken back after completing the mission. Chi-Han took out the map at this moment and easily found the land called Kalai. Forest Green Area. According to the map, this primeval forest, which covers an area of less than 1% of the star forest, has soul beasts with a maximum age of 1,000 years. It is a good place for low-level soul masters to choose soul rings. The absence of a 10,000-year soul beast means that the risk factor for Chi-Han is not high. But it's a bit far. Shrek City is located on the western border of the Tiandu Empire. To go from here to the south, it means that Chi-Han has to cross at least half the distance of the Tiandu Empire. System, can we change the soul beast gathering area? According to the display on the map, there are obviously many gathering areas closer to me. The location of the promotion task cannot be changed? The system's cold voice ruthlessly dismissed Chi-Han's thoughts. All right. Chi-Han shrugged. The system never gave him any room to bargain when it came to tasks. Taking back the map, Chi-Han temporarily put aside the promotion task. Now, there are more important things to do. Main Mission 4, a small goal, completed. Mission rewards, 3-star random recipe X1, can be collected, 2-star self-selected recipe fragment X1, can be collected, soul power level +5, can be collected. After working hard for so long, well, it didn't take long actually. The long-awaited main quest 4 has finally been completed, and it's time to claim the fruits of victory. Let me see, 3-star random recipes and 2-star self-selected recipe fragments are both good things, so I want to get them first. Chi-Han pointed his finger at the soul power level +5 without hesitation. Well, strength is the most important thing. Around Chi-Han's body, several invisible small vortices appeared. The vortices were like bottomless black holes, frantically absorbing the surrounding heaven and earth energy and pouring it into Chi-Han's meridians. Streams of heat surged in his meridians, automatically circulating around the world, and his soul power realm soared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soul power, level 17. Chi-Han clenched his fists and his face became a little more joyful. At this moment, his soul power was more than double what it was at level 12. Now using the first soul skill, you can use it 4 or 5 times in one breath. At this rate, if your soul power increases by 5 levels every time you complete a mission, it won't be long before you become a titled Douluo. Too small, Chi-Han, you are too small. Titled Douluo is nothing. Isn't it easy to become a god by adding a few more levels? Host, please don't dream. Because the host's current soul power realm is too low, the task reward soul power is more. As the host's soul power realm increases, the reward soul power level will decrease. Before Chi-Han Chang could think about what kind of title he should get, cold water from the system was poured on him. So, it's because I'm too weak now that the rewards from the soul power realm are so high? Yes. Fine. Chi-Han rolled his eyes and received X1 2-star self-selected recipe fragment and X1 3-star random recipe. 3 2-star self-selected recipe fragments have been accumulated. He only needs one more to exchange for any 2-star recipe. Chi-Han quickly set his sights on the 3-star random recipe. Get a 3-star recipe randomly. This will be the store's first 3-star recipe, and the 3-star recipe must have special effects, which makes Chi-Han inexplicably excited. With the 3-star random recipe received, Chi-Han instantly entered the system space. At this moment, there was an extra turntable in front of him. This carousel is somewhat similar to the randomly dropped recipes, but every grid on it is purple. It's exactly what the system said. The purple turntable was spinning rapidly. Chi-Han closed his eyes tightly and shouted with excitement and expectation. Stop! As he opened his eyes, 4 large characters were clearly written on the purple block in front of him, and there was also a picture. Sheep hidden in the belly of a fish.jpg. Hiss! Chi-Han couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and then watched the system space instantly turn into a training space. Should I say it or not, I probably got lucky this time. Of the 3 animals, pigs, cattle, and sheep, the only thing missing from the shop's menu is sheep. They can fly in the sky, walk on the ground and swim in the water. The only thing missing from the shop is the ones that swim in the water. Now, a sheep hides in the belly of a fish, directly making up for these 2 regrets. Is it difficult to hide a sheep in the belly of a fish? Of course it is difficult. How many chefs have been stumped by how to remove the bones from a whole fish completely and neatly? Chi-Han had a hunch that the time he would have to spend in the training space this time would probably be very long. But no matter how long you have to stay in the training space, as long as you can learn this dish, it is worth it. After all, this is the freshest dish. Note: fish and sheep are fresh. When he was at Blue Star, Chi-Han had eaten fish belly hidden sheep several times. Some of them were exaggerated and poorly cooked. Only one attempt left a deep impression on him. It was an inconspicuous little restaurant, where he tasted something delicious that he had never experienced in his life. The system is better than the one there. He is not in a hurry to learn. At this moment, he just wants the shadow to cook the fish belly and hide the sheep once, and then as a diner, he can concentrate on tasting it to see how delicious the 3-star recipes from the system are. However, this time, Chi-Han suddenly discovered that what appeared in the training space was no longer the original shadow. It was a short and thin shadow, wearing a simple robe, with a stooped figure. Although it was illusory, its clear eyes seemed to be real, looking at Chi-Han quietly. What happened? System. Chi-Han was a little confused by the sudden change. The phantom seemed to be able to really see Chi-Han, and its eyes had some meaning. This was something that the phantom had never seen before. The shadow of the past was like a programmed robot that simply showed the cooking steps in front of Chi Han, then brought the dishes to Chi Han, and then disappeared. This time, Chi Han vaguely felt that it was not that simple anymore. The recipe reaches 3 stars, in which all the energy of the recipe creator is condensed, are extremely precious, so recipes with 3 stars and above will be taught by the residual soul left behind by the recipe creator. 3-star recipe, sheep hidden in the belly of a fish was first created by Yi, the imperial cook of Duke Huan of Qi in the spring and autumn period. The 2 flavors of fish and sheep were cooked together as a delicacy. It has been passed down through the ages and has become the basis of the word xian and the writing method of the word xian. There are 3 characters for fish. Fish is the most fresh among them. The 3 fish are fresher and more fresh. Yi invented a dish of sheep hidden in the belly of the fish, which is more delicious than fish. Therefore, the word fresh was changed and has been passed down to this day. The special effect of the sheep hidden in the belly of the fish, after eating it, you can enter deep meditation for 24 hours. After the system finished speaking, Chi Han's eyes towards Shuiying changed instantly. So, the person standing in front of me is Yi, the imperial cook from the spring and autumn period. Chapter 35, 10 Days Period. Yi's figure looked very old, but when he saw the knife in his hand deboning a whole fish in just one breath without any adhesions, Chi Han only had 4 words in his mind. Incredible skills. This is truly a magical skill. Chi Han's entire impression of knife skills was completely shattered under the light of Yi's flying sword. Yi's knife is extremely fast, but the fresh fish can be scaled, internal organs, and bones removed with this knife, and even the fish skin is not damaged. The residual soul has greater freedom than the phantom. Yi's cooking process is carried out next to Chi Han, and Chi Han can easily see any details. Such learning is undoubtedly more efficient than before. Marinate the fish and mutton, boil the diced bamboo shoots and mushrooms in water, stir-fry the mutton and mushroom diced bamboo shoots together, fill the fish belly, wrap it with pork net oil, wrap it with tin foil, and bake it in the oven. Step by step, everything was done under Chi Han's eyes. Every time at a critical moment, Yi would always slow down and operate from the angle that Chi Han saw the clearest. Soon, a portion of fish belly hidden sheep was brought to Chi Han by Yi. A green lotus leaf was placed on the plate. In the middle of the lotus leaf, a fish whose surface was completely baked into a light golden color lay quietly on its side. The lotus leaf is not only a color embellishment, but also a little bit of lotus fragrance, accompanied by the fragrance of sheep hidden in the fish belly, wafts into the mouth and nose, making the original aroma of fish and mutton combined with the mushroom fragrance become a little more distinct. Chi Han carefully used chopsticks to open the belly of the fish. As the belly of the fish was opened, the aroma of the mutton wrapped in the belly exploded instantly. The rich aroma filled the entire kitchen and could no longer be dissipated. Taking a greedy deep breath, Chi Han picked up a piece of fish and mutton with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. As soon as you enter the mouth, the sweetness of the fish and the rich aroma of the mutton are interpenetrated, and the umami flavor is distinct. The pork net oil also brings a wonderful caramel aroma, which makes the fish burnt but not burnt, and the taste is tender and elastic. The mutton has the original mutton smell, but it is not strong. The slight mutton smell blends with the umami flavor of the mutton itself, giving the mutton a unique flavor that is different from beef and pork. It is indeed the fish belly hidden sheep produced by the system. This delicious taste is something Chi Han has never experienced before. A portion of the hidden sheep in the belly of the fish quickly entered Chi Han's belly, and not a drop of it was left. It's a pity that the special effect of hiding a sheep in the belly of a fish still has no effect on Chi Han, otherwise Chi Han really wants to try what kind of experience this deep meditation is like. For a soul master, deep meditation seems to be a rare opportunity, right? System, how much is the price of a sheep hidden in the belly of a fish? 1000 gold soul coin/portion. Good guy, the Dongpo elbow, which was the most expensive item in the shop before, cost 100 gold soul coins, but now the hidden sheep in the belly of the fish costs 10 times. Is this the Samsung recipe? I love it. However, thinking about the delicious taste of the sheep hidden in the belly of the fish and the special effect on the soul master, Chi-Han felt that the price was not excessive at all. After the fish belly hidden sheep was finished, Yi's remnant soul gradually dissipated, but unlike the chef's shadow, before the remnant soul dissipated, he took a deep look at Chi-Han. There was encouragement in his eyes, which made Chi-Han feel warm. Subconsciously, Chi-Han bowed and saluted the remnant soul of Yi that was about to dissipate. When he raised his head, Chi-Han seemed to see that the corner of the mouth of the remnant soul of Yi that had dimmed to the point of being almost invisible seemed to have an extra arc. After a moment of silence, Chi-Han spoke softly. System, what will happen if the remnant soul dissipates? After teaching the host, the remaining soul contained in the recipe will dissipate and return to the world? Returning to heaven and earth. Chi-Han breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards the cooking area where he was the only one left. The training of hiding a sheep in the belly of a fish begins. An error occurred, the whole fish was deboned and the fish meat was damaged, please ask the host to start again. An error occurred, the whole fish was deboned and the fish meat was damaged, please ask the host to start again. An error occurred, the whole fish was deboned and the fish meat was damaged, please ask the host to start again? Until the business started in the evening and Chi-Han came out of the training space, he still failed to meet the system requirements of perfectly deboning the whole fish without damaging the skin and meat. As expected of a 3-star recipe. Chi-Han sighed slightly, then looked at Fuya who came over early. What are you going to eat tonight? Fuya had already changed into a maid outfit when she came, and her face turned slightly red when she heard this, egg fried rice and tomato beef brisket. Fuya is no longer as restrained as before, but she is still a little embarrassed every time she orders. She really wanted to just have an egg fried rice, but every time she did so, Chi-Han would add another dish to her on his own initiative. In the end, Fuya realized that her boss was really good at this, and finally gave up her struggle. After a few days, Fuya ate delicious food cooked by her boss every day. Fuya felt that she was a little overnourished, so she had toss all the shame in your heart to practice at night, trying to absorb all the nutrients and convert them into soul power. After a few days, Fuya felt that level 43 was very close, and it might not take long for her to break through. Thanks to her, both Ying and Zhuang began to feel a sense of crisis, and their practice frequency was much higher than before. Fuya, the king of involution, is online. Fuya emptied the dishes, put them in the dishwasher skillfully, then used her ice attribute soul power to clean the table, and sat aside waiting for the store to open. Seeing this, Chi-Han suddenly said, Fuya, you don't have to come over for the next few days. Fuya was stunned for a moment, then her eyes suddenly turned red. Boss, did I do something wrong? Hey! Chi-Han looked at Fuya, whose eyes suddenly turned red, and was a little caught off guard. But he quickly understood something, and said in a voice that didn't know whether to laugh or cry, No, Fuya, you misunderstood. I'm not firing you, but I have something to do in the next few days and need to leave Shrek City, so you don't have to come over. Hey! Fuya then realized that she had overreacted. Now her eyes were no longer red, but her cheeks were a little red with embarrassment. It's so embarrassing, Fuya, you almost cried. After hesitating for a moment, Fuya asked, Boss, when will you come back? This question stumped Chi-Han. According to his idea, he planned to go to Kalai Forest to complete the promotion mission and then come back. But if I want to say when I will return, I really can't say. Seeing Chi-Han's expression, Fuya was in trouble. The boss seems to be unable to contact me, what should I do? Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she thought of a way, Boss, I'll come over every day at noon to see if you're back. Chi-Han held his chin and pondered for a while, and finally had no choice but to nod. Although this would be a bit hard for Fuya, he had no better way. There were no mobile phones in Douluo continent, so communication still relied on the most primitive letters. It was really difficult to contact Fuya when he came back. I will be back in 10 days at most. Chi-Han looked at Fuya and said firmly. If 10 days are not enough to develop a new one-star recipe, it means that you do not have the ability yet, then you should come back and continue to open a store and wait for the accumulation in the future. There is no need to waste time in Kalai Forest all the time. Wouldn't it be nice for him to have this time to make money? The first single chapter of the book. Today is the 10th day of publishing the book. This is my first book that has been successfully signed. I am not a full-time author. I am very satisfied with being a full-time author after signing the contract. Therefore, this book will not be abandoned midway due to the success of the book. Please rest assured. The book has reached more than 30 chapters, and I believe readers will probably know the situation of this book. This is not a regular Douluo fanfic. It is more appropriate to say that it is a food article about another world under the Douluo worldview. There is no such thing in the book. The timeline of any original characters is also completely staggered. Of course, I did not choose this timeline randomly. Readers who have read the introduction may have discovered that this point in time is when the Sun-Moon continent and the Douluo continent are about to collide. Against such a background, I believe that the seemingly calm daily life is also there will be some big conflicts and contradictions, everyone will wait and see. Regarding the heroine of this book, many readers are concerned about it. Let me talk about it uniformly. This book has a heroine, and it is a single heroine. The heroine has not yet appeared. She will probably end in this small climax. 60 to 70 Chapter 1 appears, which is the second climax of the book. Recently, I have started to get better at writing books, and it has become more and more like a light novel. I believe you will see the progress of my writing in the future, and I am very grateful for your support. Finally, I would like to thank Xiaocheng12138 and Suabaichuan for their rewards and monthly passes for Rebirth of the Killer. It is the first time I receive rewards and monthly passes. It is quite a sense of accomplishment. At the same time, I would like to thank all the readers and friends who have always given me recommendations and comments. I will continue to work hard and write a story that satisfies everyone. Chapter 36, Follow the Escort. Early the next morning, Chi-Han hung a wooden sign asking for leave at the door of the shop, and then went to Litang Tang Kao, a store specializing in hidden weapons in the Tang sect. The last time he bought a small number of hidden weapons from Tang Zi, this time he was going to the Kalai forest and staying there for several days. The risk was still very high for Chi-Han's current cultivation level. It is necessary to buy some concealed weapons for self-defense. Although he didn't buy it from Tang Zi, all the disciples in the Tang sect's Shrek City branch have basically come to eat at the shop, so they are no stranger to Chi-Han. In addition, Litang's own hall masters all have a special liking for the food in the shop, so the disciple in charge of sales readily gave Chi-Han a preferential price. Before leaving Tangmen, Chi-Han also stopped by the medicine hall to buy some elixirs to restore soul power or heal wounds. The Tang sect also sells these, but because the elixirs in the medicine hall are mainly used by disciples within the sect, the Tang sect is famous for selling hidden weapons. With Chi-Han's current soul power realm, he couldn't use very good elixirs at all. The most common ones were enough for him. In addition, the disciples in the medicine hall were also familiar with him, so Chi-Han didn't spend much. After walking out of Tangmen, Chi-Han felt a little emotional. This is simply VIP treatment. The distance between Shrek City and the southern part of Tiandu Empire is so long that it becomes unrealistic to continue renting a carriage like last time. In this case, if the weaker people want to travel far away, they will often choose to follow the escort. There is an escort agency called Fengshi Escort Agency in Shrek City. It is very large in Douluo continent. Even if it is not the number one escort agency in the mainland, it is one of the best among them. Chi-Han had already inquired about it last night. This escort agency has a large number of escorts traveling to various parts of the Douluo continent every day. The soul masters escorting the escorts along the way are at least the 4th ring strength. They only need to pay some money to follow them all the way. It is fast. Also convenient. I heard that they were going to take a trip today to Lai city in the southern part of the Tiandu Empire. They would pass by the Kalai forest on the way, so Chi-Han naturally didn't want to miss it. The reception area of Feng's escort bureau was very gorgeously decorated. Chi-Han walked into it and looked around. Soon a maid in a skirt came up to him and led Chi-Han into a quiet room. After asking for the reason, he poured tea and told Chi-Han to wait here for a while. The steward would arrive soon, then he bowed and left. Soon, there was a knock on the door of the quiet room, and an elegant figure in a light green dress pushed the door open. After seeing Chi-Han's face clearly, she suddenly let out a startled cry. Walking to sit in front of Chi-Han, the woman smiled slightly. I didn't expect it was Boss Chi. Been recognized? Chi-Han was stunned for a moment, and soon realized that the woman in front of him seemed familiar. They should be diners who have dined at the small shop. The woman seemed to expect that Chi-Han didn't recognize her, so she explained, "My name is Feng Lingyu, and I am the manager of Feng's escort bureau. I went to Boss Qi's shop a few days ago. Boss Qi cooking skills are really amazing. The tomato beef brisket really impressed me. The maid just told me your reason. Boss Qi wants to follow the escort team to Late City, all the way to the forest of Kalai." After a few words of greeting, Feng Lingyu quickly got to the point. Seeing Chi-Han nodding, Feng Lingyu pursed her red lips and said, "Boss Qi doesn't know. There is indeed a team of escorts going to Late City today, but the goods they carry are relatively precious. 2 soul kings and 1 soul king are arranged in the escort agency. The emperor is responsible for escorting, so the price of traveling together will be more expensive." This, Chi-Han couldn't help but frown. Although he has money now, Chi-Han still instinctively wants to save some money. Are there any other escort teams going to Kalai City? Kalai City is the city next to the Kalai forest, and it is also the destination of Chi-Han's trip. Yes. Feng Lingyu thought for a while and spoke again. The escort agency has another escort trip later, which is heading to Luolan City in the southern part of the Tiandu Empire. It will also pass through the Kalai forest. If Boss Qi is willing, he can also follow. Since that team is an ordinary cargo escort, the escorts arranged are only at the 4th level, so the escort prices are not too expensive. When did the escort team leave for Luolan City? Chi-Han was a little moved and asked hurriedly. 7 days later. 7 days? Chi-Han couldn't help but frown. He couldn't wait 7 days. Then we can only choose this caravan. After making up his mind, Chi-Han raised his head and said, "Then I'd better follow the escort team going to Lai City." Feng Lingyu nodded. Originally, the escort price was 100 gold soul coins per person. Because the escort is a soul emperor and 2 soul kings, it needs to be increased to 800 gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, Chi-Han took out 8 gold tickets with a face value of 100 and handed them over without much hesitation. For him now, this little money is just a small amount of money. Feng Lingyu took the golden ticket with both hands, and the smile on her face became a little brighter. "Boss Qi can wait in this quiet room, or you can walk around. The escort team will leave in half an hour, so don't be late." "I'll wait in this quiet room," Chi-Han said, then picked up the teacup and took a sip. Feng Lingyu turned around and left, gently closing the door of the quiet room. After looking at the list of ingredients in the quiet room for a while, the door to the quiet room was pushed open again soon, and the maid came to remind Chi-Han that the time was up. Before you know it, half an hour has passed and the escort team is getting ready to set off. Chi-Han casually put the encyclopedia of food ingredients in his arms. He learned a lot about the products of Kalai Forest. He also had some good ideas in his mind, and he was about to go to Kalai Forest to confirm them one by one. The escort team has carriages, but those carriages are not used to carry people, but to transport goods. It is obviously unrealistic to follow the escort team and still enjoy the treatment of a carriage comfortably. Chi-Han was given a maroon horse. This horse is somewhat similar to the horse on Blue Star, but it is more muscular, with blood-red lines naturally growing on its body, and an obvious bulge on its forehead, as if it is about to grow a horn. This is of course not an ordinary horse. According to the introduction of the maid, this kind of horse is a cross between an ordinary horse breed and the soul beast blood-red unicorn. Because it has lines that resemble the blood-red unicorn, it is named the red-blood horse. This horse breed called the red-blooded colt has several times the physical strength of ordinary horses and can run extremely fast. The best horse on the Blue Star is the legendary 1,000-mile horse that travels thousands of miles a day, but for the red-blooded colt, traveling 3,000 miles a day is an ordinary and trivial matter. Such a divine horse is naturally worth a lot of money. A red-blood horse is worth 200 to 300 gold soul coins, while an ordinary good horse is only worth 1 or 2 gold soul coins, 100 times the difference. Chi-Han couldn't ride a horse, but his 17th level soul power gave him a much higher physical fitness than an ordinary person. With the help of his maid, he was able to skillfully control a red-blooded pony in just a cup of tea. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the red-blooded horses in the escort agency have been artificially domesticated and have docile personalities. With the red-blood horse, the time spent traveling will be greatly reduced. It only takes less than 2 days to go from Shrek City to Kalai Forest. If everything goes well, we can arrive tomorrow night. Chapter 37 The Lucky Badger Pig. The power of the Feng Escort Bureau is still very strong. It is said that in this escort agency there are more than one powerful people at the titled Douluo level, and those who dare to offend the Feng Escort Bureau will surely face endless pursuit. Therefore, when the escort team set off and revealed the flag belonging to the Feng Escort Agency, the journey was smooth and no thieves dared to come and die. Nearing the evening of the next day, the escort arrived at Kalai City. This city was built on the Kalai Forest, hence the name of the city. When they arrived here, Chi-Han's destination was reached. The escort team was repairing in the inn, waiting to continue their journey tomorrow to Leeds City, the destination of the trip, while Chi-Han separated from the escort team and left the inn station alone. It was getting late, so Chi-Han found a hotel with a good environment to stay, waiting to go to Kalai Forest the next day. The Soul Beast Forest at night would be more dangerous than during the day. Although he wanted to enter the Kalai Forest earlier, Chi-Han rationally chose to wait. Wait, stop. The early morning light shone sparsely on the paths in the forest through the layers of branches and leaves, and a black shadow fled in the woods, breaking the quiet scene. In order to avoid the man who was chasing him from behind, the black figure tried his best to dart left and right in the woods. Whoosh! A sound of breaking wind came, followed by the dull sound of metal hitting a tree trunk. The Fanfiction divine claws contracted and pulled Chi-Han's body into the air instantly. A cold blade of light burst out from the kitchen knife held tightly in Chi-Han's hand, slashing towards the position in front of the black shadow. From a god's perspective, this black shadow seemed to hit the sword light swung by Chi-Han. It only screamed and then disappeared. It was a small black four-legged beast, half a human long. It looked somewhat similar to a honey badger, but its hair was pure black. Its nostrils were much larger than those of a honey badger, and it looked somewhat similar to a pig. This is a kind of soul beast unique to Kalai Forest, the badger pig. Since their race is not powerful and they do not have powerful soul skills, the upper limit of this kind of badger pig soul beast is very low. The strongest is only 100-year soul beast. The main ones are 10-year soul beasts. Very few people will look up to them. Hunting badgers and pigs as his soul ring. For badger pig, this has to be said to be a blessing. But now with the arrival of Chi-Han, their happy life may not be long. According to the Douluo recipe encyclopedia, badger pigs feed on honey and a variety of fruits as a supplement. The meat naturally contains a slight fruity flavor. Due to long-term climbing and running in the forest, the content of saturated fatty acids in the muscles of its limbs is extremely low. The meat is tender and juicy. Therefore, badger pig is honored to be one of the pre-selected raw materials for the homemade recipe conceived by Chi Han. Badger pig, are you polite? Finally caught it. Chi Han let go of the hook of Fanfiction divine claw and landed on the ground nimbly. He looked at the corpse that had been cut in half and the white soul ring slowly emerging from the corpse. He chuckled, stepped forward and grabbed one of the corpse's legs. After looking around to make sure there was no one else around, Chi Han disappeared directly from the spot with the body of badger pig. Bang! With a strong throw, Chi Han threw the badger pig's body on the chopping board. Chi Han took out the kitchen knife with eagerness in his eyes. At this moment, he is naturally in the training space. Since the Samsung recipe of hidden sheep in the belly of a fish is far from complete, the training space has never been closed, and Chi Han unexpectedly discovered a system bug. Even if you don't practice hiding a sheep in the belly of a fish in the training space, the time flow rate in the training space will not change, and the internal and external time flow rate difference of 1 to 30 will also be maintained. In other words, Chi Han can try his own recipes in the training space, which will save him a lot of time. At the same time, there is another benefit. The conditions in the forest are simple, and the kitchen utensils in the store cannot be taken out of the store. In order to successfully experiment with recipes, Chi Han prepared various kitchen utensils in advance. But how can Douluo Continent's kitchenware compare to the system's high-tech kitchenware? The kitchen utensils during training are all set according to the system's high-tech kitchen utensils. With it, the pots and pans Chi Han bought can be thrown away directly. A little money-wasting trick a day, great. While waving the kitchen knife, Chi Han began the dissection of the badger pig. Although there is a diagram of the badger pig's body structure in the food encyclopedia, the diagram in the book is too simple after all. Only by doing it himself and breaking down each part of the badger pig one by one can Chi Han truly understand this ingredient. I don't know if it's because there is a pig in the name, but the body structure of the badger pig is somewhat similar to that of a pig. Soon Chi Han took off a whole piece of badger pig skin with short black hair. Badger pig skin is similar to pig skin, but thicker and more elastic. If fried over high heat, it will have a good chewy texture. However, seeing the fine black short hairs on the surface of the badger's pig skin, a mask of pain appeared on Chi Han's face. Removing hair is probably a troublesome thing, let's talk about it later. After removing the epidermis, what was exposed to Chi Han's eyes was a thin layer of subcutaneous fat. The forest of Kalai is like spring all year round. Badger pigs do not need too much fat to keep warm. The thickness of subcutaneous fat is very thin, which is expected by Chi Han. Use a kitchen knife to carefully remove this layer of subcutaneous fat and put it in a small basin. This is a good thing. It can not only refine oil, but also fry oil residue. Sprinkle some chili powder on the fragrant oil residue. Chi Han couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. I don't know how the oily residue from the fried badger pig tastes. After removing the subcutaneous fat, Chi Han took out the internal organs of the badger pig. According to the description in the encyclopedia, badger pig's offal is also non-toxic, but as for the taste, I'm afraid Chi Han still needs to try it himself. But come to think of it, this badger pig feeds on various fruits and honey all year round. Can its internal organs still be inferior to the pig's guts? It should be worth looking forward to. The badger pig that had been initially treated by Chi Han now only had bones and flesh left, and the other parts had been completely separated by Chi Han. The anatomy of muscles is a science. Chi Han's knife cuts through the muscles very slowly. Without much experience, he can only try cautiously so as not to damage the meat of the badger pig. After all, although it is in the training space, if the badger pig is damaged, the system will not create a new one for itself. In the end, you still have to go out and capture it. Fortunately, Chi Han had handled many meat dishes in the training space, so he was experienced. The kitchen knife traced the grain lines of the badger pork carefully, dividing different parts of the meat. Intercostal meat, flank meat, thigh meat, back meat, shoulder and neck meat. Different kinds of meat were sorted by Chi Han and put aside. Soon, all that was left of the badger pig on the chopping board was a skeleton and a relatively complete head. Badger pig, what a sin! Chapter 38 The Temptation of Oil Residue. After removing the skeleton of the trunk and setting it aside, Chi Han carefully removed the meat from the head of the badger pig, then opened the skull and took out the entire brain of the badger pig. The size of this brain flower is similar to that of a pig brain flower, and it looks quite good. I can get some tinfoil to bake the brains later. Although brains can also be put into hot pot, Chi Han said it is more delicious when grilled alone. That's right. Speaking of which, how many star recipes does hot pot belong to? System? Is hot pot in the recipe? This system contains 18 kinds of classic hot pot base ingredients, which together form a 2-star recipe, a complete collection of hot pot base ingredients. If the host obtains this recipe, he can obtain the corresponding basic ingredients on his own. Does it mean that just getting this 2-star recipe is equivalent to giving yourself everything related to hot pot? Good guy, isn't this a waste of money? System, you shouldn't have told me. Chi Han sighed, his face full of teasing. Guess what I'm thinking about now? This system must truthfully tell the host all problems it has. This is a rule. After a pause, the system spoke again. According to this system's understanding of the host is now thinking about how to obtain the last 2-star self-selected recipe fragment. Chi Han laughed. System, you really understand me. Yes, Chi Han's 2-star self-selected recipe fragments are only one piece short of that, and can be exchanged for any 2-star recipe. He had not had time to think about which 2-star recipe to choose before. After all, he had not seen the summary of 2-star recipes. But now, no matter what's in the 2-star recipe, it can't stop him from redeeming it for hot pot. This system does not believe that the host can complete the hiding of sheep in the belly of the fish in the short term. If the host cannot complete the hiding of the sheep in the belly of the fish, the host will not be able to obtain new recipes. Please prioritize the host. It seems that is really the case. Forget it, it will take a long time to hide the sheep in the belly of the fish. Let's focus on the promotion task in front of us first. Chi Han shook his head and discarded the bones of the badger pig that had been completely removed, leaving only the spine and placing it next to the meat. The sheep scorpion in Shandong cuisine is actually the complete backbone of sheep. Since sheep's backbone can be used for cooking, Chi Han thought that badger pigs could also be tried. Unfortunately, the badger pig has no tail. If it had a small tail like a pig's tail, cut it into small pieces and marinate it, it would be a good side dish to accompany wine. Badger pig, please be a human being. Badger pig skin, badger pig fat, subcutaneous fat, badger pig meat from various parts, badger pig viscera, badger pig spine and brain. This is probably all the raw materials Chi Han can think of for cooking. After thinking for a moment, Chi Han first turned his attention to the fat of the badger and pig. He used this stuff to refine the oil, which might be used for cooking other parts. Cut the fat into small pieces, wash the blood on it with warm water, pour it into the pot, add half a bowl of water. Chi Han opens the cooking pot, turns the heat to low, and starts to slowly turn the pot with a spatula. Fat in the middle. Soon the water in the pot boiled dry, and the fat became a little yellowish, with an oily sheen on the surface. Bright oil stains slowly began to appear in the pot, gradually converging into a clearly visible layer of oil, with a slight drop of oil. Bubble. There were some crisp gurgling sounds in the pot, which was the water in the fat being heated by the hot oil until it boiled, causing small splashes of oil. With the sound of this sound, the fat in the pot also started to boil. There have been more pronounced changes. The fat is visibly getting smaller with the naked eye, and the light yellow color on it is gradually deepening. There was more and more oil in the pot. From the thin layer on the bottom of the pot at first, it gradually filled up half of the cooking pot. The fat floats on the oil, making a crisp and sweet sound. Bubbles of all sizes appear on the surface all the time, shrinking faster and faster, and the color of the surface gradually turns golden. The oil and vapor were absorbed by the system's black tech range hood, but the rich and indestructible smell of badger lard was completely preserved. Chi-Han took a greedy deep breath and looked at the oil residue floating on the oil, eyes popping out. The light of the cook. Seeing that the heat was almost done, Chi-Han carefully picked up the oil residue with a sieve, drained the oil residue and placed it on a plate. The golden oil residue looks particularly attractive under the light. If you get closer, you can smell the rich aroma, which seems to have a faint smell of honey. It has a somewhat fresh feeling and doesn't feel greasy at all. Chi-Han couldn't help but reached out and picked up a small piece and threw it into his mouth. Crack! It's probably due to a good control of the heat. The oil residue just out of the pan is very crispy and clicks when you bite it, but it is not too hard. As the oil residue breaks in your mouth, the rich flavor bursts out instantly, filling the mouth and nose. It smells so good. He couldn't help but put a small plate on it, sprinkled it with the chili noodles he had prepared, shook the plate a few times to let the chili noodles fully coat the golden oil residue, then picked up a piece and tasted it again. The oil residue without the chili powder and salt does not have much flavor, only a pure fragrance. After adding the chili powder, the fragrance is mixed with the spiciness of the chili powder, turning it into a rich and spicy taste. System, can this be rated as a 1-star recipe? I think it looks good in snacks. Chi-Han discussed with the system while eating happily. Consider it. I have already thought of a name, it will be called Chi-Shi oil residue. This system feels that the host is trying to eat shit? Okay. Chi-Han shrugged, but he didn't have high hopes. If a 1-star recipe is so easy, what else is it called a 1-star recipe? After eating a small portion of spicy oil residue, Chi-Han rubbed his belly and looked at so many raw materials on the table, he couldn't help but feel worried. System, I have to keep trying the dishes, how can I eat so much? If you want to create a 1-star recipe using badger pigs, 100 badger pigs are conservatively estimated to be necessary, right? It would be impossible for Chi-Han to finish so much badger pork in a long time. In the training space, the host will not be full, and the food system will help digest it. The system was unexpectedly reliable at this time and quickly found a solution for him. Hearing this, Chi-Han nodded with satisfaction. Then he can eat the oily residue with peace of mind. Compared with the badger pig's fat, the fat residue is much smaller in size. In the end, the whole badger pig's fat is just a plate of fat residue. Chi-Han carefully placed the refined badger lard. Then the feast began. Hiccup. No one could hold it back and finished the whole plate of oil residue. Not to mention, if you eat the oil residue directly, it will definitely be a bit greasy, but if you sprinkle it with chili powder, you won't feel that way at all. So chili noodles YYDS? System, if you help me digest it, it shouldn't make me gain weight. Touching his handsome face, Chi-Han began to look anxious. Won't. Ah, that's good. Chi-Han was satisfied and turned his attention to the remaining ingredients. What should I eat next? Chapter 39 The First Homemade Recipe. Badger pig is truly a treasure. Chi-Han tried other parts of the badger pig one by one. Except for the badger pig's pig skin, which was a little different from what he expected. It became hard and had a strange smell when heated, but the other parts were beyond Chi-Han's imagination. After some attempts, Chi Han finally focused on the large intestine, ribs, and brains of the badger pig. The large intestine of badger pigs is different from pig large intestines because it has been fed on fruits and honey for a long time. Although the large intestines of badger pigs have the same unique flavor as pig large intestines, it has a faint fruity and honey aroma, which makes the large intestine unique. The taste has been diluted a lot, making it more acceptable to ordinary diners. After all, not all diners like the unique taste of fat intestines. The meat of badger pig is very tender, and the rib meat of badger pig should be the most tender of all parts of badger pig. It has dense snowflake texture on it, which is suitable for both fat and lean. It only needs simple frying and grilling to achieve the desired result. Tender and juicy texture. The light fruity aroma is mixed with the rich gravy. The deliciousness only needs to be tasted once and will be unforgettable for a lifetime. But badger pig's brain was the biggest surprise to Chi Han. The smell is mellow, soft in the mouth, fragrant but not greasy, oily but not fat. The badger pig's brains embody these 16 words vividly. Chi Han simply added some seasonings and made a tinfoil roasted brains dish, but the deliciousness it brought was a completely new experience. Of course, Chi Han also needs to consider another issue if he chooses this part as the raw material for a one-star recipe. The Aborigines of Douluo continent have never eaten brain flour. In their view, such behavior is extremely evil. If they cannot be allowed to give up this prejudice, I am afraid that if this dish is placed in a small shop, it will attract a lot of protests. Of course, such concerns were quickly put aside by Chi Han. In his opinion, such delicious brains were enough to make the stubborn people of Douluo continent give up their prejudices. As for which part to use to create the recipe, Chi Han said that only children make the choice. I, Chi Han, want them all. Anyway, you can create a variety of recipes during the mission, and choose the one with the highest rating to be given to the system as the basis for rewards. So what does it matter if you create more than one kind? After making the selection, Chi Han left the system space with a thought. I stayed in the system space for almost a day, trying various things, but it only took less than an hour in the outside world. According to this progress, Chi Han is confident that he can create a one-star recipe within 6 days. Well, including the 4 days of traveling back and forth, it's exactly 10 days. But the top priority right now is to catch another badger pig. Badger pig, danger. Badger pigs have little fighting power, and Chi Han is not in much danger when dealing with them. However, badger pigs are extremely flexible in moving through the woods, and will climb trees if they disagree, which increases the difficulty of hunting. Chi Han chased the first badger pig for more than 10 minutes before he found it. Kill it with one blow when you get the chance. When Chi Han returned to the system space again and threw a badger pig on the chopping board, he had a big baggage in his hand. Put the baggage on the chopping board and open it. Inside are various wild vegetables, fungi, and fruits. With all the ingredients available, there will naturally be no need to lie down and bury yourself in the mountains while relatives and friends come to eat. The ingredients he picked along the way were all marked non-toxic on the ingredient list, and the taste evaluation was very good. On the one hand, he wanted to try these mountain products that he had never eaten before, and on the other hand, he mainly wanted to see if there was anything good that could be cooked with badger pigs. Divide the ingredients into small portions and try cooking a little bit. This process is much slower and more delicate than the previous superficial taste. Fortunately, Chi Han's sense of taste was much more sensitive than other people's in his previous life. Perhaps he was born with it, but this talent seems to have been retained in Douluo continent. The combination of ingredients and the subtle taste differences can be easily distinguished by him, so he can judge how to combine them to make them more delicious. Readers like you may think, this one is delicious, that one is delicious too, they are both delicious. In the end, Chi Han completely eliminated badger pig again, but this time he had a more confident smile on his face. Found it. He has already found the most perfect combination. He just needs to keep practicing to find the most perfect method. This process is bound to not be easy. After all, even if he learns a 1-star recipe, he still needs to practice more than 100 times, let alone create it by himself. This process of trial and error will only be longer. The heat, the timing of using ingredients, and the way of handling ingredients require him to practice many times before he can fully master them. Leaving the system space, this time Chi-Han no longer blindly searched for ingredients. After hunting a badger pig, he found several ingredients he needed and entered the system space again. Although the 3 ingredients of badger pig's large intestine, ribs, and brains were selected as the raw materials for the 1-star recipe, he cannot eat a big fat man in one bite. It is impossible for him to study 3 1-star recipes at the same time. Chi-Han chose ribs first. After all, it was the most reliable of the 3 ingredients. Go out of the system space to hunt badger pigs. Enter the system space to create recipes. This process keeps repeating. Every time he handles badger pigs, Chi-Han will leave the large intestines and brains behind for the system to preserve. Under the black technology of the system, they will not rot or deteriorate, and will always remain in the freshest state. This also means that when trying to make brain flowers and large intestines later, Chi-Han no longer needs to obtain raw materials so frequently. He can use the ones that have already been processed, saving a lot of time. At night, the soul beast forest became dangerous, and Chi-Han practiced hiding in the system space, waiting for the sun to rise again. Time passed like this bit by bit. System, what about this time? This is the number of times Chi-Han has asked the system. From 2 days ago, he already felt that the dishes he made had reached the level of a 1-star recipe. He excitedly asked the system to evaluate it, but was rejected by the system. The reason given by the system is very simple. This recipe cannot be included because there is still room for improvement, so it will not be rated. However, the system said there was room for further improvement, but did not tell Chi-Han where to continue improving. Because of this, Chi-Han could only try again and again. This time, Chi-Han didn't have high hopes when he asked, but the system didn't reject it like before, but fell silent. After a long time, a cold voice echoed through the training space. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating his own recipe. This recipe has been rated as a 1-star recipe by the system with a score of 63 points. Please name the recipe. Do you want to name it? Chi-Han recovered from the surprise and smiled. Fried honey ribs. 1-star recipe, pan-fried honey ribs, successfully included. Chapter 40 Pan-fried honey ribs. After spending so much thought and 4 days, Chi-Han finally created a 1-star recipe that met the system requirements. He was full of pride, so he decided. Do it again. Take a small piece of solidified badger lard, scoop out the pulp of a whole beeswax fruit from the kalai forest, and put them together into a heated frying pan. Beeswax fruit is a fruit that is similar in shape to blue star avocado. The flesh is waxy, but the taste is completely different from avocado. It has a special taste that is mixed with fruity aroma and honey sweetness. When scalded by hot oil, the solidified badger lard quickly turned into a shallow oil film, remaining at the bottom of the pan. With the badger lard as a medium, the pulp of the honey wax fruit began to melt slowly, and finally turned into a light yellow and slightly thick liquid. A strong aroma of fruit, honey, and badger lard mixed together, instantly overflowing from the pan under the stimulation of heat. Cutting a piece of ribs as big as the size of your paw along the texture of the muscles, and using kitchen paper to absorb the blood on the surface, Chi-Han carefully used tongs to put the ribs into the pan. The moment the ribs were put into the pan, they tasted crisp and sweet. There was a sizzling sound. Take out a few sprigs of rosemary and replace the garlic cloves with a fern produced in the kalai forest. Put the two together next to the ribs, and occasionally add a spoon of hot oil mixed with the flavor of rosemary and fern in the middle. Start and pour it on the upward side of the ribs. Wait until the Maillard reaction occurs quickly on the downward side and the color changes to after it was light brown with a strong fragrance. Chi-Han quickly turned it over, and the sweet sizzling sound sounded again. After flipping several times, both sides of the ribs showed an attractive dark brown color, which is a sign that the Maillard reaction has occurred completely. At this time, the meaty aroma has also reached its peak, mixed with the sweetness of fruity aroma. The complex and layered smell invaded Chi-Han's sense of smell, and the fragrance was overflowing and intoxicating. At this time, Chi-Han picked up the ribs and stood them upright in the pot. He adjusted the position of the ribs from time to time to ensure that the sides of the ribs were evenly cooked and turned into the same dark brown color as both sides. This was to seal the ribs. Side. The ribs Chi-Han cut were about 1 finger thick, and edge sealing was necessary. This operation can add a layer of tightly wrapped coat to the surface of the ribs, and the surface layer of rib meat becomes harder. It not only brings a rich taste experience, but also locks the heat and juice in the ribs. After completing the edge sealing, Chi-Han placed the ribs on the metal filter beside him, with a bit of emotion on his face. Waking up the flesh, such a crucial step, was exactly what Chi-Han had missed before. When grilling the ribs, Chi-Han imitated the steak grilling process in his previous life, but after all, he was never a chef, and he was not particularly familiar with the steak process, so he forgot such an important part. The surface of the steak needs to be fried hard over high heat, but the steak is often frozen before frying. The surface of the steak has become hard, but the heat cannot reach the inside of the steak, and the center part is still cold. Continuing to fry will naturally allow the heat to penetrate into the middle, but this will also cause another problem, that is, the surface parts will be too fried and cannot be swallowed. Therefore, Awaken and Grow came into being. Put the steak that has been completely seared on the surface aside and let it rest for a few minutes. The hardened meat on the surface will lock in the heat and continue to spread to the center. Finally, the internal and external temperatures will be consistent. The blood in the center will also seep out of the steak through the texture and gaps of the muscles during this process. The inside of the cooked steak is still tender red in color, tender and juicy but does not have the fishy smell of raw meat. Ribs are not steaks, but the cooking methods of the two are similar. The meat also needs to be cooked to ensure the consistency of the meat inside and outside. After about 5 minutes, a lot of blood overflowed from the surface of the ribs that had been standing aside. The blood fell along the filter into the small plate under the filter, and the surface of the ribs also became a little darker red. It was the color of blood mixed with dark brown surface flesh. Chi-Han estimated the degree of awakening of the meat and put the ribs back into the pot with tongs. After quickly frying both sides to remove the fishy smell of blood, he finally put it on a plate and poured the hot oil in the pot on the ribs. Pinch out the rosemary and fern, carefully place them on the ribs as a garnish, and sprinkle with black pepper. This is how a pan-fried honey rib is ready. The preparation of this dish is a very pure Western method, and naturally you need to use a knife and fork to eat it. With his knife forked in the left and right, Chi-Han cut off a small piece from the ribs and put it into his mouth. The surface of the ribs is fried hard, and the deep brown color is mixed with the light yellow hot oil. The fruity and meaty aromas are intertwined. The center is tender and juicy. When you take a bite, the tender meat juice will overflow, bringing a complex and rich flavor. Taste experience. It's amazing. It's amazing. Soon, the ribs on the plate became less and less and disappeared. Chi-Han touched his belly with satisfaction, and then he suddenly remembered something. System, what's the rating for this recipe? 63 points. A little less. Chi-Han frowned slightly, a perfect score of 100. Yes. But I obviously feel that it is much better than the 2-star recipe. Everything I make is delicious. The host has a psychological bonus and the evaluation of the recipe is not objective. The evaluation details of pan-fried honey ribs are as follows. Taste, out of 40 points 37 points. Originality of ingredients, out of 20 points 15 points. Originality of approach, out of 20 points 4 points. Cooking difficulty, out of 20 points 7 points. Total, 63 points. This. Looking at the scoring items in the system that were accurate to the details, Chi-Han instantly lost his temper. The taste of this dish is indeed very good, so the system gave it a score close to full marks. There is no problem, but there are many points deducted. The cooking method of pan-fried honey ribs is not much different from Blue Star's pan-fried steak. It's good to give it 4 points for the originality of the method. As for the difficulty of cooking, the cooking difficulty of pan-fried honey ribs is lower than that of egg-fried rice. Egg-fried rice at least requires constant stir-frying, while pan-fried honey ribs only need to master the heat and other problems are not big. Being able to score 7 points is a sign of respect from the system. As for the originality of the final ingredients, except for rosemary, all other ingredients in this recipe are worth the Kalai forest, so the score given is naturally good, reaching 15 points. All right. Chi-Han scratched his head. This score obviously did not satisfy him, so he needed to be more attentive to the next 2 recipes using brain flour and fat intestine. Although the pan-fried honey ribs took 4 days, most of these 4 days were actually spent on going out of the system space to hunt badger pigs. The next 2 recipes, since the ingredients have been prepared by the way, so there is no need to leave the system space. With 30 times the time flow, Chi-Han was confident that he would have no problem completing the next 2 recipes in the remaining 2 days. Chapter 41, Nasty Taste of Swollen and Fat Intestines. Chi-Han skillfully picked up a piece of sausage, cut it into half the length of his forearm, and rinsed it clean. Then add flour and knead, then wash again, repeat 3 times. The sausage that has been washed to this extent has a tender pink color on the surface and looks good. However, if you get a little closer, you can still smell a faint smell. Put the sausage into the pot, add water to cover the intestines. Chi-Han quickly waved the kitchen knife in his hand, cut the prepared onions and ginger into sections, put them into the pot, turned on the low heat and slowly boiled the water. Although I don't know how many times this is the first time I've cooked pork sausage, it's always been the 100th time. Chi-Han has become completely proficient, and is becoming more and more comfortable in cooking fat intestines. If nothing else happens, we should be able to successfully get the system's evaluation this time. He reached out and picked up a strange-looking fruit next to him, and with a slight twist of the blade, he cut the fruit in half. This is a magical fruit called Sano fruit. No. It would be unfair to say it is a fruit. Chi-Han would rather call it a vegetable. The amazing thing about it is that it will present 2 completely different flavors when eaten after being cooked and eaten raw. After opening, the pulp of the Sano fruit was completely exposed to Chi-Han's eyes. It was a white translucent pulp that looked somewhat similar to a coconut. However, this fruit had no sweetness and only had a faint fresh fragrance. It tastes similar to jelly. Once the pulp of the Sano fruit is heated, it will naturally transform into a milky white liquid, and the taste will become more mellow, somewhat similar to the batter in battered tofu. What Chi-Han was interested in was the ripe fruit pulp that was somewhat similar to the pulp. Carefully scoop out the pulp, chop it into a puree, and set it aside. Chi-Han reached out and opened the lid of the pot. The sausage in the pot had been cooked until it was very soft. This is of course the result of the system's black technology, otherwise it would not be easy to cook the sausage thoroughly. Pick up the sausage, drain the water and put it directly into a basin filled with ice cubes. The fat intestines that had encountered the ice water in vain had obviously curled up and shrunk a lot under the action of thermal expansion and cold contraction. The surface was tightened, but the inside was still soft and rotten. After the fat intestines had almost shrunk, Chi-Han took out the fat intestines, cut them into 4-finger-wide pieces, put them aside, and took out the prepared Sano pulp. Ordinary sausages are often cut into 2 or 3 finger widths. Chi-Han cuts them into 4 finger widths, which is obviously not unreasonable. Putting on gloves, Chi-han put a spoonful of sano pulp into the sausage, and quickly rolled up the 4-finger-wide fat sausage into a donut-like shape. The bulging circle is filled with sano pulp. The surface of the fat intestine, which was originally somewhat wrinkled, became swollen under Chi-han's skillful hands, and the surface became much smoother, making the appearance of the fat intestine suddenly sore. The pulp of a sano fruit was just separated by Chi-han and stuffed into a whole portion of fat intestine. After processing the fat intestines, Chi-han neatly stacked the fat intestine rings on a plate, turned to the pot, added a spoonful of sesame oil and a few spoons of sugar, and quickly fried them until golden brown. Push the sausage rings into the pot, stir-fry a few times and the color of the sausage rings is easily completed. Then add various seasonings in turn, close the lid and simmer for 10 minutes. Open the lid of the pot, stir-fry for a while, then close the lid and simmer again until the soup thickens. Chi-han then calmly sprinkles with chopped green onion, stir-fries twice and then pours it into the plate. A dish with full color, flavor is just finished. Picking up a pair of chopsticks from the side, Chi-han picked up a sausage ring and put it into his mouth. The mellow taste of the sausage filled his mouth. With a slight bite, the sausage ring exploded, and the ripe sano pulp filled with it burst out. Entered the mouth. The same mellowness, but a completely different taste. The sano fruit perfectly absorbs the taste of the fat intestines wrapped around it, and mixes it with its own fresh smell. The mellow fragrance has a bit of lightness, which is just the right amount of relief. The greasy taste of fat intestines. This taste is really amazing. System, what do you say? Congratulations to the host for successfully creating his own recipe. This recipe has been rated as a 1-star recipe by the system with a score of 82 points. Please name the recipe. 82 points. Chi-han's eyes suddenly lit up. This score was higher than he expected. This time, the system automatically gave the scoring details without Chi-han asking. The assessment details are as follows. Taste, full score 40 points, 38 to 5 points, due to the controversial taste of fat sausage, 5 points will be deducted. Originality of ingredients, out of 20 points 18 points. Originality of approach, full score 20 points 20 points. Cooking difficulty, out of 20 points 11 points. Total, 82 points. This. Chi-han looked at the scoring details and was really a little confused. In terms of taste, the system gave a high score of 38 points, which was unexpected by Chi-han. Fat sausage and sano fruit are a perfect match. The fusion of the two is so perfect that the taste has simply risen to a new level. It is not surprising to score 38 points. But what about the 5-point deduction? System, what does it mean that taste is controversial? Since fat sausage is not an ingredient that everyone can accept, cooking with this type of ingredient will automatically deduct taste points based on the specific situation. Understood. This was the case with Blue Star in the previous life. Not everyone likes to eat fat sausage. After all, this food still has a strong taste. All right. Chi-han shook his head. Although it was a pity to lose 5 points, he couldn't blame others for this. In terms of the originality of the ingredients, since the main ingredients of this recipe are all produced in Kalai Forest, it was given a very high score, 18 points. It's close to full marks. Unless Chi-han doesn't use any ingredients from Blue Star in the whole process, it will be impossible to get full marks. As for the innovativeness of the method, it is because the method of wrapping fat sausage rings made by Chi-han is completely new. A 1-star recipe cannot require the creation of a new cooking method from scratch. It is considered a good innovation if there are some innovations. However, this time Chi-han was directly judged by the system to get a perfect score because of the highlight of the sausage rings wrapped in batter. Finally, there is the cooking difficulty. The cooking difficulty of this dish is higher than that of pan-fried honey ribs, but it is only moderately difficult. A score of 11 is considered average. Overall, Chi Han scored 82 points. Anyway, there is a guarantee. If the score of the subsequent brain flower is not satisfactory, you can at least use this recipe as a reward basis. Ask the host to name the recipe. The system's voice sounded again, and Chi Han suddenly realized that he hadn't named the new dish yet. After thinking for a moment, Chi Han's face showed a bit of bad taste. Just call it fat intestines. 1-star recipe, explosive fatty intestines, successfully included. The reason why I say it's bad taste is also very simple. Many foods in Blue Star are stuffed with batter, such as battered tofu, battered fried dough sticks, etc. Then why has no one thought of using fat intestine to wrap it in pulp? Because it's such a fat intestine. As the end of the digestive system, have you ever wondered what the fat intestines come into contact with? And a piece of fat sausage that will explode will make people subconsciously have some bad associations. You taste it carefully. Chapter 42. This is very systematic. System: how long have I been in the training space? 10 days have passed since pan-fried honey ribs was successfully included. 10 days? Chi Han was thoughtful. 10 days, converted to outside time, is only 8 hours, and in such a short period of time, I have completed the recipe of fried sausage. It seems that the previous estimate was wrong. It does not take 2 days to complete these 2 recipes, 1 day is enough. Even if Neahua spends double the time it takes to explode his juices and intestines, it will only last for 16 hours. Taking out a piece of fresh badger pig brains, Chi Han started a new attempt. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating his own recipe. This recipe has been rated as a 1-star recipe by the system with a score of 60 points. Please name the recipe. 60 points. Looking at the brains in his hand that had been completely eaten by him, Chi Han showed an unfinished expression. Let's call it tinfoil roasted brains. 1-star recipe, tinfoil roasted brains, included successfully. This recipe really took Chi Han a long time, and the reason is very simple, because he fell into obsession. Persistently want to use new ingredients and new cooking methods to improve your score. But new does not mean it is suitable. Being too obsessed with innovation is sometimes not necessarily a good thing. Although I used a variety of ingredients and came up with all kinds of imaginative ways to make it, the result was no better than the simple tinfoil roasted brains. System: where are the scoring rules? The assessment details are as follows. Taste: out of 40 points 40 points. Originality of ingredients: out of 20 points 10 points. Originality of approach: out of 20 points 5 points. Cooking difficulty: out of 20 points 5 points. Total: 60 points. The taste is perfect, the tinfoil roasted brains are terrifying. Because all the ingredients used are Blue Star ingredients that he is familiar with, the originality of the ingredients is only 10 points, and the 5 points of the method are entirely due to his slight improvement on the roasted brains method. A recipe like tinfoil roasted brains that only requires mixing the ingredients and paying attention to the heat is not too difficult. Naturally, it is impossible to score points in terms of cooking difficulty. These are all reasons why this recipe has a low rating. But even so, it still can't hide the fact that this recipe is really delicious. This is destined to be an unforgettable lesson for Chi Han. There is no complete innovation in this world. The ultimate goal of all recipes is to make the food more delicious. Does the host continue to create new recipes? Recipes that can currently be submitted are 1-star recipe pan-fried honey ribs, 1-star recipe fried sausage, and 1-star recipe roasted brains in tinfoil. The host can choose one as the basis for receiving rewards. Chi Han was silent for a moment. There was still 1 day left. If he wanted to recreate a new 1-star recipe, there was not enough time. If he didn't submit it, he might have to find another chance to come to Kalai's forest next time. System: How many rewards can you get with 82 points? The 1-star recipe score is 82 points. After settlement, you will receive rewards: Soul Power Level plus 4, 2-star Self-Selected Recipe Fragment X1, Promotion Title, Junior Chef and corresponding privileges. Is there any higher reward? 1-star recipe has a score of 90 to 99 points. After settlement, you will receive rewards: Soul Power Level plus 5, 2-star Self-Selected Recipe Fragments X2, Promotion Title, Junior Chef and corresponding privileges. 1-star recipe score is 100 points, and you will receive rewards after settlement: Soul Power Level plus 8, 2-star Self-Selected Recipe Fragments X3, 3-star Self-Selected Recipe Fragments X2, Promotion Title, Junior Chef and corresponding privileges. Chi-Han smiled bitterly. Knowing the scoring principles of the system, Chi-Han knew even more clearly that even if he wanted to score 90 or above, let alone 100 points, it would be extremely difficult. Maybe if you wait for a while and grind slowly, you can always reach more than 90 points. As for 100 points, it's basically impossible to get it. But I compared the rewards of 90 points and above with today's rewards, but the soul power is one more level and the 2-star self-selected recipe fragment is one more. Submit it. Submit a 1-star recipe, fried sausage. Chi-Han finally made this choice. Rather than spending time in the Kalai forest for this reward, Chi-Han might as well submit it directly. Although the reward was less, Chi-Han didn't feel like he had lost much when he thought that the store would soon have 3 more 1-star recipes he created. Submitted successfully. Promotion task, Light of Innovation, completed. Mission reward, Soul Power Level plus 4, can be collected. 2-star Self-Selected Recipe Fragment X1, can be collected. Promotion title, Junior Chef and corresponding privileges, can be collected. Without hesitation, Chi-Han chose to receive the soul power first. His soul power is now at level 17. With 4 more levels, he can directly break through to level 20. This is the most important thing to him. Stepping out of the system space, a large amount of heaven and earth energy gathered in the direction of Chi-Han. His body was like a black hole, frantically absorbing the surrounding heaven and earth energy. The soul power in his body automatically operated, absorbing the heaven and earth energy. The power is transformed into soul power, improving his soul power realm at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's level 20. The host has entered a bottleneck and needs to obtain soul rings to continue to increase soul power. The remaining soul power level rewards will be retained and will be used automatically after breakthrough. Ding! Task triggered. Limited time mission, obtaining ingredients 2. The host is asked to go to the Sunset Forest within 5 days and independently defeat the century-old soul beast Mo Yunk. Mission description: it's time to put the colorful golden pheasant out of the sea of misery. Mo Yunk, let's die. Mission reward: System Soul Ring X1, 2-star recipe, Kung Pao Chicken. Mission props: distribution map of Moyankui Soul Beast in Sunset Forest. Chi-Han fell into silence for a moment. System, have you been letting yourself go more and more recently? No? Then what the hell is your mission description? This system doesn't know what to write and is too embarrassed to directly copy the last copy. Please don't worry about it. Chi-Han? The system Soul Ring was within Chi-Han's expectation, but Chi-Han's focus was mainly on another mission reward. 2-star recipe, Kung Pao Chicken. This is a good thing. As a famous dish that can go into people's homes and be served at state banquets, Kung Pao Chicken can be said to be well known. I didn't expect that this mission reward would be it. Chi-Han has stayed in Kalai Forest for 5 days, including the time on the way here. It has been 7 days. Sunset Forest is outside Tiandu City and relatively close to Tiandu City. It should take a detour from Kale City to Tiandu City and then from Tiandu City back to Shrek Academy. 3 days should be enough. With this thought, Chi Han quickly left in the direction of Kalai City outside the Kalai Forest, and received the remaining 2 rewards from the promotion mission. 4 2-star self-selected recipe fragments have been collected, which can be exchanged for a 2-star recipe. According to Chi Han's previous plan, he wanted to exchange for a complete collection of hot pot base ingredients, but this matter is not urgent now. The sheep hidden in the belly of the fish has not yet been learned, and all other recipes cannot be obtained or exchanged for the time being. Congratulations to the host, you have been successfully promoted to junior chef and have obtained the following permissions. 1. The host has the naming right of the store. 2. 1-star recipes no longer appear in randomly dropped recipes. 3. The training space-time flow rate becomes 60:1. Click. Chi Han paused in his steps and was a little surprised. System, why haven't you mentioned this third point before? This system forgot. Be confident and confident.jpg? Very good, this is very systematic. Chapter 43 Mo Yunk. Although the system did not say anything, Chi Han was quite happy to know that the time flow rate in the training space would further increase from now on. This means that the speed of practicing recipes in the training space will be further accelerated, and you can master the hidden sheep in the belly of the fish as soon as possible. As the system tasks continue to be completed, more and more recipes are obtained as rewards. With the current training speed of 30:1, Chi Han is still a little caught off guard. The 2-star recipe that can be redeemed, a complete collection of hot pot base ingredients, and the 2-star recipe that will be rewarded after completing the limited time task of obtaining ingredients 2, Kung Pao chicken. There are several more recipes waiting in the queue. Alas, there are too many rewards, which is also a worry. Chi Versi Han is online. Escort teams going from big cities to small cities are not that easy to find, but escort teams from small cities to big cities can be found almost every day. Chi Han still chose the Feng Escort Bureau. In imperial capitals like Tiandu City, there were caravans from all over the place every day. He easily found a group of escorts escorted by the strong men of the 4th ring and went with the escorts. Tiandu City. Based on the distance between Tiandu City and Kalai City, the entire trip will take 1 day. Fortunately, the journey was relatively peaceful, and Chi Han arrived at Tiandu City at noon the next day. Although he wanted to fully experience the humanistic features of Tiandu City, he was short of time. In the end, Chi Han chose to go directly to the Sunset Forest not far from the outskirts of Tiandu City. Sunset Forest is not a small soul beast gathering place. Because there are 10,000-year soul beasts in it, it is classified as a medium-sized soul beast gathering area. Compared with the small soul beast gathering area, its soul beast types and age are much higher. Such an area is located near Tiandu City. Naturally, it will be heavily guarded. Once any abnormality occurs in the Sunset Forest, it will immediately take targeted measures. After the guards of the Tiandu Empire verified their identity, Chi Han was able to enter. An illusory picture appeared in front of him, which was the map of the Moyankui gathering area provided to him by the system. Moyankui is a powerful soul beast. Unlike the armored cows and badger pigs that Chi Han had encountered before, the Moyankui's racial upper limit could theoretically reach 10,000 years. Among the soul beasts of the same level, it was an out-and-out hunter. Fortunately, according to the display on the map, there are no 10,000-year-old molarks in the Sunset Forest. There are only a few large groups including 1,000-year-old molarks and a few small groups that are only 100 years old. Chi Han's target is a small ethnic group closest to him. The ordinary 1,000-year soul beast Chi Han can't defeat it, let alone the 1,000-year level Moyankui. Of course he won't take it from himself. Oh no, you are humiliating yourself. Hiding his figure all the way, Chi Han carefully approached the direction of Moyankui's group life. Soon, Chi Han saw traces of Moyankui. For Chi Han, the biggest problem in defeating Mo Yunk is not the power of Mo Yunk itself, but that it can fly. Ordinary soul masters cannot fly. Except for soul masters with flying martial souls, other soul masters can only stay in the air for a short period of time and achieve the effect of flying, but it also consumes a lot of soul power. Force. If you really want to travel the world with ease, you may have to reach the title Douluo level. Therefore, most people would be at a loss when faced with flying spirit beasts. But is Chi-Han an ordinary person? He doesn't behave at all. Looking at the Moyonqui flying out to hunt, Chi-Han carefully climbed into the Moyonqui's nest, and then stretched out his sinful hand. Stole Mo Young's egg. His idea was very simple. If Mo Young found out that he was defeated, he would definitely fly high into the sky, and then he would be helpless against Mo Young. Although the drizzle needle is powerful, its attack range is limited. If it is too high, it will be unable to reach it. So the truth, oh no, there is only one way. That is to anger Mo Young, let Mo Young chase him, and then find an opportunity to kill him with a hidden weapon. After staying in the Kalai forest for 10 days, Chi-Han never used the hidden weapons he purchased once. Badger Pig was too weak and he could only use his soul skills. But it's not a big problem. What is this called? This is called caution. You see, although it wasn't used before, isn't it now necessary to deal with Mo Young? Is there a problem? No problem. What is this called? This is called safe. Although Moyonquis live in groups, flying spirit beasts live in groups different from other spirit beasts. They will not be very close to each other, and will build nests several tree crowns apart from each other. Chi-Han quietly climbed up the tree, found the bird's nest built by the Moyonqui, picked up the egg in the nest, and then dropped it nimbly to the ground. The Moyonqui's egg was as big as a human head, larger than Blue Star's ostrich egg, so Chi-Han couldn't help but smash it in his mouth. It would be great if this thing could be eaten. Unfortunately, the skylark itself is not poisonous, but the eggs are highly poisonous. This may be the result of natural evolution, in order to prevent enemies from threatening their offspring. It's a pity that even so, a certain unscrupulous cook still took action against Mo Young's descendants. The bird's nest was invaded, and the Moyonqui, which had just left not long ago, quickly noticed something strange, screamed in anger, and quickly returned. Hearing Mo Young's angry neigh, Chi-Han's body tensed up due to tension. It wasn't until Mo Young saw him that Chi-Han took steps and started running wildly. With his soul power concentrated on his legs to support himself, Chi-Han's running speed was more than twice as fast as Blue Star's sprinter. However, this speed still seemed better than nothing in front of Mo Young. In the sky, a black shadow fell instantly, its wings spread out like clouds hanging from the sky, with a length of 5 or 6 meters, its sharp claws spread out, and cold light flashed slightly at the tips of the claws. There is no doubt that no creature can survive such a terrifying claw blade. Whoosh! Chi-Han had already anticipated Mo Young's reaction. He ejected his flying divine claws and quickly grabbed the trunk of a tree in front of him. He retracted his claws in an instant. The chain drove Chi-Han up several meters and flew towards the trunk of the tree, dangerously. Then he narrowly escaped being killed by Mo Young. He suddenly twisted his body in midair and aimed at Mo Young, who had not yet reacted, with a drizzle of needles hitting his head and face. The needles were like drizzle, falling from top to bottom towards Mo Young's head. Bah! Mo Young was slightly stunned when he missed the hit, but he reacted very quickly when faced with the drizzle needle. With a sudden bow of his head, the feathers on Moyonqui's back quietly changed from brown to gold. Moyun King Kong Feather, Moyonqui's innate skill. The sound of fine metal collisions came one after another, and the drizzle needle got stuck between the gaps in the feathers of the Molark, but it was difficult to move forward half a step. Mo Young's soul power shook, and the drizzle needle stuck in the feathers was instantly bounced away. When he raised his head again, Mo Young's eyes were already blood red. It was obvious that Chi-Han's actions had made the other party violent. This is the first time that Xiao Yuzhen has failed to achieve success, which shows Mo Young's tyranny. Fortunately, the Molarks are not a very united race. Unless they encounter a life and death crisis for a dangerous species, they rarely work together to fight against the enemy. Although they live relatively close to each other, Moyanquis tend to act independently. In addition, Qi Han originally chose a Moyanqui to live on the edge, and now he deliberately fled away from the Moyanqui gathering area. So the noise caused by one person and one bird is not small, but no other Moyanqui came to help at this moment. Chapter 44 Killing. Facing the furious but unharmed Mo Young, Qi Han's heart skipped a beat as he had just put away the flying divine claw. Damn it, is this Moyanqui so difficult to deal with? The ingredients list did introduce that Mo Young has an innate skill that makes its feathers extremely hard, but Qi Han never expected that Mo Young's innate skill could be so hard that even a drizzle of needles could not penetrate it. Before he could react, the Moyanqui flapped its wings on the ground, whipping up a gust of wind and rushing straight towards Qi Han like a cannonball. The sky is Moyanqui's main battlefield. No, you can't hide. Qi Han came to this conclusion in an instant. With a thought, he disappeared instantly and entered the training space. However, Qi Han did not stay in the training space. After dodging Mo Young's sharp attack, he reappeared on the branch before Mo Young could react. As soon as he stood still, Qi Han jumped down without hesitation. Standing on a branch, you are a living target. Mo Young, who had once again jumped into the air, was already extremely angry. He quickly turned around in the air and rushed towards Qi Han, who was free falling in the air and about to land. Judging from the speed, Moyanqui's sharp claws will tear Qi Han into pieces before Qi Han hits the ground. A cold light flashed in Qi Han's eyes, and countless cold lights appeared in his hands again. The drizzle needle was fired again, shooting towards the Moyanqui who was rushing towards him. Bah! Mo Young obviously didn't expect that the human in front of him still had the strength to fight back, and screamed in horror. The last time Qi Han fired the drizzle needle from top to bottom, hitting Mo Young on the back, but this time, Qi Han was landing, and Mo Young was killing him. Facing the drizzle needle, Mo Young had no cover. Abdomen. In a hurry, Moyanqui instantly closed its wings, blocked its abdomen, and buried its head in its chest and abdomen. Under the stimulation of its innate skills, the whole bird formed a ball. As expected of Mo Young, he has extremely high combat literacy. In such a critical situation, he still made the most correct choice. But the shooting speed of the drizzle needle is extremely fast. Although Moyanqui has hugged itself into a ball, it is still a little hasty. Facing the dense attack of the drizzle needle without any blind spots, several drizzle needles still pierce it fiercely. In the body. Bah! There was obviously a bit more pain in its cry. Although it was not fatal, it was already seriously injured. Although the wings had been folded, the inertia was still there, and the Moyanqui balled up into a ball hit Qi Han's chest in the next moment. Bang! Qi Han and Mo Young fell to the ground together, splashing large amounts of dust. Although the bursts of pain in his chest made Qi Han's eyes darken and he couldn't breathe, he knew that this was the best time to kill Mo Young. He used all his strength and the kitchen knife in his hand appeared in an instant, and the first soul ring lit up, towards him. Mo Young, who had landed on one side and had released his innate skills, had just stretched his body and cut him down with a single blow. Before Mo Young could recover from the pain caused by the drizzle needle, the next moment he was directly bowed down by Qi Han. It wasn't until he saw Mo Young's death with his own eyes that Qi Han fell weakly to the ground, breathing heavily and feeling pain in his chest. After the soul power circulated in his chest for a week, Qi Han felt better. Then he sat up and crossed his legs to check his injuries. There were no fractures, but slight cracks appeared on the sternum and ribs. Taking out the healing elixir bought from the medicine hall from the system space, Qi Han poured out a few pills and threw them directly into his mouth. The soul beast forest is full of dangers, and it is naturally impossible for Chi-Han to heal his injuries here. With the thought, Chi-Han has already entered the training space. Meditating cross-legged in the training space, Chi-Han began to absorb the power of the elixir to treat the injury on his chest. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to break a bone, but in the magical Douluo continent, a broken bone can only be regarded as a minor injury. Naturally, it will not take such a long time to heal. After about an hour, Chi-Han slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he saw that most of the bone fractures in his chest had been healed by the elixir. Low-level healing elixirs have such miraculous effects. Chi-Han doesn't have much pain now, and the remaining wounds will not affect his movements. They will heal on their own after a few days of recovery. An hour spent in the training space was only a minute in the outside world. When he walked out of the system space, the dead Mo Yunk had already produced a century-old soul ring. The soul ring was floating above Mo Yunk's body. If Chi-Han didn't, it is absorbed and will dissipate naturally after an hour. Chi-Han naturally would not absorb Mo Yunk's soul ring. After carefully removing Mo Yunk's breast meat with a kitchen knife and submitting it to the system sound soon sounded. Ding! It has been detected that the host has completed a task. Limited time task, obtaining ingredients 2, completed. Mission reward, system soul ring. With no one around him, Chi-Han chose to receive the system soul ring without hesitation. A white light slowly emerged from the kitchen knife's martial spirit. The white light quickly condensed and turned into a second soul ring that appeared next to the first soul ring that had turned yellow and faintly purple. This time the soul ring was still white, but it did not continue to increase in age after it was formed. System. Chi-Han quietly waited for the system to explain to him. The host's second soul skill, 1000 Shadows of Blades. This soul skill is bound to the host's carving level. The carving level is divided into 5 levels: entry, proficiency, perfection, and miraculous craftsmanship, which respectively correspond to the 10-year soul ring, the 100-year soul ring, and the uncanny craftsmanship-year spirit rings, 1000-year spirit rings, 10,000-year spirit rings and 100,000-year spirit rings. As the level of the host's carving skills increases, the life of the spirit rings will increase accordingly. The host has never been exposed to carving, so he is barely getting started. Please continue to improve the level of carving. Turns out to be a carver? Chi-Han frowned slightly. This was a field he had never touched before. System, where can I learn carving? In view of the fact that the host has no foundation in carving, the carving instruction book Ghost Sculpture is now given to the host for free. Mastering the book thoroughly can help the carving to reach a perfect level. It's not right. System, how do you achieve its miraculous craftsmanship? Whether it is the superb swordsmanship or the uncanny craftsmanship of the carver, it is not a level that can be achieved by learning. The highest level of natural learning and practice is the perfection level. Above the perfection level, the host needs to understand how to break through this. Chi-Han didn't expect that not only the carving skills could not be perfected, but also the swordsmanship that he had practiced for a long time could not be perfected. Oh, it's not that it's impossible to achieve, but it requires understanding. But according to the urine nature of the system, I always feel that this realization may be extremely difficult. Sighing lightly, as expected, 100,000-year soul ring is so rare, how can it be easily obtained? I looked at the sky, and after struggling for so long, I saw that the sun was about to set. I had to go back to Tiandu City as soon as possible, rest for a night, and return to Shrek City tomorrow. Finally going home. Chapter 45 The Boss is Back. Shuang, I'm leaving. After looking in the mirror, combing her messy hair and straightening her raised skirt, Fuya turned her head and glanced at her bestie, who was lying on the bed with no manners, like a salted fish. Smile slightly. Hey, Fuya, it's been how many days, why hasn't the bad boss come yet? Ying Shuang's face swelled, with a bit of resentment on her face. It's been several days since I've had food from a small shop. I miss my dongpo pork elbow, tomato beef brisket, egg fried rice, cucumber, pork belly chicken and quinine juice. Bad boss, don't open the door yet. It's already the 10th day. I think the boss will be back soon. After recalling it carefully, Fuya spoke softly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. The boss said before he left that he would be back within 10 days at most. Ying rolled her eyes and looked at Fuya's curvy figure with a squinting look. You two, why do you have to go to the shop every noon and afternoon? It's so troublesome. What's this? Fuya glared at Ying Shuang angrily and amusedly, and turned her body away from her. The store isn't too far away. I just go there twice a day to check it out. It's nothing. Well, I can't tell you anything. Without legs and nails, Ying Shuang rolled his eyes helplessly and returned to his salty state. Go ahead, go ahead. I hope the stinky boss will open the door soon. Bai Fuya walked out of the dormitory with brisk steps. Ying Shuang was the only one left in the dormitory, her eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, her eyes becoming increasingly empty. Hey, I want to eat egg fried rice. Hey, I want to eat egg fried rice. Zhou Long smacked his mouth twice, picked up a piece of barbecue with chopsticks, and put it into his mouth. His favorite barbecue, which he had eaten 3 big bowls with rice, no longer tasted good. With the vigorous promotion of Zhao Yunzheng, the master of Mintang Hall, chopsticks replaced forks and became the new tableware in Tangmen Canteen. Although the tableware is the same as that of the small shop, the chef's skills. It's okay not to mention it. Yes, I want to eat it too. Taylor, a bearded man, sat opposite Zhou Long. His table was filled with empty plates and he was eating deliciously. Tai Lei said that don't look at him eating well and eating happily. He is not truly happy, his smile is just a disguised protective color. If you can eat at Chi Han's shop, who can come to this pig-eating canteen? Tangmen chef, MMP. I heard that Lao Mumu has lost his appetite again in the past 2 days. It's not that he has relapsed, or he eats delicious food from Qian's shop every day, and the food in his own cafeteria is a bit hard to swallow. This old piece of wood is just not as good as me. I can't even eat pigs. Bah, I don't eat pig food. This is just a stopgap measure. I have long seen that something is wrong with that little Chi Han kid. He must be my Tang clan's enemy. He deliberately closed the door for 10 days and wanted to starve us to death so that he could seize the Tang clan's foundation. I, Lao Tai, have already seen through everything. Hum. While chewing the food and muttering something indistinctly, Taylor's movements with his hands were not slow at all, and he put the rice into his mouth in big gulps. Glancing at the leader of the power hall, Zhou Long's face twitched. He didn't know if he was out of his mind, why he sat across from this old guy. Oh, no, I was sitting here first, and then he sat in front of me. What a sin! Because he had broken through the Soul Emperor, he had been in seclusion for a long time. After he came out of seclusion and absorbed the Soul Ring, he excitedly wanted to go to Chi Han's shop to thank Chi Han and try the egg fried rice that he had coveted for a long time. But he didn't expect that when he went, Chi Han had already headed to the Kalai forest. Calculating the time, Zhou Long hasn't tasted Chi Han's craftsmanship for half a month. Half a month? Do you know how I got here in the past half month? What a sin! That Hall Master Tai. What's the matter? Why are your chopsticks on my plate? I didn't pay attention. No, what happened to me, old Tai, between 2 pieces of your flesh? It's okay, you can continue. Standing in front of the familiar shop, Fuya's eyes were a little more blank. The door of the shop still has the notice that Chi Han posted when he left 10 days ago. Go out for 10 days, collect ingredients, and create new recipes. When you come back, new dishes will be on the shelves. Thanks to Chi Han's foresight, I added the last sentence. If it weren't for the temptation of new dishes to dazzle the eager diners, I'm afraid his diners would go crazy. It's already the 10th day. The boss should be back, right? Fuya took a deep breath, walked up and knocked on the door gently. Such actions have been repeated many times in the past few days. Every time, Fuya's mood will gradually change from anxious anticipation to disappointment. After a few breaths, the door of the shop was still closed. Didn't you come back today? Fuya's bright eyes dimmed a bit, and then she seemed to think of something and cheered up again. Will not. This is already the 10th day. The boss said he would come back within 10 days, so he will definitely come back today. Maybe. I didn't hear it. Knock again? Then knock again. Taking a deep breath, Fuya stretched out her hand and knocked on the door again. This time she was a little harder, and she even used her soul power to spread the sound of the knock outside. She thought that if the boss was in the small store, he would hear it. Come on. A few more breaths passed by, but there was no movement inside the shop door. Sure enough, he didn't come? Fuya's eyes dimmed a bit. It's already noon on the 10th day. Could it be that the boss won't come back until the afternoon? Then, I'll come back and have a look in the afternoon. Afternoon, just afternoon. The boss will definitely be back in the afternoon. Fuya, why are you here? A familiar voice came from behind. Am I hallucinating? Fuya. It's not an auditory hallucination. It's the boss. Fuya's eyes lit up instantly, she turned around quickly and showed a smile. Boss, you are back. Although I didn't understand why Fuya was so happy, seeing the beautiful girl's smile as soon as she got home was definitely a refreshing thing. Chi Han also smiled and said, yes, I just came back and will start opening the store tomorrow. Opening the door with the key, Chi Han turned his head and looked at Fuya, who was still standing at the door. Come in, let's have a working meal. Fuya blushed slightly. Boss, the door is not open today. You're here, let's try my new dish. New dish? Fuya didn't want her boss to waste money, but her mouth started to lose control. Then, I'll try it for the boss. Chi Han nodded, turned around and walked into the kitchen. In a corner where Fuya couldn't see, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Let Fuya be the guinea pig, and let the people of Douluo continent taste the fried sausages and tinfoil roasted brains first. Because Chi Han hasn't figured out how to price the 3 new dishes, the system hasn't updated the menu for Chi Han yet. Looking at the menu on the wall that was the same as before, Fuya began to guess with anticipation what the boss's new dish would be. No matter what it is, it must be delicious. Thinking of this, Fuya couldn't help but smile happily. Chapter 46 As red as a monkey's butt. For recipes included in the system, the ingredients will be provided by the system. As for how the system obtained the badger pigs, Chi Han said he was too lazy to care. Anyway, the system is omnipotent. Oh, no, it can't have children. Tisk, 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 you can't do it with the system. The host cannot have children either? That's what happened. Chi Han fell into deep thought for a moment. System, you can't pee standing up. Soon, Chi Han thought of a countermeasure and looked proud. Host, are you polite? Polite or impolite, in short, he won the system again this time. Chi Han expressed that he was in a happy mood, and even the pan-fried honey ribs he made were a little more fragrant. No, that's because the badger pigs specially bred in this system are better than the badger pigs native to Kalai Forest? Just say it is. As the winner, Chi Han felt that he should be more tolerant of the system's harsh words. In order to make Fuya more receptive to new dishes, Chi-Han thoughtfully made 2 portions of pan-fried honey ribs so that 2 people can eat them together, giving Fuya a more involved feeling when she tastes them. Okay, I can't go on with it, mainly because Chi-Han was hungry on his way home. Soon, 2 portions of pan-fried honey ribs were carried by Chi-Han's left and right hands and placed on the table in front of Fuya. Placing the knife and fork considerately in front of Fuya, Chi-Han made a gesture to invite him to taste, then took his own portion and started to devour it. Fuya greedily sniffed the meaty aroma mixed with fruity aroma, and her face became a little red. Sure enough, the boss's new dish is still so delicious that people can't help but want to try it after smelling it. Don't you need chopsticks for this dish? Fuya quickly noticed the knife and fork beside the plate. The common tableware in Douluo continent is a fork and a spoon, but using knives and forks together is often aristocratic behavior. The dining etiquette of the aristocrats here is somewhat similar to the Western etiquette of Blue Star. They also use the fork on the left and the knife on the right. Although Fuya was not born into a noble family, she still knew how to use a knife and fork. She gently used the knife and fork to cut off a small piece. The surface of the ribs was slightly burnt, which made Fuya think it would be difficult to cut it, but the knife cut into the meat surprisingly smoothly. One of the reasons is that the system's specially made knives are very sharp, but the more important reason is that the pan-fried honey ribs cooked by Chi-Han are particularly unique. Under the dark brown coating, the red and tender meat is hidden. Use a fork to pick up the cut pieces and bring them slightly closer to your mouth and nose. The rich meat aroma will completely flow into your mouth and nose, making you intoxicated. Fuya could even see the central part of the ribs with her naked eyes, the meat that was so tender that it dripped water, and the juice that faintly seeped out of it. If you bite into such meat... Fuya didn't want to imagine any more. This was really a torture for her. She couldn't help but put the piece of meat directly into her mouth. After chewing twice, Fuya subconsciously covered her mouth. Then, she realized that her actions were unnecessary and the meat juice did not come out of her mouth, which made her face turn redder. It's so delicious. Fuya felt that she could not find any words to describe her feelings at the moment. If she had to find a word to describe it, it would probably be happiness. The gravy and the tender rib meat mix in the mouth, constantly stimulating the taste buds at the deepest level. The rich meaty and fruity aroma are mixed, without any greasy feeling at all, and the aftertaste is slightly sweet. Is this really meat? What kind of meat can be so delicious? No, it's not the delicious meat, it must be the boss's magical hands that give the dishes such a magical taste. Subconsciously glanced at Chi-Han's hand, Fuya didn't notice at all, her face was already red. Chi-Han cut off the ribs piece by piece and put them into his mouth. Sure enough, the taste of the rib meat is a level better than before. It is definitely not my own fault that it can reach this level. It is probably the reason why the systematically cultivated badger pigs are better than the original badger pigs. But you can't tell the system, otherwise this little broken system will have its tail raised to the sky. The host seems to have forgotten that I can also hear the host's voice. Douluo, complain about being eavesdropped by the system? Chi-Han, sorry, I was careless. It's okay. I'm going to turn my back on the system and deny it, and you have no evidence. Recorded. How can you record your inner voice? This system is omnipotent. You can't have children. You can't pee standing up. Chi-Han felt comfortable when the system didn't speak. Well, that's great. After exchanging friendly words with the system, Chi-Han raised his head and glanced at the white mouse. Oh no, Fuya's reaction. After all, it is for guests to eat, and Fuya can give a fair evaluation after tasting it. Hey? After just one glance, Chi-Han suddenly fell into deep thought. Fuya, why are you face so red? Fuya was stunned, indulging in the deliciousness of the pan-fried honey ribs. She didn't notice anything strange about herself and touched her face. Boss, Am I blushing? Yet. Chi Han nodded, as if he felt that this was not convincing enough, so he added, as red as a monkey's butt. Fuya blinked her big eyes, the blush on her face instantly reached behind her ears, and she lowered her head suddenly. What is the boss talking about? Is the monkey's butt as red? Unable to bear it, Fuya's mind began to see a red monkey's butt. Then she discovered to her horror that the red monkey's butt and her face were slowly overlapping. Coincidence? Combine. Fuya hugged her head suddenly and shook it twice wildly. It's all the boss's fault. Straight man. How can you describe a girl like this? Chi Han blinked and saw Fuya suddenly going crazy because of his words, feeling a little more uneasy in his heart. System, are you sure the badger pig is not poisonous? Why do I feel like Fuya is poisoned? Are there any hidden toxins that you haven't discovered? Like hallucinations or something? She may have been poisoned by your straight man. Straight men are poisonous? What is that? Chi Han looked around the shop. Where are the straight men? I'm talking about you, the host. I? Straight man? Ah. Chi Han showed a proud expression. I am Chi Scumbag Han who seamlessly connects recipes, how could I be a straight man? Just say so. At this moment, the system suddenly felt that it needed to be more pampering and tolerant of the host. Although there were some hiccups in the middle, after finishing the pan-fried honey ribs at the end, Fuya still gave her own opinions very pertinently. Fuya, as long as I give you advice, I'm not free. I am very serious about experimenting with new dishes for my boss. Okay, it's not really an opinion, because she hummed for a long time and finally just said, it's very delicious. This was within Chi Han's expectation. As the most normal dish among the 3 new dishes, it was normal for it to capture Fuya's favor. Who can resist the temptation of flesh and blood? But next. Fuya, are you ready? Chapter 47, you finish eating first and I will tell you later. It wasn't until she finished eating the pan-fried honey ribs that Fuya realized that Chi Han was preparing more than one new dish this time. But there are 3 ways. There is a surprise, a new dish called Chi Han. Now, Fuya has a triple surprise. Well, will it turn into a fright later? Not to mention, at least she is still very surprised now. Now Fuya already knows the name of the first dish, pan-fried honey ribs. One pan-fried honey rib is already so delicious, will the remaining 2 be any worse? Fuya said, she is looking forward to it. Soon, Chi Han served up 2 plates of fried sausage. This dish was also made twice, but this time he really thought about Fu Maoxie. If he didn't eat it once in front of Fuya, Fuya might really not dare to eat it. Fuya couldn't wait to move forward and sniffed the sausage like a cute little hamster. This new dish cooked by the boss looks great, and it must smell great too. What does this smell like? Her expectant face suddenly froze, and Fuya leaned her head back instantly, looking at the big fat intestine in front of her in horror. Sure enough. Chi Han sighed inwardly, trying to keep his expression as calm as possible, and with a very casual look, he picked up a sausage ring from the plate of fried sausage in front of him and put it into his mouth. Try it, it's really delicious. Having said that, Chi Han's face couldn't help but twitch slightly the moment the fat intestines exploded in Chi Han's mouth. He likes to eat fat intestines, so the taste of fat intestine rings will naturally not make him do so. Well, mainly because I had some bad associations again. If you don't live in the highest state of being a human being, you'll even screw yourself up. And this slight expression of Chi Han was clearly visible in the eyes of Fuya, a powerful soul sect, and her eyes became even more frightened. The boss was slapped in the face just now? It was a twitch, right? Did he lie to me? Are you trying to trick me into eating this weird new dish, so you are deliberately pretending to be delicious? Would the boss really do this? At this moment, there were many question marks in Fuya's little head. However, Chi-Han had some bad associations at first, but he had long forgotten them after eating. Not only the pan-fried honey ribs, but also the taste of the fatty sausage is much more delicious than before. Eat, eat, eat. Seeing Chi-Han gradually getting more and more delicious, Fuya fell into deep self-doubt. Could it be that I was actually dazzled just now? The boss has no shame? Is this dish really delicious? I seem to have heard that some dishes don't smell very good, but they taste good. Is this the boss's dish? Then, how about giving it a try? After all, as a waiter in a small shop, it is my duty to help the boss try the dishes. Thinking of Chi-Han giving her such generous treatment, Fuya suddenly felt a heavy thing called responsibility in her body. Suddenly a lot of courage came into her heart, prompting her to make a decision. Eat. The boss eats so well, this dish must be delicious. With a heartbeat, Fuya picked up a piece of fat intestine and stuffed it into her mouth. There was a thick and delicious soup on the surface of the fat intestine ring. As soon as it touched Fuya's taste buds, she couldn't help but open her eyes wide. Really tasty. Sure enough, the boss didn't lie to himself. Immediately afterwards, Fuya gently bit open the fat intestine ring. The fat intestine was very tender. She only needed to bite lightly and the pulp inside would explode in her mouth. Well! Fuya, who was caught off guard, was startled and couldn't help but purse her mouth tightly. For Fuya, who had never eaten breaded food before, this was definitely a new experience, but after being startled at first, Fuya quickly realized the wonderful taste of the batter formed by sano fruits mixed with the fat intestines. The greasiness is quietly removed, the strong fragrance overflows in the mouth and nose, and the liquid pulp is mixed in every part of the intestines during chewing. The just right fatness makes people feel relaxed and happy. Unable to help but pick up another piece, Fuya smelled the same weird smell, but Fuya was surprised to find that she no longer seemed to reject it. Probably because of the smell, I thought of the delicious taste of sausage rings, so not only did I no longer reject it, but I also looked forward to it. It's really delicious. This peculiar dish instantly captured Fuya's heart. Boss, what ingredients are these made of? After thinking about it, Fuya couldn't help but ask. She could still tell that the pan-fried honey ribs from before were some kind of meat, but this dish looked a bit like a meat dish, and she couldn't tell what kind of meat it was cooked with. Chi-Han looked at Fuya's plate and saw that there was still more than half of the sausage rings, and fell into deep thought. Tell her now, will she still eat it? If you don't eat it, it will be a waste of food, right? How about? Or wait until she finishes eating before telling her. Well, that's it. After making the decision, Chi-Han showed a warm smile. You finish eating first, and I will tell you later. Why do you have to finish eating before telling yourself? Fuya blinked her big eyes in confusion, but quickly returned her attention to the plump and fat intestines. This little circle is so delicious. Although Fuya didn't know how to describe this delicious taste, in her opinion, this dish was even more delicious than the previous one. Sure enough, the boss has a pair of magical hands. Any food in the boss's hands will be magically delicious. Soon, Fuya finished eating all the fat intestines, and the curiosity in her eyes became even more. Boss. Now can you tell me what ingredients this is cooked with? Fuya, do you know about the badger pig in Carré Forest? Fuya nodded. Yeah, I know. We have talked about it in our soul beast knowledge class. It is said that this kind of soul beast is very weak, but has a strong reproductive ability. The meat tastes very good, and the locals like it as food. Fuya is online. The pan-fried honey ribs just now are the rib meat from badger pigs. Chi-Han paused for a moment and decided to make a foreshadowing first. That's it. No wonder the meat is much more delicious than ordinary meat. Fuya's eyes lit up, but she quickly reacted, what about this dish? This dish also comes from badger pig. Chi-Han paused, it is cooked with the large intestine of badger pig. Fuya clapped her hands and suddenly realized, no wonder this dish is so delicious. It turns out that it is made from badger pig meat. Fuya's words, along with her movements, froze in place at the same time. It's like petrification. After a while, Chi-Han couldn't help but glance at Fuya, who still had no movement or expression. Fuya. Are you okay? Are you okay? Empty, 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 empty. The suppressed aura exploded in vain. 4 soul rings instantly appeared behind Fuya. The second soul ring lit up. Dozens of ice picks condensed out from behind Fuya, and the tip of the cold cone pointed directly at Chi-Han. Raising her head suddenly, hidden under the flying black hair, was a pair of empty eyes. Fuya had a strange smile on her beautiful face. Boss, it's so hard for you to hide this from me. Damn it. After all, the white mouse has turned black. She turned into a little black mouse. Fuya, calm down, you're cold, help. Chapter 48. The next dish is very healing. In the end, Fuya didn't really take action. After regaining her composure, Fuya casually waved away the ice picks that filled the surroundings, sat on her seat with her mouth pursed, and looked at Chi-Han aggrievedly. Chi-Han did one thing right. He made 2 portions of fried sausages and tasted them in front of Fuya. Little black mouse. Oh no, the reason why Fuya calmed down was largely because of this. If she was the only one eating, Fuya had to wonder if Chi-Han was deliberately harming herself by using such ingredients to cook. But Chi-Han also ate it, and it was very delicious, which made her mentally balanced to a great extent. Balance is balance, but after Fuya calmed down, the more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she became. She recalled the delicious plump and fat sausage rings. Since the fat intestines are made from the large intestines of badger pigs, the pulp inside. You don't think about this matter carefully. Do people who don't eat fat sausage really do it because they don't like the taste of fat sausage? No, most people who don't eat fat intestines do so because of their excessive associations, which leads to them never trying fat intestines. And Fuya is different from these people, because she has already eaten it without knowing it. Let us say it together, Chi-Han is a real dog. This made her feel extremely entangled. Her head kept telling her that this thing couldn't be eaten, it was too, and her tongue kept telling her that this thing was really delicious, and she even wanted to eat it again. Eat once. The 2 villains fought in Fuya's mind, and the villain who finally chose not to eat barely gained the upper hand. Watching the defeated villain cry out in tears, I will definitely come back, the victorious villain sneered arrogantly. Me, Fuya. It is impossible to eat this dish again in this life. In order to strengthen her heart, Fuya resolutely raised her head and looked at Chi-Han. Boss, don't cook me this dish for my work meals from now on. Okay, okay. Chi-Han, who was almost turned into a hedgehog by Fuya, didn't dare to provoke her anymore and nodded in agreement. As for what she wants to eat by herself in the future, that has nothing to do with me, Mr. Chi. Then, I'm going to make the 3rd new dish. Chi-Han tilted his head towards the kitchen. Fuya pursed her lips. To be honest, after what she had just experienced, she was inexplicably more afraid of Chi-Han's new dishes. How does it feel to expect and fear at the same time? We can sum it up in 2 words, complex. Look, what is this called? Listening to your words is like listening to your words. The last time I heard these words was the last time. Boss, the ingredients for this dish. After hesitating for a moment, Fuya still asked. Chi Han, who had already prepared it, said directly without thinking, I promise you, this dish will not have any strange taste, and no offal will be used. Is the brain considered an internal organ? It feels like it shouldn't count. After all, this thing is not in the stomach. Chi Han said everything, but said nothing, so Fuya believed it, and her eyes shone with anticipation again. Then I will continue to try the dishes. In order to further dispel Fuya's vigilance, Chi Han smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, the next dish will be very healing. Cure? Does it mean to heal the heart that was hurt just now? Is there really such a magical food? Fuya's heart warmed slightly, and she decided to take back her comment that Chi Han was a straight man. The boss is obviously a warm man. Turning around, he walked towards the kitchen. A few minutes later, Chi Han brought out 2 small porcelain plates the size of a palm. Among the porcelain plates, there was a broken piece. He picked up the tinfoil underneath, and the top of the tinfoil was sealed. Not only could he see what was inside, he couldn't even smell it. This is this. Fuya opened her eyes wide and looked at the strange food. This is a special cooking method, look at how I eat it. Chi Han had long expected that Fuya had never seen such a cooking method before, so he took the initiative to demonstrate. Twist and pull the seal at the top of the tinfoil, and the tinfoil opens like petals, revealing the brain inside. A rich fragrance instantly bursts out from the breach and sweeps across the entire dining area. Fuya followed suit and carefully opened the tinfoil and looked at the food inside. There is more than half a fist-sized brain lying quietly in the tin foil, soaked in a thin layer of soup, with fine garlic, green onion, coriander, millet, pepper, and other seasonings sprinkled on the surface. The rich fragrance continuously poured into Fuya's mouth and nose through the small tinfoil opening. Well! Fuya couldn't help but swallow her saliva. The smell of brains roasted in tinfoil was too tempting. It seems that the boss really didn't lie to himself. The food this time really didn't smell bad. The ingredients for this dish must be very normal. She carefully peeled off the minced garlic and other seasonings covered in the brains, and was about to eat it when her movements suddenly froze. The garlic covering the surface was pushed aside, and the shallow groove on the brain was exposed to Fuya's eyes. This thing looks familiar? Let me think about where I have seen it. It seems to be an anatomy class in the Academy's Soul Beast Knowledge class. It turns out this is the brain. Etc. Brain. Fuya suddenly raised her head and looked at Chi Han, feeling as if she had entered some evil organization. Chi Han picked up the spoon happily, dug out a small piece of brain and put it into his mouth. Well, it's really fragrant. It's a pity that the taste of the brain flour has not been improved. It's no different from before. Muscles and internal organs can improve the texture and taste through acquired feeding, but the brain cannot. Chi Han rarely criticized the system, but nodded in agreement. No wonder this dish is the only one among the 3 that tastes perfect. It turns out there is no room for improvement. However, in Fuya's eyes at this moment, the scene of Chi Han eating her brains looked particularly terrifying. Chi Han's image in Fuya's eyes suddenly changed from a bright and majestic boss to a brain-sucking demon. When I couldn't sleep when I was a child, my mother used to scare me with brain-sucking demons. Wivu, I want to go home. The boss is so scary. Is this what the boss calls healing? It's obviously causing me depression, right? What's wrong? He looked up at the white mouse, only to find Fuya cowering aside in fear, looking at him with wide eyes. Fuya, you don't have to react so big, right? This is badger pigs. Naya Hua, it tastes very good, don't you want to try it? Sure enough. Hammered. This is really the brain. Fuya shook her head like a rattle. Boss, I don't want it. Chi Han blinked and showed an evil smile. It's too late now. He stood up and walked to Fuya. Chi Han picked up her roasted brains, took a spoonful of them with a small spoon, and came closer. Fuya's face said, "Ah." Fuya shook her head violently, with tears of humiliation in the corners of her eyes. "No. No. Ah." When Fuya opened her mouth to refuse, Chi Han quickly put the spoon into her mouth, and then Chi Shiran put down her roasted brains. "Brain. The brain is in my mouth." Fuya's eyes were frightened and she shook her head crazily. Hey. After smacking her mouth twice, Fuya was suddenly stunned. "Why is it so delicious?" Chapter 49, Poison Amway from Fuya. Hiccup. Fuya burped, covering her mouth and her face turned red again. She took a sneak peek at Chi Han, who was busy cleaning up in the kitchen and didn't seem to notice anything strange about her, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the empty tinfoil in front of her, Fuya couldn't help but feel a little more despair on her face. It's over, I ate the badger pig's brain, am I going to become an evil soul master? Woo woo woo. Chi Han cleaned up the kitchen, looked up at Fuya, who was hopeless, and smiled slightly. Well, very good. Judging from Fuya's performance, the people of Douluo continent are quite receptive to brain flowers and fat intestines. Host, are you sure this is a very high level of acceptance? Chi Han shrugged, it's okay, much better than I expected. Ding! Task triggered. Limited time task, new dish promotion. Ask the host to sell 1,000 copies of each of the 3 new dishes within 5 days. Task description, since the host thinks there is no problem, let's start your performance. I'm looking forward to this system. Mission reward, 1-star self-selected recipe fragments x2. 5 days, 1,000 copies? System, can I take back what I just said? It's too late. Gan. Chi Han rubbed his head in pain. Selling 1,000 portions of pan-fried honey ribs was not a big deal. But the fried sausages and tinfoil roasted brains. This kind of dish is intended to reach a relatively high level of acceptance by the people of Douluo continent in just 5 days. The difficulty level is simply hellish. No more, we have to use a honey trap. Fuya. Boss. Chi Han's call made Fuya, who was hopeless, enter the business instantly. Status, what happened? In the next 5 days, you can recommend more new dishes to the guests. Recommend new dishes. Faced with this request from her boss, Fuya rarely hesitated. Seeing Fuya's hesitant expression, Chi Han's heart skipped a beat and he added more money, burned fat sausages and roasted brains in tinfoil. I'll give you a commission of 1 gold soul coin for each sale. Jingle bell. Fuya's eyes instantly radiated the light of the golden soul coin. Okay boss. After putting away the dishes and cutlery and putting them in the dishwasher, Fuya and Chi Han said hello and returned to Shrek Academy. Watching Fuya leave, Chi Han slowly closed the door and entered the system space. The sheep hidden in the belly of the fish has still not been able to break through the whole fish deboning level. He has made tens of thousands of mistakes in this step alone. Thanks to it, Chi Han's sword skills have reached the level of half-step proficiency. As a result, the first soul ring turned yellow with purple in color. I don't know which one will come first, the successful deboning of the whole fish or the 1,000-year soul ring. As for Chi Han's second soul ring, it is still a 10-year soul ring. This also made Chi Han make up his mind to work hard on carving in the future. Ghost Eagle has been placed on the bedside of his room by the system, but Chi Han hasn't had time to open it yet. After this busy period is over, carving practice will be put on the agenda. The difficulty of cooking the fish belly sheep dish is not only reflected in deboning the whole fish. Although deboning the whole fish is still difficult, the other subsequent steps are not easy either. If you want to be perfect, you still need a lot of practice. Fortunately, after being promoted to junior chef, the time flow rate in the training space has been further improved. 2 months inside is only equivalent to 1 day outside. At this speed, the time it takes to master this dish can be greatly shortened. If your liver is strong, you should be fine within a week, right? The system mentioned it before. It is said that the 3-star recipe not only has special effects, but also some strange phenomena will appear when it appears in an extraordinary plane like Douluo continent, which cannot be observed in the training space. For Chi-Han was still very curious about this so-called vision. Is it something like glowing egg fried rice? Grabbing a live fish in the pool, Chi-Han's knife began to swim around the fish with familiarity. A sheep hides in the belly of a fish, here I come. An error occurred. The whole fish was deboned and the fish meat was damaged. Please start again. An error occurred. The whole fish was deboned and the fish meat was damaged. Please start again. An error occurred. The whole fish was deboned and the fish meat was damaged. Please start again. I'm back. Carefully opening the dormitory door, Fuya breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Ying Shuang was not asleep, and spoke louder. Ying Shuang turned her head and looked at Fuya expectantly. You seem to have been gone for a long time this time. Is the boss back? Yet. Fuya nodded, and then she saw Ying Shuang jumping down from the bed. Great! I can finally eat the stinky boss's egg fried rice. Ying Shuang's eyes have turned into the shape of egg fried rice. That's right. Ying Shuang recalled the content on Chi-Han's leave card. It seems like there will be new dishes when the boss comes back. Do you know what the new dishes are? New dishes? Fuya's smile suddenly froze, and then quickly returned to normal. Ying Shuang did not notice anything unusual. She looked at Fuya curiously, hoping to get first-hand news about the new dishes from Fuya. Fuya thought about it for a moment, then said, Boss should have 3 new dishes this time. 3 ways. Ying Shuang's eyes lit up. Do you know what they are specifically? Not only did I know it, I also ate it. Fuya complained silently in her heart, and then her expression became a little weird. Speaking of which, the boss said that after opening tomorrow, for every piece of tin-foil roasted brains or fried sausages recommended, he would give himself a gold soul coin as a dividend? Both are so cute, they must be easy to fool, right? Thinking of the girl's past actions, Fuya silently gave a definite answer in her heart. Let's start with both pairs. Thinking of this, Fuya quickly showed a bright smile. The reason why I came back late is to help the boss experiment with new dishes. So you've tried all 3 new dishes? Ying Shuang's eyes widened with what was known as envy. Yes. Fuya nodded, then looked around, leaned close to Ying Shuang's ear, and spoke softly. One of the boss's new dishes is called fried sausage. It smells weird, but it tastes super good. Trust me, you will know after you try it tomorrow. It smells weird but tastes good. Ying Shuang's eyes lit up. I understand. There is a food called stinky sea fish at my house, and it is like this. I didn't expect Boss Chi to cook such a dish. Then I must try it tomorrow. Seeing Ying Shuang being so polite, Fuya nodded with satisfaction. Children can be taught. There is also a dish called tin-foil roasted brains. It looks weird, but it tastes very delicious. Oh, I know this. Fuya was interrupted by Ying Shuang before she could use her deception skills. Ying Shuang's eyes shone again. That's the fruit called ugly orange in our cafeteria. It looks ugly, but it's actually super sweet. Fuya stopped talking. She felt that her best friend could no longer be described as a good deceiver. This wave is called falling into a trap. Know if you live like this, you will get +2 gold soul coins. I just don't know how Ying Shuang felt after knowing that she was sold by her best friend for 2 gold soul coins. Chapter 50 The Naming of the Shop. In order to grasp the hidden sheep in the belly of the fish as soon as possible, Chi Han completely transformed into the Liver Emperor. He stayed in the training space for a full 30 days, and even he himself was almost moved by his hard work. The deboning of the whole fish still failed, but the knife skills successfully broke through the level of proficiency, and the life of the first soul ring was increased to 1,000 years. Walking out of the training space, 12 hours had passed outside the world. The exhausted Chi Han lay down on the soft big bed and soon fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. System, what time is it? Looking around blankly, Chi Han had not yet woken up from his sleep. In half an hour, the host's white mouse will come to the shop. A guinea pig? Oh, it's Fuya. It looks like it's 10 o'clock in the morning. It seems that I haven't slept so late for a long time. It still feels good to sleep in occasionally. It would be better if hidden sheep in the belly of a fish could be completed earlier. But before Chi Han could continue his reverie, he was mercilessly interrupted by a notification sound from the system. The host hasn't named the shop yet. Do you want to name it now? Name? Only then did Chi Han realize that he had such new authority after being promoted to junior chef. I have been so busy recently that I completely forgot about it. However, if you want to choose a name for your shop, what should I call it? Chi Han thought for a while, analyzed calmly, and quickly came up with an idea. System, what do you think of Chef God's shop? Not so good. I finally came up with the name of the store, and this is how you evaluate it. Chi Han expressed that he was insulted. Then, the God of Cookery's shop. Excuse me, what is the difference between this and the God of Cooking store? Why is there no difference? Isn't this a word different? Chi Han curled his lips. The system is not working this time. Then, a delicious little shop. The system couldn't bear it anymore. Please host to bring back the culture of 9-year compulsory education to this system? This. One person and one system argued for a while, and finally decided on the name of the shop. Cold Food. This is a traditional festival of Blue Star. The name of the shop is not only very appropriate to Chi Han's name, but also has a feeling that is not found in this world. The feeling of hometown. The store name has been changed to Hanchi. The signature style will be consistent with the store decoration style. Please choose the signature calligraphy style. While speaking, hundreds of options appeared in front of Chi Han's eyes. The grammatical structure of the language of Douluo continent is the same as that of Chinese, but the characters with the same meaning are completely different from Chinese in terms of glyphs and pronunciations. Looking at the familiar Douluo continent, the word Hanchi is in the design of the system showed different styles, and Chi Han began to choose carefully. Although it doesn't matter if it has a name or not, the sign is the store's facade, so Chi Han still chose it carefully. Finally, he took a fancy to an iron painting with silver hooks, a calligraphy style that was similar to Quanko in his previous life, and nodded with satisfaction. This is good, it looks very comfortable. The system, that's it. The signboard has been made and hung. The host can go downstairs to see the effect. The system efficiency is terrifying. After freshening up, Chi Han walked downstairs excitedly, opened the door and looked at his sign. The word Hanchi, with silver hooks and iron paintings, hangs high on the door of the shop. The frame style of the signboard is a fresh style that is consistent with the shop's decoration. It looks particularly harmonious and unified. The needle does not poke. Chi Han walked into the shop and looked up at the menu. Small portion of egg fried rice, 5 gold soul coins / portion. Large portion of egg fried rice, 10 gold soul coins / portion. Pork belly and chicken, soup, 12 gold soul coins / portion. Patting cucumbers, 2 gold soul coins / portion. Dongpo elbow 100 gold soul coins / portion. Tomato beef brisket 20 gold soul coins / portion. Qinan juice 1 gold soul coin / portion. Chi Han raised his eyebrows and found a blind spot. System, where are my 3 dishes? Why aren't they on the menu? The system was suddenly silent for a moment, and then spoke quietly after a while. Did the host forget that you haven't priced the new dishes yet? Yes. Chi Han slapped his forehead suddenly, no wonder he always felt as if he had forgotten something. But, how to determine the pricing of new dishes? How about pan-fried honey ribs priced at 20 gold soul coins each? Chi Han felt that the pan-fried honey ribs were no worse than the tomato beef brisket, and it seemed like a good idea to have the same price as the tomato beef brisket. No? System, don't I have the right to set the price? Why can't I set the price at will? Host, please note that different star-rated recipes have upper and lower price limits. Hosts have the right to set prices, but they cannot exceed the recipe price limit. 1-star recipes, the price range must be within the range of 1 to 10 gold soul coins. 2-star recipes, the price range must be within the range of 11 to 100 gold soul coins. 3-star recipes, the price range must be within the range of 101 to 2000 gold soul coins. So, I can only choose between 1 to 10 gold soul coins. Yes. Then 10 gold souls coins / share. In total, even if the price is based on the highest price of a 1-star recipe, this price is still the cheapest among meat dishes, not to mention the portion of pan-fried honey ribs is very generous. Overall, it's pretty good. Host's original 1-star recipe, pan-fried honey ribs priced successfully. The rated selling price is 10 gold soul coins / portion. Bloody fat intestines, the same 10. No, let's still 8 gold soul coins / portion. Considering the special nature of fat intestines, Chi Han felt a little guilty. Well, it's a 20% discount. Host's original 1-star recipe, the price of fried sausage is successfully priced. The rated selling price is 8 gold soul coins / portion. If you roast the brains in tinfoil, 5 gold soul coins / portion. Soon, Chi Han also had an idea about the price of the last dish. After all, roasted brains can only be regarded as a snack, not a meat dish, so it would be better if it was a little cheaper. Host's original 1-star recipe, tinfoil roasted brains successfully priced. The rated selling price is 5 gold soul coins / portion. As Chi Han completed the pricing, the menu on the wall quietly changed. Small portion of egg fried rice, 5 gold soul coins / portion. The middle is omitted to prevent readers from calling me stupid. Pan-fried honey ribs 10 gold soul coins / portion. Explosive fat sausage 8 gold soul coins / portion. Tinfoil roasted brains, 5 gold soul coins / portion. 10 price tags covered half of the wall, which made Chi Han feel particularly accomplished. Compared to the original egg fried rice that occupied the entire wall, the menu at the shop has finally become richer. System, half of the wall is left. When the other half of the wall is occupied later, where will the price sign for the new dishes be posted? The price wall has a total of 20 price tag hanging positions. If the host masters more than 20 recipes, a menu book will be unlocked, one for each table. The host can choose 20 of them to hang on the wall, which can only be updated once a week. I understand this. This is called a recommendation position. Chi Han's eyes lit up, as if he had seen countless desperate authors kneeling and asking the editor's father for a recommendation. Oh, the recipe can't speak, so that's okay.